What's up, G Show Land, and welcome to another episode of the G Show Podcast. I am G1, and this is our year-end spectacular. Our 10 best and worst. That's right, it's our top 10 list of the year 2023, and I am excited to go. And the reason why I'm excited to go is because my date is also one of my favorite people, and last year we did 5+ hours of absolute nonsense, and I can guarantee you this, people, it ain't gonna be 5+ hours today. Nowhere near it. This time we've got the form down pat. We know what we're doing. Who's we? It's of course JR, my brother. How the hell are you?
Thank you for having me on this show. I've been looking forward to this for quite some time. I have both of my lists ready to go.
Go Sulu. I should have said JR. It's James T. Kirk, ladies and gentlemen. All right. I can't believe I have a Starfleet. I can't believe I have a Starfleet captain on. This is wonderful. This is number one on my list now. I just knocked off number one. All right. So the format is simple, ladies and gentlemen. Top 10 lists from the 10th going up to the first. Obviously, first being the best. And if you're the worst, number one is the absolute shitter of the year. And I got some things to say with a couple of things here on my list. And I'm pretty sure JR does also, because he always does. But to recap, last year was kind of funny. Like I said, 5+ hours. We're not doing that again this year. But we should have thought about this right off the bat before we went on. Who's going first? You want to go first? You want to go first? And what are we gonna do? We're gonna do We're gonna do our favorite first, our worst first. How do
you know what? I was messing with that idea. Why don't we do our top 10 best first? Because, obviously we're going to have a lot of praise for those. And then do our top 10 worst last. Because, gives us room to shit on them.
I like that. We'll save our number ones for best and worst for absolute last. So we'll do 10 to 2. For both of them? And all right, cool. Format complete. Solid. All right.
Right?
You want to go first?
I'll take it.
Of course.
All right. So my number 10 best was a surprise for me. Came out of left field. I was ecstatic when I got it. Lopez versus Lopez. He turned it.
What?
He turned it around. It's the great. No, I'm messing with you.
My
number 10 is a Resident Evil 4 remake.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Backstory. The original Resident Evil 4, I never could get the hang of not being able to shoot and move. I hated it. It drove me insane. I couldn't play the game like that. So they omitted that bullshit out of this game. And it's just, I love it. I love this game. It's actually probably my favorite Resident Evil game now. Like, hands down. The first one was my favorite for my whole life. The Director's Cut PS1 copy specifically.
Oh.
Now it's Resident Evil 4 Remake because it's just such a 180 from the original RE4. It improves elements. Graphics are great. Voice acting minus Ada is great. Ada sounds like a horse trying to eat peanut butter.
Agreed.
Yeah, terrible. I don't know why for the expansion they didn't replace her voice actress, but whatever. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I have it for my Series X. I have it for my PC. I modded it on my PC. So now Ashley's running around in a schoolgirl outfit, and I am Leon Kennedy, but the Invisible Man. It's just the suit, but he's invisible. All of his visible body skin and everything doesn't exist. Oh. So in the cutscenes, it's the Invisible Man talking. It's the funniest shit ever. It cracks me up.
Oh, that is fucking awesome. PC elitist.
I know, right? I'm sorry. Someday, mods will come.
Someday. That's honestly, that is not bad for your top 10. And now that I'm looking at my list, I'm kind of bugging because I'm like, shit, I ain't put that there. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Like you know what it was? You see how you said you have it for multiple systems? That's how I have the original. I have them for multiple systems. I got it when it came out on the GameCube. It was my absolute favorite game. It was, at that point in time, my second favorite game of all time. I loved it. It was definitely my first favorite Resident Evil game. So when the remake came out, I gotta be honest, I was sitting there and I'm scratching. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I've got it like 17 different times. I don't know if I really like some of the changes. I mean, like, but then I said, well, you do. You have it 17 different times. You love this game. You're supposed to go and see what the changes are. You're supposed to critique it in that sense. You can't play yourself. And I was like, yeah, you're right, me. So I bought it, and yeah, no, you're right. I loved it. It was fantastic. I agree with the Ada Wong. Definitely didn't like her voice acting.
No.
But giving it that RE2 remake coat of paint.
Yeah.
And the RE engine is really something. I really do like the RE engine. You know, I think Capcom is onto something there. So I love what they're doing there. One of my biggest issues with that game, though, up until it happened, was every time I went to the merchant, I'm like, come on, talk to me, say your damn lines. Say them. Give me the lines. And then when I heard, oh, I'll buy it at a high price, I was like, finally, thank you, I can die happy. Because he was saying all this other shit, and I'm like, no, they couldn't. Yo, don't omit that. But that's a solid number 10, man. I can't even lie, because that blows my number 10 out the water.
No, it was a solid game. It impressed me. Someone, again, who hated the original RE4, because it's like, I can't play this shit. Why can't I move and shoot? I never got it. And then I play this, and I'm like, it fucking clicked. I understand why the original and this one is like some of the best survival horror there is. I'm glad I bought it on 2 systems. I ain't buying it again though.
I don't know. Now that I have a PS5, I'm tempted. I am tempted.
Just to have it.
Just to have it, because you never know. Maybe you don't want to put the Xbox on, and I'm like, well, I want to play some RE4. Let me ask you real quick: you said RE4 is now your favorite Resident Evil game out of the franchise?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is, dude. I love the first one because I love the idea of zombies and monsters in a big spooky mansion that has a cemetery and all that shit. I love that idea. I still really do. Until it gets the remake that RE2, 3, and 4 has got, RE4's beat it. Once it gets that remake, it'll be back to number 1. But as it stands, I don't see it happening.
Yeah, same. And I've seen a couple of modders actually make RE1 using the RE engine, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh man, could you imagine? I don't understand why Capcom wouldn't go back and do that. They should. I mean, granted, they already remade it for the GameCube, and it's a gorgeous game. But those super zombies suck. Ooh, they fucking suck.
The Crimson zombies?
Oh
my god, dude.
Ugh.
Yeah.
But
no, and it's like my most asked for at this point. I mean, Dino Crisis and a remake of RE1. Both of them on the RE engine. Like, that's what I want.
Oh my god, give me a Dino Crisis over-the-shoulder perspective. We're in, bro. We're in. Oh my god.
It would be perfect.
No, that's a solid number 10. Solid way to start off this show. Remember last year I had like 17 different tiers, and I was like, these are the movies I like. These are the movies I kind of like. These were the... we're not doing that.
Simplified it.
This time I simplified it. My list is full of simplifications, I swear to God. But my number 10, to be perfectly honest, out of left field, HBO Max, or just Max now. And I'll tell you why. They got the DC movies and the animation, okay? So that's always a plus. They've got Adult Swim, so I can watch the Boondocks and I can watch Black Dynamite whenever I want. So that's a plus. They've got Godzilla. They got the Showa series on Turner Classic Movies. They've got so much stuff, and now with the merger with ID or whatever they calling it, now I get all of the UFO, cryptid, and ghost documentaries and shows I can ask for. And let me tell you, having that all in one place is a blessing. Bro, I swear to God, and the reason why this is number 10 on my list is because I binge watched like 7 different random documentaries, but it wasn't until I came upon like the 4th one, and it was about this group of college students in the 50s, I think, in Russia, and they were hikers and they like to ski, so they were going up into the mountains, and they were told not to go in that particular pass, and they did, and then they were found murdered. But, like, not just murdered, like, completely, like, bludgeoned and mutilated and just insane. And the documentary was about, and I swear to God, I'm not making this up, the murderous Yeti, the Russian murder Yeti. And I'm like, yes. And this was on HBO Max. Like, this wasn't there a year or two ago. Bro, they got everything. Destination X, Destination Unknown. Like, these shows, I watch them. I'm happy I'm able to have them now instead of paying cable, a subscription fee on top of my cable bill. Now I get rid of cable and I just get HBO Max and I got everything right there at my fingertips. And of course, and like I said before, they got the DC stuff, they got the animation stuff, like it's all there. And for me, it works wonders. And now, the fact that the talks are buying Paramount. Listen, and I know we're gonna get into that, not in this podcast, but when we get with Gams, we're gonna get into that one. But that one, that one has my eyebrows raised like the motherfucking Rock at WrestleMania. I can't wait. So I mean, like, it's just one of those things. And I'm extremely excited about what's to come on Max. Hopefully, some wrestling promotion. I won't play favorites, AEW. But these are the things I'm looking forward to the most. And that is my number 10 on my top 10 list.
Max is dope. I've been enjoying it. I like the merger they did with Discovery. Because I like my serial killer documentaries, man. I do. Especially, like, watching, like, the Ken and Barbie doll killers in Canada. That story's messed up. I love that. The Casey Anthony, I think it was her. But, yeah. No, Max is solid. And all of that's good. I can't wait, by the way, till we talk about this possible merger. Because it's like... wow.
Right.
It's a big lot of things to say about it. That's why I've been kind of like hush in the chat. But no, Max is a great service. I enjoy it. Unfortunately, the wifey wants to downgrade the plan so we have ads, and it breaks my heart.
Oh yeah, that's hard.
But it's just the price.
Yeah.
But I get why it's so much. I mean, it's definitely premium content. I mean, the Chernobyl TV series is fantastic.
Yes.
Still like my favorite of the year. But yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't even speak about that, like just the HBO content alone, the Game of Thrones or the, House of Dragons and all that stuff, which I gotta finish watching, but
House of the Dragon, that one, I actually had to double check to make sure it didn't come out this year, because that would have been on my list. House of the Dragon was damn good, dude. I enjoyed that show. But no, it came out last year and it finished off, I think it was February or March of this year. And I was like, no! So close.
So close. Well, what's your number 9?
So my number 9, before we started this, we were talking Harry Potter.
Uh-huh.
We both love Harry Potter. Well, there was a game that came out this year called Hogwarts Legacy, and I'm telling you right now, that is some of the best Harry Potter content available. I haven't beat the game yet. I'm still mid playthrough. Dude, you can learn the unforgivable curses. You can Avada Kedavra enemies and straight kill them in this game.
Wow.
That's dope. It's like, that's all I need. I'm gonna turn into a female Asian Voldemort. Like, that's what my character's doing right now.
Oh my god.
But it's good aesthetically, dude. It feels like the castle. You choose what house you go to, you know. I'm in Ravenclaw right now because screw it. I want to know what a Ravenclaw is. The movie's focused on Gryffindor and Slytherin. What's a Ravenclaw? What's a Hufflepuff? Let's see. There's actual lessons, like school lessons and stuff. It's dope. I like it. The cast of characters are great. I don't understand the hate, the controversy when it first came out. I won't go into full detail. I think people need to...
Was there controversy?
Oh, bad.
Oh, wow.
If you want me to...
Please, inform me, educate me, because...
So, it involved... People were mad because J.K. Rowling still owns the Harry Potter license, and she gets a percentage of residuals for the game selling. Okay. People were pissed off about that.
I get that now. Okay.
They were like, boycott the game. They were canceling streamers that were streaming it live. Like, straight up. Wow. They were getting canceled on Twitter. Fans were leaving. I'm not a big VTuber, but there's a famous VTuber. She got bullied, and she quit streaming, period, over it. She didn't get it. She lived in Japan. She didn't understand why she was getting all this hate. Quit. The controversy, y'all need to fucking get your shit together and fucking knock it off. Okay? It's a damn good game. It's fun. It's not offensive. This game, it's not offensive. You can do horrible shit in it if you choose to, but that's like any open world game, you know?
Yeah. So you have that in the game? You have that, obviously, if you were House Slytherin, you would do some
You can be a dick.
Stuff. Wow.
You can straight be a dick. Quests have choices. Like, for instance, there's a quest where this, second year, some bullies hid her stuff, and once you collect it all, you have an option to give it to her. Or you can keep it and go sell it for some money.
What?
Yeah, you can straight be a dick. That's the kind of shit that needs to be in a Harry Potter game. And what gets me excited is, unfortunately, Quidditch isn't in it right now. It's coming soon.
Okay.
It's a whole expansion because they were like the mechanics of getting Quidditch to work and everything. It's its own beast, and I can't wait for it. I think for this Harry Potter video game series, this was a home run. The story so far is pretty good. The way you cast spells is awesome. It's like, they call it web slinging, or not web slinging, spell slinging or something.
Okay.
It's like, you just cast spells like that, and saying words, and it's like, it's dope.
Kind of like in when they started doing that legit, like the 4th or 5th movie?
Yeah.
Where they were actually showing that stuff. Oh, nice.
Yeah. It's awesome. Everything in it, the gear's good, the loot's good, everything about it's good. It's an RPG, you build your character up, more health, more powerful spells and stuff as you level up, but it's fun. Nothing in the game seems tedious so far. The teachers are great, the references all over the place. It's a great Harry Potter game. It just is. And you make your own character, right? You can make Harry Potter and just play as Harry Potter 100 years before the events of Harry Potter. That's good. I like that.
Oh man, so this game takes place, before Harry Potter.
Like 100 to 200 years before Voldemort and everything. It's back, there's when the dwarves were a powerful evil sorcerer race.
Oh.
And they're the main antagonists, yeah. It deals with some of that. You find out more about your character as the story goes on, what your special powers are and why they're after you, and how you can, how you fit in place with the events of the story. It's great. It is great. And the graphics, Just don't turn ray tracing on. It'll tank your frame rate. I play it like on my PC is what I got it for. I'm playing at 120 frames. As soon as I hit ray tracing, 40.
Oh.
Like, nope. Like, not worth it.
I hear that. That's crazy. You know, that game's on sale right now. I'm waiting until Christmas to see what my wife got, right? And once I see what she got me, then I'm going to go and I'm going to take care of some business. For instance, like that Avatar game is $50 now. In 12 days, it dropped 40%. The Harry Potter's half price. You can get that for $34. And those sales don't end until New Year's. So, yeah, I mean, a couple days till Christmas as we're recording this podcast, even though this podcast is going to come out after Christmas. But that's something, thank you. Because honestly, I was intrigued. The only RPGs I don't like are turn-based.
It's not that, man. It's not that. It's great. And it's just, if you're a fan of Harry Potter, it's there. You'll get the references to the movies. Of course you will. Like, Nearly Headless Nick is in it. Of course he is. He's a ghost, you know? And it's something I didn't need, but they did it, and it's awesome. The fucking pictures move, just like in the movies.
Oh.
I don't know how they did it. Every picture moves.
See, it's that attention to detail that I absolutely love from a publisher, you know? Damn, all right. It's on my list. I mean, it's not on this list, but it's on a wish list now.
I'm telling you, it's really good game. I can't wait to go back to playing it. I had to put it down for a little bit because of Halloween. It's time to pick it back up. I plan to literally next week. Got that time off. I'm going back to it.
And it's a perfect time to play because Harry Potter's always been like a holiday type of movie. Or that's what it feels like, right? The movies.
Oh, it always has.
Yeah. So
it always has. That's why I always say, put on Harry Potter, like, right after Thanksgiving, between Thanksgiving and, like, after New Year's. That's that Harry Potter time. You know, I don't know what it is, but it's always been that way for me. And I'm glad somebody shares that sentiment here because...
No, it is, man. It is. I'm gonna check this game out. I'm sold. I'm sold. I am sold. Ah, not a bad number 9. You're attacking me early, man. I'm over here playing.
It's been a good year. It's been a good year, man. And also bad, but we'll get there.
Oh, we'll get into that. So my number 9, my number 9 favorite things, and I had to wait to put this all together in a nice big package. It's the DC movies of 2023.
Yeah.
Yes, it is the final year. The DCEU is officially over with Aquaman: The Lost Kingdom. And I saw that movie, and I've got to say, Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom is not my number 9. The DC movies of 2023 are Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom just so happens to be the last one. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom is the Godzilla Final Wars of the DCEU. It throws every single movie you can think of that you had a good time with into it. And they are blatant with it. They are fucking blatant with it. I mean, yo, there's a Jabba's Palace scene underwater with Sny Snoodle singing and the whole band is there. I kid you not. It's just, she's a fish now. But the guy in the back, Sny Snoodle, the guy in the back that will play the keyboard, the big fat blue guy that plays the keyboard.
Yeah.
He's there. It's him. It's not him, but it's him. It's him. Like, it's insane. And then they even have the big fat kingpin laying on the fucking thing, surrounded by women. The best part is, he's a fish. It's Martin Short. I love Martin Short. Martin Short's one of my favorite comedians.
Martin Short's, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's Martin Short, so it was great. But it literally was like Return of the Jedi. Then you have, I kid you not, you have nods to Mothra, Biollante, and somewhat Kamacuras. But it's there. It's there. You have nods to King of the Monsters 2019. When they go underwater and they see these kingdoms and stuff, and it really looks like they just reused sets from 2019. I was sitting there like, I know this. I know. I'm looking for Anguirus's bones. I'm like, I know this. I've been here before. It's absolutely crazy. And I mean, it even goes as far as like taken from Lord of the Rings. I mean, it is sick. I loved it. I love Final Wars for just being batshit crazy like that. So I really dug this movie. Is it a great movie? No. I like Aquaman 1 a little more. But I'm also an Aquaman mark. Okay? So the movies could be terrible. And I would be like, nah, it's alright. Come on. But it's just because I'm an Aquaman mark. You know? And not even a Jason Momoa Aquaman. Just the Aquaman in general. To the point, oh my God, the end of the movie. And it's not a spoiler because nothing really spoilish happens. It's the end. It's the end of DCU. Nothing happens after this. But it's basically Aquaman told the Council of Atlantis, yo, we need to make peace with the land dwellers so we can fix the world. You know, there was a climate change message in there. And he comes up and he's giving a press conference there in Governor's Island, it looked like. It was like right off the banks of New York. You know, and he's giving and at the end of the fucking thing, they literally ripped off Iron Man, the first Iron Man. When he goes, oh, what the hell? I am Iron Man. He says, I am Aquaman. Yeah, and then it just cuts off. And I said, you're gonna be out of your fucking mind. It is hysterical, balls to the walls. I needed to see that to solidify how I thought, because now I'm going backwards in time to the next most recent movie. I thoroughly enjoyed Blue Beetle. I really dug Blue Beetle. And Blue Beetle is, from my understanding, the start of the new DC movies. Although it still kind of took place in this universe, if that makes any kind of sense. It's very weird. But I know that when James Gunn was making the Suicide Squad, he had his hands in this. Because he already knew, oh, they're giving me the keys to the castle. And Disney was knocking on his door like, please come back. Please, we're sorry. All right, I'll come back because I loved Guardians so much. I'm going to round it out. But I'm going over here. They gave me more. So, Blue Beetle, you know, like he was promoting Blue Beetle like you would not believe. And it's really good. Your man, George Lopez, he is funny in that movie. Like, I never really watched any George Lopez stuff like that, but he is funny in that movie. And it's fun. It's a fun superhero flick. It's a fun family flick. I really dug it. And if that's going to be the jump off.
I hear it's really good. Like, the wifey's parents watched it, and they were recommending it to me. And they were like, ignore the stupid Batman's the fastest joke, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's like, all right.
It's one joke. It's yeah, you know, it's in and
whatever.
out.
I'll get over it.
If you have, if you're doing like a lazy Sunday, ain't got nothing to do, and throw it on. Throw it on before you get the commercials interrupting you. You know?
Right.
But then after, then after that, I mean, for crying out loud, The Flash. And
how was that?
Okay, so here's the deal with The Flash. For a pure nostalgic kick, I choked up watching that movie. Because I seen Batman 1989 like 10 times in the theaters. When I was a kid. I needed to constantly see that movie. Like, when I'm at home as a kid and I have a movie that I really like, let's take Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, for instance. We had that tape. We watched that shit on loop constantly. Constantly. That's how I felt with Batman 89. I needed to constantly see it. And it was only in theaters. So I begged, pleaded. And it was so good that my parents they were like, all right, we'll go see it again. So seeing Michael Keaton, seeing the Batcave, seeing the Batmobile, seeing that Batsuit, seeing the Batwing, seeing all that, hearing the Danny Elfman music, man, that choked me up. I understand why that movie got dogged. I understand why that movie only made $55 million or some stupid shit like that. I get the Ezra Miller thing. It's kind of reminiscent to how they tried to blacklist the Hogwarts game over J.K. Rowling's.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I seen it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the difference is, I mean, Ezra Miller did some heinous shit. Some.
Yeah.
To me, some of it. Look, you could try to cancel me. I don't care. I thought some of it was justified. That girl getting in his face trying to do the dance because of a TikTok thing. You can't do that to anybody. You know, like that wasn't fair to him. I don't think, because I would have mushed her too. Like, get the fuck off him. What are you doing? I don't like shit like that. You're in my personal space. Get out, because they're the first ones to cry. You're in my personal space. Stop. Then don't do it. So that one I give him a pass. But that whole kidnapping stuff or whatever he was charged for, that's on a different level. There's no defending that. I get it.
Yeah.
But I was going to see that movie regardless because, again, Batman, and I did like Ezra Miller as the Flash. I did. I thought he was funny as hell in Justice League. So I'm looking forward to it. And it wasn't a bad movie. There are bad moments in that movie that definitely makes the other list. We'll get to that when we get there. But yeah, then after that, I mean, the first DC movie to come out this year was, if I'm not mistaken, Shazam. The second Shazam movie. It was non-offensive in my book. Non-offensive. Wasn't. So I didn't hate it, and it kind of hurt at the end of it all, watching the end of Aquaman, watching the end of the DCEU, just sitting there and saying to myself, this is it. There's no cameos. It is just Aquaman. And I'm like, wow, 10 years. 10 years of this, and this is how it ends. I only hope that next year, whatever James Gunn got up his sleeve for that Superman Legacy movie is going to blow my fucking mind. That's my only hope.
Yeah.
Because I'm a DC fanboy. DC for life. And it is what it is. But yeah, that's my number 9. The DC movies of the year.
No, I totally get it, man. And look, if I have to choose superhero brand, Marvel or DC, I always go DC. Like DC, I like DC. I'm a Batman fan, obviously the Batman.
The Batman last year.
Yeah, right. My number 1. But no, I get it. It's the DCEU's been a roller coaster. You had the Whedon cut and then the Snyder cut of Justice League. So we get 2 different versions of Justice League. There's 2 different versions of Batman v Superman. Like, it was all over the place, different casting choices and all this, and chasing trends, and it kind of sucks, especially for me after seeing the Snyder cut, because I want that, and we're not getting that.
We're
ever.
not. Nope.
Ever. And that pisses me off because I finally got it. I was like, Batman v Superman, whatever. This shit, just tone down Gal Gadot's music of the crap.
Yep.
And that movie, man, like, I knew her. I wanted to go there. I wanted Dark Side. I wanted all of it. It's gone.
It's gone. It
breaks my heart, man.
It sure does. It is gone. And I will say one thing about Aquaman. Another thing I did love about it. James Wan is a visual genius. The creatures that are in this movie. And I think this is why I love Aquaman 1. Aquaman 1 is special because you give me a giant monster in any movie that doesn't need to have or should not have a giant monster in it, you get a pass. Aquaman rides a Leviathan in that first movie. And it was beautiful. This one didn't have that, but there was zombie sea creatures. There was just a ton of shit that I was like, yo.
Oh yeah, Black Manta gets that trident that just brings the dead back like he's a necromancer. I watched the trailer. I was genuinely confused. I was like, this looks like Dungeons and Dragons but underwater. It looks like.
See what I'm saying? They stole from Dungeons and Dragons. It was the Godzilla Final Wars of DC movies, of comic book movies.
I gotta check it out. I have to.
Yeah, it's nuts, man. It really is. It's balls to the walls. You can see Jason Momoa. He's just doing his damn thing. Sometimes it didn't even feel like he was Aquaman. It just felt like, oh, there's Jason Momoa hamming it up. And I was like, well, why the fuck not? This is the last one. But yeah, that's my number 9. The DC movies. I tip my hat, I pour some beer out, and I say, thank you for that rocky road. You started strong with Man of Steel. Bumpy with BVS. I liked Wonder Woman. I thought I liked Josh Whedon's Justice League, but then that Zack Snyder Justice League, I was like, what? Give me all that flowers. Give me all that flowers. Thank you, HBO. Thank you, my number 10, for putting that together last year for us. I appreciate you so much. All right, bro. That's all I got to say. What's your number 8?
My number 8, kind of an indie film. It's got Owen Wilson. It's called Paint.
Oh, I wanted
Wilson
to
as
see
Bob
that.
Ross.
Oh, shit.
It was, dude, you like dry ass humor? That movie's dry. It's good. So basically, plot is Owen Wilson as Bob Ross, but not really.
Yep.
Works for the. Everyone loves him, and then this lady shows up, and she starts painting pictures, and it's like spaceships and murder and stuff, and everyone's starting to love her, and then they're realizing that Owen Wilson has been literally painting the same picture of the same mountain that they live by for 20 years.
I love
So this new, it goes Anchorman with it, where the new girl's getting all the attention, and he's just going down, down, down. His ex-wife hooks up with the chick and is banging her, and he wants a piece of it, and they're like, no, go away. And so he starts dating an 18-year-old. Like, it's all over the place. Dude, it was good. And I bought it on a whim. I saw the previews before Dungeons and Dragons. I missed it because it had a very limited screening. And I mean, fucking like 2 days in theaters. I didn't get a chance to see it. I saw it at Target, Blu-ray, on sale for $12.
Oh, yeah, that's
bought
a buy.
it. I loved it. I loved it, man. I recommend it, especially if you love dry humor. I mean, it's got the voice of Bill from King of the Hill. He also is in Office Space as the guy with the big glasses, and it's like,
yeah.
He's in it. He's the head of the PBS. Like, it's great, man. It's awesome. It does kind of parody the Bob Ross persona, but it has fun with it. It's not a biopic, not even close, but god damn it, it's like, I almost wonder if this is what happened to Bob Ross, because if it did, that's fucking hilarious. He's like getting stoned as shit while his house is burning down because all his paintings are on fire.
Oh my
Like, it's great. And he's the one that sets the fire and just gets so high he doesn't remember. It's like, it's great. And that stupid afro he has for the whole goddamn movie. I loved it. It's a simple movie. Gets some laughs. It's like an hour and 20 minutes.
That's all you need.
It's worth it.
That reminds me, when you say the dry humor, I do, because the last movie I saw before the world shut down, because heteros started flying around, was The Dead Don't Die. And that had that humor, that dry humor. Oh, man. No, you know, it's funny, because I remember seeing that trailer, and see, like you said, it was like, here today, gone today.
Yeah.
The limited release, like, it didn't even show up on Fandango or anything, and I'm like, oh, so I completely forgot about that movie until you just mentioned it.
It was good. I mean, the wifey loved it. We watched it with the brother-in-law. He didn't get it, but that's not his type of humor.
Right.
But the wifey and me, we were laughing our ass off. I was just like, the whole time I was like, everything that was up, I'm like, oh my god. Damn. It was great. I really loved it.
Yeah, no, that one I definitely need to watch. I'm going to probably pull that out of the hat this weekend, hopefully. If I can find it. I'm pretty sure I could just go on Amazon right now and get it. But
it should be on Amazon. It's probably free on Amazon.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Point.
I really wanted to see. Damn, thank you for bringing that one up.
Yep.
Woo. Wow. All right, look at that. We're 40 minutes in, 39 minutes in, and I'm up to my number 8. So here's my number.
I know you said this. You said this was gonna be not as long.
I know. This is kind of crazy. My bad.
Always jinx it.
I'm sorry. But listen, I gotta be honest. My number 8. I had high hopes for this going in, so I was happy that I'm able to put it up on this list. Yeah, it's at number 8. It could have been up a little bit higher, but there were other things when I thought about it. I was like, nah, man, this is where it's at. But number 8 is Star Wars Ahsoka. My God. Listen here. Okay. as a fucking fan of the Clone Wars and then Rebels, the animated series, right? I love the fact that they brought Ahsoka back in Rebels. I had already liked Rebels. I liked the cast, I liked the crew, I liked everything that was going on with Rebels, and then they bring Ahsoka, which ties into the Clone Wars, and I'm sitting there saying to myself, oh my god, because at this point in time in Star Wars, Anakin Skywalker is running around as Darth Vader. What are we doing here? And it just kept giving and giving and giving, and I loved every fucking minute of it. Rebels was one of my favorite animated series ever. So when they're doing it, when Ahsoka pops up in Mando, and then does it, I'm like, oh my god, then you hear there's an Ahsoka show happening, and I'm like, what? And the guy who created Ahsoka, Dave Filoni's doing it, and he's the showrunner. I'm like, yeah, you're singing my song. You're singing. Disney, finally, you were singing my song, Disney. And they delivered. Granted, was there some things that I was like, wooden acting, yeah, I get it. I understand people's complaints. But at the end of the day, I was kind of like, didn't really bother me. You know what I loved? All of the nuggets of fan service we were getting. If you're a fan of Legacy, like I'm a fan of Legacy, because I grew up with those books, and at that time, they were all canon, you get this shit in strides here. Dave Filoni knows. He was growing up with that. He's a fan of Legacy, because that was canon when he was growing up. He ate it all up. He learned under George Lucas. Okay, this is a guy that co-created or helped create Avatar: The Last Airbender, one of my favorite animes ever. Dave Filoni's my guy. The little, like the tidbits, I mean, for crying out loud, they did Death Troopers. They did Death Troopers. They did it. They gave us zombie stormtroopers. That's not even supposed to be canon. They did it. They did it. And I sat there and I said to myself, I can't believe I'm getting this. It's kind of like when Marvel came out with What If in 2021 and they did the zombie episode. I was like, I can't believe they're doing this. And it was great. Ahsoka was fucking strong. I loved even more so seeing Anakin Skywalker again. Not Darth Vader. Hayden Christensen as Anakin Skywalker. And doing, like, just acting the fucking shit out of the scenes with Rosario Dawson. And it's cool because they actually have chemistry together. They've done things together, I think, on Broadway, wherever it may be. But they're cool. They know each other. That comes across on screen. Seeing little Ahsoka in a flashback to the Clone Wars. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh my god, this little Ahsoka looks just like the fucking cartoon. How'd they do it? How'd they do it? I sat there and I enjoyed pretty much every single episode of Ahsoka. Then they go, and that's just Ahsoka. Yo, I didn't even talk about the Rebels cast. You've got Hera. You've got Ezra, obviously, because they're looking for Ezra. That was the whole point of the end of Rebels. You got Sabine. Fuck. You got Chopper. It wasn't the Star Wars from the last 2 years. It wasn't Star Wars TV over the last 2 years. With the exception of Mando. But it wasn't Andor. It wasn't the shit that was Obi-Wan. It wasn't the Book of Boba Fett. It wasn't. It was Star Wars for people like me. People who grew up on the OT and then the comics and the novels and the fucking video games before they decided to make more. And for that, it's definitely on my top 10 list. And yes, at number 8, there's just other things, again, like I said, that's above it that I just had more of a heart on for, if you get my drift. But yeah, Ahsoka, number 8.
No. The only thing I know from Ahsoka is people were bitching, and I really like zombie stormtroopers and necromancy. Sith necromancy. That's my stuff. I don't have Disney Plus anymore. I'll get into that in my worst list.
Sorry, had a moment.
No, you're good. But no, I'm glad that it seems like Disney's turning it around with Star Wars. Let's just hope they continue on this track, though.
But we'll get to that.
Yeah.
But But that's number 8. What's your number 7?
65.
Shut the fuck up.
I really loved 65.
Shut the fuck up. Okay. No.
You didn't like it?
No, you go ahead. You do your thing. Explain.
All right. No, 65, I really enjoyed it. The wife and me sat down, and I'm like, this is going to be like a horror movie, kind of like suspense horror. And we sat there, watched it. I'm all about the characters. I'm all about the scenery. I know Gam Gam hates the fact that it's not accurate dinosaurs, but I'm like, I don't care. I'm enjoying this. There's actual, like, tension. And the fact that he caused the destruction of the dinosaurs is awesome. I loved it. It felt like, it honestly felt the closest we would ever get to a Dino Crisis style movie.
Yeah.
And I love it. Everything about it. Adam Driver never sleepwalks through a performance, and you see it here. He is great. And this guy goes through such punishment, man. So much punishment throughout the movie, and you root for him. I cared about him. I cared about the little girl. And people need to stop comparing it to The Last of Us, because that's stupid. Dude, that was a whole fucking thing. People are like, it's just The Last of Us. Every big-time reviewer, it's just The Last of Us.
What?
Newsflash. Shit like this has happened before The Last of Us.
What?
It was dumb. I loved 65. I need to buy it still. It's on my list to buy. It's just I've been collecting a lot of Italian shit still.
Yeah, don't worry, it's still on Netflix, so.
Yeah, no, 65, check it out. Just be ready to not have scientifically accurate dinosaurs. Just go in thinking of Dino Crisis 3. Just go in like that. Space and then weird monster shit. Okay, there.
That is absolutely a perfect point. Just think of Dino Crisis 3. Okay, so I might have to apologize to you. I got a little like, what the fuck? I could have sworn you didn't like that movie when we first talked about that.
I loved it.
Oh,
I really loved it. No, Gam Gam hated it. Gam Gam hates it bad. Okay. I loved it. I walked out of it and I'm like, dude, that is the closest we will get to a Dino Crisis movie. I remember just being like in awe. And it's like actually fucking scary. There's horrifying shit in that movie.
There absolutely
and I loved it.
One of the scenes that had me like, oh my god, is when the little girl that thing went in her mouth, the scorpion, or not the centipede.
Oh yeah.
And that little girl, by the way, played young Gamora in Avengers Infinity War, or
really
Endgame and Infinity War. Yep, she played, and she was little Ahsoka in the Ahsoka show. That's why I was like, wait,
no
what?
Shit.
Yeah, she looked just like the cartoon. So that's funny you said 65. Now I'll be honest with you. I'm shocked. I honestly thought you didn't like it. It's in my honorable mentions.
Hey, that's fair.
It's in my honorable mentions. It's actually my number 1 honorable mention. So I'm just throwing that out there now. I love that movie. I did. It came out in February too, so it was like one of the first movies. Everything you said, I absolutely agree with. Adam Driver never fucking sleepwalking through a performance. Never. Even when it calls for that. The sleepwalking is amazing. Adam Driver is one of the best. He's a Marine, for crying out loud.
Oh yeah. And you see it on screen. The way he handles that fake sci-fi weapon, I'm like,
there's the training. There's the training.
Why is it taking so long?
Because he had a
Get rid of the fucking lightsaber. Give him a fucking gun.
He had a lightsaber in a fucking complex, apparently. No, when you get him in a fucking sci-fi flick where he has to be a leader, he was fantastic in it.
Yeah.
And like you said, you nailed it. He goes through so much in this movie and things, and this is why I like this movie a lot. Things that we as the audience find out over time, without spoiling the movie, that he's already carrying that baggage. So to see him do that and then find this young lady who's still alive, the only survivor left, the language barrier, like all of this was dope. And again, he got to get the fuck out this planet because it's going to blow up. Oh yeah, no, that's a fantastic number 7, man. I can't even lie.
No, like I said, I enjoyed it. The wifey and me, because she helped me. 'Cause, man, when I watch a lot of movies throughout the year, she helps me remember shit that we watch. She said 65 because I forgot I seen it this year, and everything how I felt about that movie clicked. I was like, oh, yes, it has to be on my top 10. I loved that. But again, like, so much goes on throughout the year, and it was like, February, March, dude. It was like fucking early.
It was
this
early.
year.
Yeah, and one thing I remember when I saw the movie, I went into that movie thinking it was a time travel movie. The fact of the matter is, it was just an alien race 65 million years ago. I love things like that. Give me more of that. Give me humanoid aliens from 65 million years ago. Yeah.
Creative. It's creative, and again, people got to get over the scientifically accurate dinosaur. Go watch Jurassic Park. Go watch that shit. Let me enjoy my science fiction monster movie with a spaceman 65 million years ago fighting weird dinosaur lizard. I'm okay with all of this. Like, calm down. And then there were people bitching in reviews. The ending is just like a video game. And I'm like,
yeah,
dude, it's like Dino Crisis. This is what I wanted. This is what I went in expecting.
Yeah.
I remember the 90s. I have these games. I play them. Fuck.
Listen, it's literally, I can't even, how could you be mad at that? Because here's my problem with people who say shit like that. Because when they were playing those games back then, they were probably at the edge of their seat, shitting their pants, trying to get through, beat the timer. That's it.
Yeah.
Resident Evil did it. Dino Crisis did it. So what's the problem here? We're seeing it in live action. Why y'all mad? Stop.
It's because it's not peak cinema. It's not a Martin Scorsese film. It's not the Goodfellas of dinosaur movies. Listen, it's better than Jurassic World Dominion, so shut the fuck up.
That movie didn't come out this year, right?
No.
Okay,
no.
then I should have known it last year.
Oh god, that movie.
Yeah.
I feel like it's existed forever.
Ugh, good Lord have mercy.
But yeah, no, 65, man. It's a damn good movie. It's not even a shut your brain off movie. There's intellect there. The science makes sense. Everything's grounded. It's grounded, and he's an alien.
It's perfect. It's perfect. I loved it. Thoroughly loved it. Again, it's my number one honorable mention. But man, listen, if HBO Max didn't pull that stunt, 65 be up there.
Oh yeah.
My number 7. My number 7 adorns my wall back there. My number 7 is Super 7. Okay, hear me out.
Right.
This year, between Gam Gams, Chase to an extent, and then Rob to an extent too, because Rob be on some other level. I'm not even trying to do what he does. But with you and with Gam Gam, with the collectings and the constant, the toy stuff, and doing the toy reviews with Gam Gam, just, I wanted that again. I felt like I needed to get things. Because every now and then I would go and I would pick something up and I was like, oh, that's cool. And it was in February. It started in February. My family, we had, like, nothing negative to us, but, you know, we lost a pet.
Yeah.
And it kind of messed up my wife and my kid. And so I said, let's go to the toy store. Right? Because that's the only way I think I could get over my kid. There was this like coffee shop for my wife to go to. I take my kid to a toy store. I go in there, and then there's these Super 7s. These Super 7 reaction Godzillas. And I go, oh, you know what? I actually like this. I need this guy. I need this guy. Oh, they got a Rodan. I need him. My guy. And that began what I like to call the demise of my wallet. And that's not Christmas, because Christmas, for crying out loud, I'm done. But holy smokes, like, I really had to work hard to put this collection together, because son of a bitch, Super 7 got me. Now, I know I'm saying Super 7, I like the reaction lines. I got one Ultimate, okay? I know how you feel. I know how Gam Gam feels. I know how, like, the majority of the collecting verse feels about the Ultimate lines for Super 7. the gloss, the weird looks.
Oh. Before you continue with that, they have fucking turned that tide.
The Meltdown Goji?
Meltdown Godzilla and Destroya are top of the fucking line.
So,
I can't wait.
I can't wait either. And on my big bad, my Meltdown Goji still says pre-order. And I'm like, yo, there's
Big Bad gets behind. I talked to them on the phone.
Okay.
I call them every now and then, check some orders that I have. They're behind. We should be getting them mid-January.
Okay.
Hopefully.
I'm fine with that. Because I've had it on pre-order since last year.
Oh yeah, trust me, man.
And
Same.
It's like I want it. But no, yeah, the ultimate I got was the Dark Horse Comics version.
Oh yeah.
It's one of my favorite, based off of Arthur Adams' art. The blood gushing out of his face because it got hit with the anti-nuclear bacteria, but the Dark Horse version, right? And I love it. And it's one of my favorite things. It's chilling there with the anti-monitor. But again, my Super 7s. My Super 7 reactions. To the point, and this is why it's on the list. They did the blind boxes, okay, for Target. And I went and I literally took a scale, a kitchen scale. And I weighed the ones that I have. And I jotted down the weight. And then I went to the Target that had all of them, right? It had whole boxes still. And I weighed each box. And when I found what I didn't have on my list, I grabbed it. Thus getting the whole collection. And they're coming out with another one of those this year. Shogun, I think it is. So I'm kind of, because I got a couple of Shoguns. Super 7 has me. They have my money.
Oh, yeah.
Gam Gam said it the best. And massive props to Gam Gam on this. He said, the reason you resonate to it so much is because you grew up with the Kenner Star Wars toys. And this is exactly that. And I said, Gam Gam, if I saw you, like if you were here right now, I'd kiss you on the mouth. Mwah, I love you. He was absolutely right. That was 100% correct. I haven't seen anything like this since those 80s Star Wars Kenner toys. So when I see it now with Godzilla, I love it. Oh, and don't get me twisted. It's not just Godzilla, ladies and gentlemen. Nope. I got a ton of Transformers over there in the corner. I had to take them off the wall. I got the Universal Monsters. Creature from the Black Lagoon. The Mummy. The Creature Walks Among Us. I'm mad because I can't find Revenge of the Creature. It's sold out.
You also have Return of the Living Dead.
I also have the Return of the Living Dead, Trash and Suicide. Those are my...
And they have a re-release of those, by the way. I've got them on pre-order.
So, my entire wall of Godzilla right there, I got 3 non-Godzilla things. Return of the Living Dead, Trash and Suicide, and this year's Halloween Optimus Prime, because my favorite colors are black and orange, and he's black and orange. And he sits right there with them. Although, once I get some new Godzilla stuff, good Lord have mercy. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is what I'm trying to say. Y'all ruined me. You ruined me.
Yes.
You, Gam Gams, Chase to an extent, Rob, I don't even, like I said, I can't even fuck with Rob, but y'all ruined me. I get this, and now I get Godzilla, oh my God, I'm buying Bandai's again. I haven't bought a Bandai since like 2005.
Man, we eating good though with Godzilla figures. To be honest, you know what's funny? I don't buy the Super 7 reactions that often. I got the half transformed 74 Mecha Godzilla because I have to.
Yep.
I got the glow in the dark Jet Jaguar because he was like, I think he was free actually. They were giving him away for free at this local store in the mall.
I hate you for that.
I know. And I found a fucking Minya. Last weekend I found a fucking Minya.
Oh, last
Of course I bought
weekend.
the Minya.
Oh.
Last weekend I found him. I found him out in the wild and he was the only Super 7 anything left. And I grabbed him and I walked around like he was my fucking trophy. I was like, I have a fucking Minya. Minya.
It's to the point, I had Minya, I buy them from the website when they come out. I buy that series. I will say, my daughter hooked me up. She went to San Jose in June for a concert out there, right, with a bunch of her friends. And they found this comic collectible shop. And I didn't know they had this thing, but she got me the movie poster King of the Monsters Godzilla. So his spines are orange.
Yeah.
Instead of the traditional gray. I would have never have known that existed. I've got every single one. I'm missing one right now, just one, in the entire reaction line, and that is the very first Maru-san Godzilla, where he's blue. I've got the green and I've got the white. I'm missing the blue, and that one was also sold out. I swear on everything. If my wife, for whatever she did, finds that, and I have that under the tree for Christmas, yeah. In my mid-40s, I might be having another kid. I'm just saying. I love it that much. I love it that much. But yeah, nah, Super 7 is my number 7 because, for crying out loud, y'all have me broke.
Well, they started out iffy for a lot of us, and now, especially now, they've completely turned it around. That Meltdown Godzilla, gorgeous. That Destroyer is super articulated, and it's gorgeous. I'm like, fuck, man, like, I was shitting on them. Now I can't anymore. They've got me. They finally got me.
I'm going to get that Destroyer. I had purchased 2 things for Christmas for my kid, not knowing she already had them. I purchased like 13 things, but 2 of the 13 she had already.
Yeah.
So with that, once that stir credit rolls through, that's going to that Destroyer. If not that Destroyer, there's these cool Ninja Turtles that just came out on pre-order that I'm like, I might need that. But again, I digress. Super 7, number 7.
Nice.
What's your number 6?
My number 6, I got a lot of movies and games. I can just say that right now. My number 6, nobody really liked it. I don't understand why, but when I watched it, I loved it. Renfield. It's exactly what I expected. Who the fuck expected anything else? You have Nicolas Cage's Dracula. You have Renfield in a modern day who wants to not be a part of that. And then out of nowhere, you have this whole undercover cop story with drug lords and everything. And then Dracula becomes the leader of the drug lords. Because he's fucking Dracula. Yeah. He becomes the leader because he's fucking Dracula. It's gory. It's stylish. The fighting's great. The action's great. The comedy's great. Everything's great. I really, really enjoyed it. Is it the greatest fucking movie ever made? No. But it was fun. And that counts for something for me. That was fun. Nicolas Cage's Dracula. Where do you go wrong with that? And he's good. He's actually good. Like, Renfield's having this whole speech, this heartfelt speech, and to Dracula, he's like, I just don't want to be a part of you anymore. And he holds up a book. It's a self-help book. And Dracula looks at him and he's like, what? He's like confused by what Renfield's saying after 5 minutes of this speech. And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm gonna kill you now. You know this, right? This is great.
You know, from what you just said, Dracula becoming the drug lord, that's going on my honorable mentions on principle alone. I didn't even see it. And that's one of those movies that when the trailer came out was peak, and then I don't know, just like fell off the radar. Like so many things came out, and it was early too.
Yeah, it got shit on pretty hard. Reviewers shit on it. They were like, it's a 90s movie, and I'm like, what's wrong with that? Again, between 65 and Renfield, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Sometimes I like my 90s shit, you know? Sometimes watching Die Hard 2, 3, it ain't that bad. Like, come on, guys. Like, let's knock it off with the stigma of, oh, it's a 90s movie, but modern day. There's nothing wrong with that. It was damn good. It was funny as hell. And it's gory as shit. You like literally people getting their heads ripped off, body parts ripped off, and blood squirting out of orifices. Like, holy shit. I wasn't expecting that much gore. Like, gore. And it's good gore because it's like funny. Like, Renfield eats a bug, gets superpowers, rips these dudes' arms off, and is beating other dudes with the severed arms. It's fantastic. It's great. I don't get the hate with this movie. It's exactly what it advertised it was going to be. Exactly that. It's tongue-in-cheek. It's fun. It's funny. Watch it. I recommend it.
I will definitely do that. It is on Peacock. So that's I'm kind of upset at myself that I didn't get around to watching that, because that should have been watched.
It's stupid. It's stupid, but it's funny. It's a 90s movie, man. Just go in knowing that it's a 90s movie. That's it.
I love 90s movies. I mean, that was the pinnacle for me. Listen, the Hesai saga is all from the 90s. I mean, like, all right, yeah. Not all of them, 89 and 84, but still, that's my favorite era of Godzilla right there. But no, I'm down for that. Yeah, I like a good gory. It reminds me of what you're saying. It reminds me of Peter Jackson's Dead Alive.
It's like that, tongue in cheek. It's funny
and gory as shit.
And Nicolas Cage, you could tell he was having a blast with that role as Dracula. He actually, surprisingly enough, does kind of play it straightforward, but his natural charisma and how he acts comes off as comedic.
Yeah.
And it's perfect. Dude, they actually fucking create the original Universal monster Dracula with this new Renfield and Nicolas Cage's Dracula. They actually redid when Renfield goes into the castle and Bela Lugosi's like, I am Count Dracula. They remade all of that in black and white.
I gotta see it.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
I gotta see it. I'm a sucker for the classics. I'm a sucker for the Universal monsters. I really am. I want to see so much more from it. There's a couple of things I heard coming down the pike, but damn it, man.
Yeah.
I really wish when I moved out here almost 11 years ago now, I watched The Wolfman, the remake, right? It was like one of the first things I saw out here. And I said, this is great, but you know what would be better? Going black and white and telling that tale, you know, in that time. Like, I don't know, but it's all good. I'm gonna watch Renfield this weekend. I definitely am.
No, I'm serious. I think you'd get a kick out of it. I really do.
Oh man, so that was
my number 6.
All right, that was your number 6. All right, I too have a movie at my number 6. Transformers: Rise of the Beasts. It's my number 6 favorite thing of the year, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because Michael Bay be damned. Okay? Rise of the Beast. I love Beast Wars. I was a big fan of Beast Wars. I loved Beast Machines, the sequel series. Not a lot of people like that, but I did because the lore. They kept building upon lore. With Bumblebee, they were giving me Transformers that felt like the cartoons. Felt like Transformers. The characterizations felt like that. Granted, Bumblebee still couldn't talk, and he used the radio to get his message across, and that's fine. But Transformers: Rise of the Beast, I'm gonna tell you a couple of reasons why. One, it takes place in the 90s. We just had this 90s conversation. It takes place in the 90s. Two, the lead's Puerto Rican from Brooklyn. I'm already in. That feels like me. Holy shit, right? His little brother has a disease. He's got shit. My brother had a disease too. What the fuck? Like, it was hitting on all of these emotional levels. And granted, the average viewer, they're not gonna give a fuck, right? But it hit me. It hit me. The music. Oh, Sign of My Time. I was all in. I'm dancing. I'm like, oh, I'm punching my brother. I'm punching my nephew. Like I said with the Godzilla -1 review, I'm chopping my brother. This one, I'm punching them, both of them. Boom, boom. Let's go. It was dope. But then it was the Transformers. It was their characterizations. Granted, Optimus was a bit of a grump. Okay? But I could understand in the context of the film. But for the love of God, we're getting the fucking Maximals. We're getting, granted, they're not really the Terracons in the sense of Terracons, but we're getting Scourge and fucking Nightbeat. I think that was her name. But Unicron is there. They visualized Unicron. To the point that they even played Unicron's theme. Now listen, if you're a Transformer fanatic, like I'm a Transformer fanatic, and I'm not the only one, I got a ton of friends I bullshit with that are Transformers fanatics. That 1986 movie, Unicron's theme is one of the greatest musics of all time. It goes up there with Star Wars. It goes up there with Jaws. It goes up there with Godzilla. It goes up there. Unicron's theme is a fucking masterpiece for us in the Transformers community. They did it in the movie. They did it. Oh, stop it. It was better than the majority of the It's better than pretty much all of the Michael Bay movies. It really is. It really, really is in terms of like just quality. Now, people might disagree with me, and that's 100% fine. But as far as being an old school Transformer head, I literally had to convince my friend, one of my best friends ever. And all we do is rock Transformers. Whenever he comes out here, we watch Transformers. When I go down there, we watch Transformers. Dragon Ball and Transformers and Gears of War is our thing. And getting drunk. But don't tell nobody that. That's our thing. And I was like, bro, you don't understand. His cousin was getting on him like, bro, you don't understand. This one changes the game. This one goes back to being Saturday morning cartoon. This goes back to being that. It goes back to being what we fell in love with Transformers. They found that heart. And they put it in the movie. And I was just like, I loved it. I fucking loved it. It literally took away all of Michael Bay shit and said, nah, this is what we're doing. If I had one problem with the movie, just one. In Bumblebee, we see Wheeljack on Cybertron. And Wheeljack looks like Wheeljack. But in this movie, Wheeljack is a van from Spain with a Spanish accent. Spanish? See how I said that? I don't mind it, but you could have given him any other moniker. It could have been any other thing, and I was mad at that because we saw Wheeljack. Hell, if I'm not mistaken, Wheeljack even speaks in Bumblebee in the beginning opening sequence on Cybertron. So I was kind of like, yeah, see, that right there, that's no good. That's not Wheeljack. But outside of that, everything was just fucking rocking and rolling to me. The cast, I love the cast. I love the Brooklyn, New York ass. I love that aspect of it, man. It really felt like the heyday. It felt like where I want to be back again. You know what I mean? It really brought that out in me. I loved it. Transformers Rise of the Beast #6. I love you so much, Unicron!
You know, I actually planned on seeing that in theaters, and I just fell off. I had a busy summer, man. I did not get to go see it, and I'm disappointed.
Yeah, no, you good.
Disappointed.
No, but listen, as soon as the first trailer came out and that Fandango thing hit, I told my brother, I got your tickets. I got you and your son's ticket. They done. It's in. Don't worry. We're in. We're good. We're going. God, and I saw it in a Dolby Theater too. It was rocking and rolling.
Oh,
I actually,
nice.
you know, it's funny. I actually seen Transformers Rise of the Beast. That is the second most viewed movie in a theater this year. For me.
Really?
Yes. Because I only seen Spider-Man twice. But Transformers, I seen 4 times in theaters.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. But it's the second. It's number 2.
Yeah.
My number 1 is. We'll get to that.
Yeah, right? No, that's dope, man. That's dope. That was the thing. Like, I like the original Transformers movie. And I haven't liked any since. I haven't seen Bumblebee yet. But Transformers has never been my thing.
Yeah.
But that first movie with Michael Bay, I liked it. Everyone after that, like, these are shit.
Same.
So it soured it for me, you know? So, like, the new Bumblebee movie, people were telling me to watch it, and I'm like, eh. Rise of the Beast actually looked good. I got excited. But I slept on it. But I'm going to end up watching it.
Don't worry, it'll be a part of your HBO Max subscription soon. If they get that Paramount, if they get that Paramount.
Oh, wait, I got Paramount Plus. Now I don't have an excuse.
Oh, you don't have an excuse. It's on Paramount Plus. I literally watched it like 2 weeks ago, and I was like, I love this movie.
No, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. So my number 5 is an album. The CD that came out this year. First time for me, but I had to. It's from my favorite band. I'm a death metal guy. I like metal. I like screaming. My favorite band is Carnifex. They put out a new album called Necrom. This is terrible. Bear with me. Necromantium. Necromantium. And it's good. It's death metal mixed with, like, opera music. Like,
What?
you know. Yeah, it's weird to say. Like, you know, like people, like, choir. Like a choir, how they sing in a choir.
Okay.
It's death metal mixed with some of that, and it worked. And I like the story they were telling. It's like how they were telling it, and it came through in the album. It's like all the different songs represent a different place in hell, and it worked for me. It really did. It's something that like I put on for my D&D sessions when we have like a super gothic D&D battle. I'll put this album on. I'll pick a track from it because it works. It's a really good album. I recommend it. Carnifex is one of they're old school with death metal. A lot of new older death metal bands changed their sound lately. Death metal's dying. They're holding true. They've created a new genre like called blackened death metal. It's like they're hardcore, man. They're hardcore, but don't tell Matt they're hardcore because he's gonna be like, nah, it's not hardcore.
Matt's on another level, bro.
He's on another level. I won't go as far as Matt, but I enjoyed this album. I really did, so much so I had to put it on my list. It was like it's a banger, especially when you have a 10-inch sub in your car. And
no wonder why your neighbors hate you.
I know, right? No, it's great. If you're a death metal fan, check it out. I'm sure everyone's checked it out by now because it came out maybe September. Yeah, it was right before Halloween, so.
Oh, perfect
yeah,
timing.
no, it's good. I liked it. Rob and me were talking about it too, because I was kind of like, because I like one of their previous albums called Slow Death. It's still my favorite album from them. But Rob and me were talking about it. I hadn't listened to the album yet, and Rob was like, "Yo, listen to it. Like it's damn good." I'm like, "Nah, man, they ain't gonna top Slow Death." He's like, "No, they did. For me, they didn't. Because Slow Death is like near perfect for everything that I want, but this comes damn close. It's like number 2, like solid number 2 for me. But it's good. Check it out if you're into that type of music."
So when you said like the operatic part, the choir part. Even though I don't think they're not death metal, but it reminded me of Ghost. Like that's what I took from it, you know.
So take that operatic Ghost sound and just have heavy guitar riffing and a lead singer that can just guttural, dude. He's good. He's good.
So Gam
like,
Gam. Go ahead.
And it's like, because I started listening to Cannibal Corpse lately, and it's like, I like Cannibal Corpse, but there's something about Carnifex, the way they do their music, where it's like, it's not fucking noise. A lot of Cannibal Corpse is noise. Like, it's just, it's a guy just pissed off and they're all just hitting their fucking shit. No, there's music here. There's rhythm, and it's good. It's there, and I like it.
Gam Gam told me, he put me on to, I think it was Gojira, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the French metal band.
Oh, man, so I'm listening, I was like, yo, I'm banging. Oh, man, what the fuck? But then they started singing, and then I was like, whoa, okay, I don't. But damn, like everything up to that point, I was like, oh, shit. There's a song on the original Mortal Kombat soundtrack. I don't remember the name of the band at all, but they had this death metal sound when they were like singing, and they're like, right. But then when the chorus hit, he's singing, and he's singing like basically like God Forgive Me, but the fucking music and the drum kick is, oh my God, it's like ethereal, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah.
I never listened to music like that. Like I said, with Transformers, like I'm a hip hop 90s, you know, I was born in the 70s. You know, raised in the air. I'm a hip-hop guy from Brooklyn, New York. So when I start hearing things like that, I automatically kind of like push it to the side unless a bug gets in my ear. Something clicks. And like that Mortal Kombat song, for instance, fuck, even Gwar. I gotta be honest. Like there's a Gwar song that I absolutely love. And Ghost recently, that's the most recent thing over the last, I would say, 5 years. I found Ghost, and I was like, I'm listening to the, some of the old stuff, some of the new stuff. I don't get 100% into it, but shit, the ones I do like,
Yeah.
woo, I can't play one of them songs for my wife. The one where he's singing about Satan.
Yeah.
Day zero year, or whatever, year zero. I can't play that around my wife. She would shoot me. We don't even have a gun. She Yu Hakusho my ass. She called me a demon, killed me. But yeah, man, I digress.
No, I honestly, if I was to recommend a track for you to listen to from this album, it'd probably be Infinite Night of Terror. That's the one that really has the opera in it, and it's good.
I just like the title.
It's good.
The title alone sounds dope. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, right?
Infinite.
It's good. But you gotta be into it. You gotta be into that type of metal. But, that I had to put it on the list, man. It's my favorite band. I mean...
And again, that's what makes these lists perfect. It's what we liked this year, what we loved this year. If an album came out that you loved, put it on there. Why not? I'd have done it.
Yeah.
But my number 5 will be back right after this commercial break.
All right.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We had to take a quick commercial break right there. Sometimes the fluids just go through you. They just go through you. But JR, I should say, just finished his number 5, which was Carnifex. All right? The Necromantium CD, which is great because he's going to hook me up with that after the show. I can't wait. But my number 5, like my number 7, JR, you actually had a hand in this year. Yeah. Because my number 5 favorite thing of 2023 is wrestling. It is wrestling. I'm going to tell you right now, this year has probably been one of the best years, if not the best year, of wrestling since the 90s, since the Monday Night Wars, when the NWO was on fire, and The Rock and Stone Cold and Triple H was on fire, Mick Foley and all that shit. This year, with AEW and WWE competing at this top level, I absolutely loved wrestling. And in the beginning of the year, I found my love for it a lot more when we were doing those watch-alongs. When we got to watch like Royal Rumble and WrestleMania. And even like the pay-per-views in between. I forgot how much fun it is to sit down with somebody having just as much fun as me. I got a really good friend out here. The first person I met out here, my first legit friend out here, big time wrestling fan. I went to the 2019 Royal Rumble with him. He goes to all of the events. He goes. I love that dude. And while there are times that we can watch and have a fucking great, we do, it's something different about someone who is rekindling a relationship with wrestling the way you had rekindled that relationship with wrestling, and I was a part of that journey. We got to watch things together, and I loved every minute because it was feeding me. Your energy was giving me energy, and that's one thing that wrestling's all about. The energy the performer puts out and the energy us as the fans give back. And watching wrestling with you, I felt that. I felt that energy. Granted, I used to backyard wrestle in a church basement, but still, it was fun, right? Like, just to entertain, even if we were teenagers and just mucking around, you know what I'm saying, with a camcorder, just having a good time. But it was fun to do that, and then watching it with somebody like you, it was there. But that aside, it's not the reason why I loved it. This year, the WWE, like, Vince McMahon took a step aside, Triple H took over. WWE is so much fun to watch now. I sit there and go, oh my God, here's what I missed. This is why I didn't hate them going to 3 hours for Raw back in the day. Like, give me all of this. And then AEW, which I'll be honest, I'm biased. I like AEW. I like the competition. And it was so great. And here's the deal. The latter half of this year with the pay-per-views have been unbelievable. Unbelievable. The Money in the Bank ladder match this year, both girls and guys, but the guys was unreal. The bumps these dudes were taking. I mean, I watched Ricochet jumped through a ladder outside the ring, through a ladder, and hit this fucking, Tope Suicida, and I'm like, what the fuck? I watched the Paul kid, Logan Paul, just be absolutely crazy, taking these crazy ass bumps on the ladder. I'm sitting there, I'm like, yo, he's a YouTuber. Don't hurt him. And then I gotta take a step back and say, nah, you know what? That dude's actually an athlete. Regardless of what his boxing career is, the work he puts in, I respect the fuck out of it. I do. I don't care what he does on YouTube. I don't care about that. What he does in that ring is fucking magic, man. It's magic. He should not have that type of talent. He does. It's magic. So seeing that, to seeing the last pay-per-view I watched for AEW, and seeing something I have never ever seen before in my life, the closest thing I can say was when The Undertaker threw Mankind off the steel cage. That was shocking shit. We thought he was dead. That was a fucking brutal match. I was a kid then. What I saw in this Texas death match in AEW in the last pay-per-view, Full Gear, was Hangman Adam Page busting Swerve Strickland open, grabbing him by the head, and then drinking his blood. Listen to what I just said.
My God.
He busted Swerve Strickland open, grabbed him by his dreadlocks, and drank his blood that was gushing from his forehead. I had never seen nothing like that in my life. And I jumped out of my chair, and that is seared into my brain. Again, I never seen nothing. The only thing that comes close to that type of oh my God moment was Undertaker throwing Mick Foley off the fucking steel cage through a table, and everybody thought he's dead. Tooth through his lip, through his mouth, into his nose. You can't survive things like that. Then climbing back up to the steel cage to get chokeslammed through the cage onto the. It was insane. This dude drank his blood. He was using a staple gun, and was stapling his face and his body and his arms. And this was happening. I couldn't believe it. I love wrestling. I love it. I love it. I love both sides. AEW, WWE for life, or at least 2023 into 2024. And a big part of that had to do with CM Punk. Huge part had to do with CM Punk. But that's a story for another segment.
Well, I've got some news for you. Latter half of this year, it's been rough getting these pay-per-views and catching them and doing the recordings, but that's changing. See, going into this year, I made a new YouTube channel. This is my stream channel. I need more content for it. Not only that, I'm planning my weekends different for this coming year, and I'm specifically planning them for the WWE live events. Yes! So we are going full fucking swing back into it. Yes! I wanted to save it because that was news for me. It was big news for me because that's like my gift to you, right?
Ooh!
I'm going back to it. Not only just that, I got 2 monitors for my computer right now. I'm gonna have a third. I can watch this shit, stream it, have you here all on these 3 fucking monitors with the surround sound or my headphones. I've got the setup now. And then the wifey, sit back there or sit next to me. Pick a monitor because we are going hard. The setup's complete, and I am planning my shit differently. I was even talking to wifey about it too, like this past weekend. She's like, you don't do the wrestling stuff anymore. It's like, I'm busy on weekends. She's like, take some fucking weekends. Plan out when the events are. And do your shit with Ray. I'm gonna do it. So
January.
That's my gift to you.
Oh,
it's coming.
Oh, I just changed my whole top 10. I know what my number 1 is now. My new number 1. It's you. Thank you. That gift. Oh my.
No,
listen.
man. It's just I have so much fun doing it, and it's a de-stressor for me from like the mundane work shit.
Yeah.
Now it's like, no, I'm gonna come home on my Saturdays. I'm gonna get my Wingstop. And we are going to watch this shit. I want to watch people hurt themselves for my entertainment. And it's fun. It's happening, man. It is. And that's the big news. So, and the new YouTube channel, shameless plug. It's called JR's GAM Streams. Literally my YouTube name with streams added to it.
Oh my god.
Subscribe! Because the content's coming. It's coming.
Oh, I cannot wait for that Royal Rumble. I'm going to be going crazy as it is. Oh my god, have mercy on my soul. I am so happy.
I missed the Survivor Series. I enjoyed it last year and I missed it this year.
And it was fucking great this year.
I heard it was fantastic, and it kills me because it was just, I got caught up in so much shit.
Yo, listen.
So much.
Kairi Sane was up on the top of they did War Games. It wasn't even just like regular Survivor Series. It was War Games. Kairi Sane was up on the top of the steel cage, put a fucking aluminum garbage pail on her body, over her head. And I'm sitting there, I can't watch this. I can't watch this. I can't. What if she loses the balance and falls backwards? Oh my god, what's going to... Put it over her fucking body. You can't see a damn thing. And then jumps off the top of the steel cage and crashes in to all 6 women on the floor. Yo, and I'm telling you, Survivor Series this year was one of the bangers. Listen, man, when you got time, you just go on Peacock and just zip through them, or go find a review on YouTube and watch like 20 minutes of it. Unbelievable. Yeah. I am so, bro, you got me so excited. I'm gonna stop this list, go to sleep, and wait. I'm a time travel.
I'm serious, man. Dude, it's coming because, and like I said, it's just something I've missed doing, and it got thrown on the back burner, and I'm like, this should never have been thrown on the back burner. You know, my buddies, they can take a fucking weekend without me going over there to hang out with them. They can take a fucking weekend. It saves me money. Shit, I ain't going out to find Godzilla figures and weird Italian movies. I just ordered $20 worth of Wingstop and sit on my ass and use my sister's Peacock account.
There it is. We get drunk, we eat Wingstop, and we scream about wrestling. That's why it's my number 5. It was so good this year. Yeah. And 2024 is going to be better now because of JR. JR, you son of a bitch. You're the number 1.
I know.
I'm marking out for you right now. I'm marking out for you.
I'm excited about it, man. I really am.
Oh, man.
I got the whole setup. I don't gotta weirdly stream it from my home theater anymore. I've got the computer set up now. Ugh. It's all good. All I need to do is one more monitor, $100. 3 monitors. That's all I need. And we're good. Solid. My sister's gonna hate me though, because I keep logging into different shit with the Peacock. And all I ever watch is wrestling, so.
Because you sure as hell ain't watching Halloween Ends.
Listen, that didn't come out this year.
No, it didn't. No, thank God.
But, so we're on number 4, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I'm a Spider-Man fan. I am. My favorite being, obviously, Japanese Spider-Man. Tobey Maguire. I love Spider-Man. I really do. One of the ones I really liked was Into the Spider-Verse. I thought it was a really great movie. Animation top-notch. I like Miles Morales. In those movies, I won't talk about the game shit. Fuck that right now. But
it's not his fault. They fucked the suit up.
Yeah. But I watched Across the Spider-Verse, and I came out of that just like in awe. Listen, man, the Spider-Man T-Rex in there.
Yo.
He was in the movie.
With a T-whip?
It was fucking great! It was good. Oh my god. No, seriously, like, Across the Spider-Verse, I was talking to Wifey, I'm like, because my favorite Spider-Man movie is Spider-Man 2. Tobey Maguire's Raimi shit.
Yep.
That movie is, like, perfect.
It's perfect.
The extended cut's even better. But I'm watching this, I'm like, will it be Spider-Man 2? No, but god damn it, it is on my number 2. It was so good. So good. The animation, everything was so good. I was happy with it. I geeked out. All the different Spider-Men that were in the movie, I was freaking out. You know, Spider T-Rex and so many. And then, god damn it, the Scarlet Spider. What's his?
Ben Reilly, right? Ben Reilly.
Yeah, Ben Reilly, fucking hilarious. emo as shit. Oh, I'm just a clone. I don't have self-identity. I'm like, oh my god, that's my shit right there. That's my shit. I root for Batman Haley. God, it was so funny because that's how he is. That's how he is. And they just like took the comedic part of that, amplified it. He's great. And then you have Spider-Man 2099.
2099. Miguel O'Hara.
Yeah. I totally get where he was coming from. I totally get it. I mean, yeah, let's be honest. Shit was getting fucked up. Okay? Shit was getting fucked up. He needed to put a stop to it. I got it. And then that cliffhanger, bro, it worked for me. It worked for me. It seems like Sony, when they stopped doing stupid shit and just let the animation team do their thing, we're good. We don't get forced Venom. We don't get forced Carnage. We don't get forced the fucking...
Morbius.
Fucking Sinister Six and Morbius. We don't get Kraven the Hunter. We don't get this shit shoved down our throat. We get creativity.
Wow.
And that's what I like.
Wow. I loved your end sentence there. That was fucking beautiful. We get creativity. You are absolutely right. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse is one of my favorite Spider-Man movies of all time. Also, I have my reservations with the first movie. I don't hate the first movie. It's just not enough Spider-Man in a movie that's called the Spider-Verse. That's all I'm saying. This one. Oh, I couldn't say that. I couldn't say that if I had any complaint. Is I didn't get to see a Spider-Man.
Yeah, what the
I think Toye has some kind of legal thing to seeing it on screen, but it was in the Spider-Verse comic book. Hell,
yeah,
he busts out like, I'm the emissary from hell, Putin! And it was dope. Like, that shit popped me when I read that shit. I threw my comic. I was, oh! So yeah, I was holding out hope for that, but 100% agree with you. Yeah, no, Spider-Man 2 is classic upon classic. It transcends, right?
Yeah.
Across the Spider-Verse is one of those movies, and in terms of Spider-Man movies, my personal favorite now, is the No Way Home. That's my personal favorite because they bring everything together. They do something nothing has ever done before in live action. You know, the Spider-Verse movies are animated. You can go buck wild crazy, and I love that. That was the conversation I had when the first movie came out. I was like, you can do whatever you want. It's animated. You can have 15 different Spider-Men at the same time. This one, they gave you 1,500. It was beautiful. I agree. I can't even gush about it anymore because it's coming. It's coming somewhere. It's coming. It's coming.
All right, well, what's your number 4?
Okay. My number 4, and like I said earlier, consolidating. Netflix animation.
Really?
Netflix animation. Yo, their animated stuff has been really, really fucking solid. But this year, I mean, I got punched in my face multiple times, and I got punched in my face by things I did not even expect to like. But I'm telling you right now, watch Blue Eye Samurai. Holy shit!
I'm hearing good things.
I did not want to watch that, and then I put it on, and I sat there and I said, "Okay, you got my attention." Every episode is like 45 to 50 minutes long, a little maybe 53 minutes long. I had one complaint with that show. It happened in episode 1, and then it didn't happen again, and I was like, okay, maybe it was a one-off. And that's, they used the Kill Bill music in it. There was Kill Bill music in it, and I was like, I don't need that, especially when it's, you know, ancient feudal Japan. I don't need that modern music. Then they did it again in episode 6, which is the shortest episode. It's 36 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. And it is literally the most violent episode. 15-year-old me would go fucking batshit crazy, and I did. I mean, 40-plus-year-old me went batshit crazy. But they did it again. They added the Kill Bill music. Then they added music that sounded like it should be on Kill Bill soundtrack. And I sat there and I said, oh, it took me out. But it did not diminish overall the fact that this show was fucking phenomenal. And I turned to my kid and I looked at my kid and I said to my kid, I named you this name because it was uncommon yet beautiful. And here it is in Blue Eye Samurai, the princess. Oh, man. Now, it was weird, I gotta be honest, seeing a princess with my daughter's name get ramrodded in the show. But that's a mental thing, right? Because I'm like, no, it's not your daughter, it's a fucking anime. But, all right, you got your kids, got your daughter's name. So get it out your head. But Blue Eye Samurai was one of the reasons. Another reason, fuck me, Castlevania Nocturne. Yo! Castlevania, first off, was one of my favorite animes ever made. I couldn't believe how much I loved it. It's fucking perfect. I did not think Nocturne was going to do it because the trailer didn't really do it for me. The animation's still there, and I'm like, great. But I'm like, I don't see nobody. I don't see nobody I know. I don't see, where's everybody at? Didn't matter. Did not matter. This show, pitch perfect. Oh my god, I love how they build off themes from the first series, especially with the necromancy. Oh my god. But then the final scene of this season, I threw everything. I threw myself. I went out the window. It was fucking perfect. I'm not going to spoil it, but good Lord have mercy on my soul. I cannot wait for the next one. Then you got some crazy wild ass shit that I just randomly put on because of the name. Captain Laserhawk, a Blood Dragon remix. Bro. I seen Blood Dragon. I played Blood Dragon, the Far Cry expansion pack. It's balls to the walls. It's absolutely insane. Nothing to do with Far Cry. It doesn't take itself serious. It's an 80s, 90s action movie. There we go again with the 90s. It's an 80s, 90s sci-fi action romp. This show does that times 3 million. Times 3 million. And not only that, what they did was they made an Ubisoft animated shared universe. I couldn't believe it. You had rabbits, okay? Who were kaiju. They were kaiju. They were kaiju. You had Assassin's Creed, right? French. Right. It was a frog. The assassin was a frog. Decked out. Killing people. You had everything. They did Watch Dogs. They did everything. You had wrestlers in it, okay? You had Cody Rhodes, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes in it. And then you had Kenny Omega later in another episode. I said, wait a minute. That's WWE and AEW together in one. Bro, it was, and it's balls to the walls. It is absolute nonsense. It is non-stop, but it is so fucking good. And later on in the season, they do these things where, and it's a short season and they're short episodes, but like one of the later episodes, they completely change it up. It goes from animation to pixelation. But like live action pixelation. Oh, I loved it. Oh god, I can't recommend it enough. And this is not even everything, but last but not least, when it comes to this, Gams, shout out to you because you fucked up. Gamera Rebirth. Come on, man. Look, you give me Godzilla singular point, and the only thing I like is episode 10, the last 5 minutes. That's fine. But still Godzilla, and I still love it. But Gamera Rebirth, oh my god. Oh my god. And you know what was crazy about that? That's a rated R show. That's not a show for kids. Gamera's for the children. No, not this one. These kids was like, what the fuck are you doing? Fuck you, you fucking pussy. I was sitting there like, oh, what the fuck? And I'm a sailor. I curse. I love it. But I was taken aback like, yo, that shit just came out that 7-year-old's mouth. It felt like me back in elementary school. Fuck me up. But it was good. My one beef with the show is no Baragon. That was my only beef. They had every other show with kaiju, and then they did La Hypergauss. No. Just give me Baragon. It literally is the best Showa Gamera movie. I don't understand how you didn't have him. But I digress. Everything else about it was fucking dope. Netflix animation, Netflix in general, because Netflix was putting out some mangas. I just watched that Rebel Moon yesterday. It ain't great, but it ain't bad either. Zack Snyder, it ain't just.
That's a Zack Snyder one. I was seeing reviews on it this morning, and
It's.
oh.
You can see where it was his Star Wars. You can totally see it. To some points where he doesn't even change the sound effects to the blast of fire. It sounds like Star Wars blast of fire. And I was saying they're loving it. Like, yeah, why not? But, you know, they did a lot. Netflix really did do a lot. But the animation this year, top notch. And I didn't even see everything yet. I only seen 3-4 episodes of Onimusha. And I was loving that. I didn't even finish that. There's so many things that they've done in terms of animation. It's on my top 10 because I absolutely loved everything I saw in regards to Netflix and animation this year.
Nice. I don't have Netflix, so I don't get to watch anything.
well, blow me down. Shit.
Well, you know what sucks is Netflix stopped doing the account sharing shit. That's my problem.
Yeah, they did.
That killed me, man. Like, I like watching Seinfeld. Come on. You gonna lock me out of some Kramer action? Let's go. But no, I want to watch that Gamera anime. I'm gonna get it figured out one of these days to where I just like do a free trial or something with Netflix.
Dude, if you do a 7-day free trial, right, you can binge watch at least 2 of these seasons in one day.
Yeah.
And then you could take another one and literally, like, you can binge watch Blue Eyed Samurai in a day. I almost did it. It took me 2 days. Because I put a pause on it and I had to do something else. But dude, it's the animation alone, like the anime stuff. I cannot believe that this is the age we're living in where Netflix, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah. All right. Number 3.
Mm-hmm.
I won't even talk about the Game Awards because how bad of a day I was having. It was insane, but I did have a highlight out of it. So I bought this game back, early access 2019 for PC, and it sucked. It sucked for a long time. And then they were like, oh, we're going to release it this year. Okay. I've hated it for years. So I do the update. I'm like, oh my God, 150 gigs. Ooh. Jesus Christ. What did they do to this game? It's on my PC. So I update it. I'm like, all right, do I have to pay to play it? Because I bought the early access version for $60. Do I have to pay for the release? No, it's free for you. You bought the game. I'm like, oh, really? No shit. Okay.
That's a plus.
So I do the patch. I get on and I'm like, they fixed everything I hated about it. And I kept playing it. And the updates kept coming. And they've updated it and updated like every month. There's a big update. They're adding stuff, and listening to the community. I'm like, all right. I love this game. I do. This game's like in my top fucking 5 favorite games of all time now. And it won Game of the Year. Self-published, self-developed, completely them. No DLC, no season pass, no bullshit. Baldur's Gate 3. This game took me back to what games used to feel like. A complete fucking experience. Though, yes, I hated it in early access. It sucked. It was an unfinished beta game. This full launch just shows it's like, holy shit, how people can turn a game around. Or at release. I'm a Dungeons and Dragons fan, so of course I love you get to roll the dice in the game.
Oh.
It's awesome. And it's just everything. Like, and I've said it a million times, it's a game where you can just run around butt naked, and it is anatomically correct. You get to choose which kind of sausage you have. That's great. You get to choose whether or not you got some foliage down there or not. And it's great. So I can run around as a dwarf, dragging with no foliage, and a guitar, and I can fight enemies like that. That's the type of shit that I like to do. It's an option to do. It's a great game. The story's fantastic. I haven't beat the game. I'm close. But the story so far, it's epic. It's grand. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, for a Baldur's Gate game, a D&D game, this game is like ambitious as shit, and it's delivering on the story. The characters are fantastic. I don't think I hate a single character. I have some that annoy me, like my wizard is irritating, but if I don't like him, I can just, kill him or send him back to camp, and he could just stay at camp forever and choose a different companion. You can kill him. You can just all jump him if you want. Like, fuck you, asshole. You're a terrible mage. But it's awesome. There's times where like I was running around and I have animal handling, so I can talk to animals. And there's just a squirrel. I had a full-on voice conversation with the squirrel. Because I could talk to squirrels. He has a voice actor.
Holy shit.
Playing the squirrel. If you don't have animal handling, it just chirps. It's a squirrel. It just does squirrel shit. It's shit like that. And there's comedy in the game. There's epic story. The gameplay is amazing. When you roll a nat 1, you roll a 1, and it's a critical moment, and you get that 1, it's even more devastating, and your whole fucking shit is fucked up, and you have to reload your goddamn save because it's like, no, I didn't want this character to die. Why do I suck at dice rolls? So you reload, you go back to the spot, and then you roll a fucking 5, and it wants you to roll a 15, so you fail again. It's awesome. I love that. It is the most accurate tabletop video game experience Dungeons & Dragons that exists. This is the closest you can get. Besides just pulling out some paper and getting some old books and dice. This is it. And for a fan like me, it's exceeded. The music, oh my god, the music in this game. I listen to it on repeat, some of the tracks, man. It's good. Everything about, it won Game of the fucking Year.
Yeah, it did.
And the best part is I just got the deluxe edition for my Series X. It's on pre-order for the physical version. For $100, you get a map, a poster, magnets, stickers, a giant Baldur's Gate 3 book with the physical copy inside.
Oh.
All of that shit, plus a shit ton of digital goodies. And the soundtrack physically, mind you. A 3-disc soundtrack.
For $100.
For $100. And it includes the physical game.
That's insanity.
Sony wasn't giving you a physical copy of their fucking games with deluxe editions. They were giving you a download code. These motherfuckers not only give you the game, the soundtrack. And then the stickers, the magnets, it's so much shit. And I love it. For $100. Listen, this game is one of my favorite games. I could gush about it forever. I'm not going to. I'm going to nip it in the bud and just say, if you're a fan of Dungeons & Dragons, it's on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. Give it a shot. Give it a shot. If you're not a fan, it's not your cup of tea, that's fine. If you are curious, check out some gameplay. See what people are doing. I stream it. I act like a buffoon. I've been streaming it with my buddy David. We're both D&D guys, because 4-player multiplayer and couch co-op.
What?
Couch co-op. If you, I'm so excited to play it on my 20th anniversary Halo Cortana Duke controller.
You had to throw that in there.
Oh yeah, dude, it was a good Christmas gift. But I can't wait. I'm excited about playing it physically on my Series X with the wifey. This game, it's a 5 out of 5 for me. I mean, they just keep building upon it. one of the things I was complaining about, because, you know, sometimes I like to be a little bitch and just have a casual experience, play it on easy. I'm like, your easy mode just feels like normal. So what do? Oh, here's the ability to customize your experience based on all of this. You can literally make it to where you are one-hit wonder god. You run up to shit, nat 20, just chop motherfuckers down. Or you could set it to where it's hard as shit. They give you options, and for me, it's a testament to gaming as a whole, where more and more is being taken away from us with games. Mm-hmm. This game is giving it to you, and it ain't charging you for it. It ain't charging you for that content. It's not. And I love that. It's surprisingly my number 3, but there's shit that happened.
Look. That's funny you say that, because it seems like our worst are gonna line up. It really does, and we haven't even discussed it. But you know, I said it this morning, man. I'll be honest, 100% transparent. I was today years old when I found out that Baldur's Gate was a Dungeons and Dragons game. So I was like, oh shit, yeah. Okay. I watched the trailer on the Series X. It was there. So I said, let me see what JR keeps talking about. The trailer was fucking dope. Like, it was sweeping. I was like, that's an epic.
It is.
And you know, they were showing the relationship things. They didn't show at, you know, schlongs or nothing. But they were showing that it's a potential. It's there. And I was just like, wow, that's crazy. But graphically, it looks insane. You don't really get anything of the story. You just get the land, and it's huge, and it's like, wow, really?
So, base game, there's 3 acts in the game. First act will take you about 12 to 15 hours to complete everything. Shit. Then you go to Act 2. Roughly 12 to 15 hours to complete everything in Act 2. Act 3, 80 hours.
80 hours?
Side quests, main story, all of it, 80 hours.
And that's
so add up all the hours for $60 to $70. That's what you're getting.
You're living in a land. That's what this is.
Yeah.
You're legit living in a land.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's fantastic. And again, for the price, you know, Series X, PS5, they ask 70. I paid 60. It's 60 on PC. It's the value. What are you getting of value, especially with gaming nowadays?
Right.
It makes it, I mean, I love the Resident Evil 4 remake. I paid the full-fledged $60 for it. It's 3 million times more content for the price. Different game genres, different stuff. Understand that, but it's just, you know, like Modern Warfare 3 comes out, $70. It's a pile of shit.
Yeah.
You know, there's no content, there's no story. And then you look at this game for the same price, and it's like, again, different genres, understandable, but just shows how gaming is, especially in the AAA space. It's like night and day.
Ooh. Save it, Puck. We're going to get to that point in the next segment. You know that. But no, I agree. Like, that's... I'll be honest with you, but now that you said Baldur's Gate number 3, I'm pretty sure I know what your 2 and 1 are. But I'm gonna just wait. I'm gonna see. But I'm pretty sure I know what number 2.
You already.
Yeah. Baldur's Gate 3 was a dead giveaway. I thought that was gonna be at least 2, but I digress. My number 3. Spider-Man. Yeah, just Spider-Man. That's my number 3. Just Spider-Man.
He had a good year, man.
He had a good year. Across the Spider-Verse comes out and punches me in the face as soon as I see it. The different Art Deco styles. I mean, Vulture being Shakespearean. I love the idea of the canon events. Because, again, if you don't read comic books, you just take that as a term for the movie. No, but if you read comics, you know what canon is. If you watch Godzilla, you know what canon is. If you watch anything that has a long-telling story, long-term storytelling, whatever the case, you know there's canon. You don't want to contradict that. So to hear canon events is akin to Doctor Who saying there's certain events, I forgot what they called it in Doctor Who, but you just can't change that. You know, like you can't change World War II. You can't change this. This has to happen. It's one of, I forgot what they call it in Doctor Who, but in Spider-Man, it's a canon event. And I love that term, but my God, as you already discussed, I mean, just the movie itself, it has so much heart, family. Like, you feel Miles being a teenager, like this, lashing out at his parents for no reason. And as a parent who, you know, just dealt with a teenager that's about to be 20 years old, for crying out loud, and still going through the shit. Like, I felt that. Like, I felt it. And again, then you just get the Spider-Verse. You get that. You get this how they go through and they change, you know, that not change but stop things from happening. And you see all these villains and you see all these Spider-Men, and fucking Donald Glover's in it, dressed up as the Prowler, for crying out loud. And you see PS4 Spidey, and you see Atari Spidey, for crying out loud, and Lego Spidey, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, it's too much Spider-Man. Where is he? Where's the Spider-Man I need to see? You know who I'm talking about.
The only one.
It's the only one.
The only one where it's like the whole movie could literally stop for his intro, and then Miles could just run past him, and he's still just sitting there doing poses.
And it would be perfect.
Right there.
But, you know, this is definitely leading up to a third movie, so you save the best for last. That's just what it is.
Oh, yeah.
Like, fuck, I bought a fucking Japanese Spider-Man shirt just for this movie. And I love it. It's one of my favorite shirts. But no, definitely, Across the Spider-Verse, you've said so much about it. I mean, I can't gush enough about it. It was my favorite movie for a time. But that movie also came out in June. So we still had half a year to go. But that, my God, and not only that, but then you said you don't care about the games, but this is why I said Spider-Man in general. Because Spider-Man 2 was dope as fuck. I bought a PS5 on the strength of this game. I was mad because not even a month later, the shit went down like $50 to $75 in price. Oh, man, was I pissed. But the reason why I bought it when I bought it was because I had vacation at the time, and I was like, I'm going to play this on my vacation. That was my plan. That was my birthday week. That was the goal. And I did. But holy shit, that game is so much. And not all of it is great. Just like the first Spider-Man game. And this is what kind of bothered me, because I thought they fixed that issue in the Miles Morales game. But just like the first Spider-Man game, there's certain parts in this game that's just, it's kind of tedious, and it's kind of like, why are we doing this? Could we get out of here? Could this speed it up just a bit?
I know exactly. It's the Mary Jane shit, isn't it?
No, it's more than just Mary Jane in this one. They add so much more. Yeah, they do flashbacks to when Peter Parker's in high school and you're running around through the high school, and it's like, oh, then you ride a bike to the high school? Like, literally, you're on a fucking bike. And I'm like, I get that this is a part of the story, and you're building that relationship between Peter and Harry. I totally understand that, but could we do this in, like, I don't know, cutscenes? Because I'd rather watch it than actually play it. To be perfectly honest, I'm bored.
Yeah.
I'm bored. This is not what I want. I'd rather watch it. I'm totally down to watch the shit, but to be just riding a bike, like, I'll put in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
Yeah.
Ride around the hood. But the outside of that, man, I mean, it was dope. I love the story. I love the mechanics. I love the gameplay. The costume choices, some of them are dope, but there was one that was missing that was my favorite costume in the first Spider-Man game. I was upset with that. And that's with the kind of like green fluorescent glow to the armored Spider-Man suit. That's like the regular Spider-Man color scheme. It just had that green fluorescent glow. I loved that. That was my favorite suit in the first Spider-Man game. I will say, they gave me my favorite Miles suit from the Miles Morales game, and that's the one where he's got the LED helmet. Oh, I love that suit, the DJ Miles. It's in the Spider-Man 2 game. I was so happy.
So, Did they add Japanese Spider-Man suit?
No, they
Why?
did not.
Huh.
No, they
Alright.
did not. Maybe it's a DLC. I don't know. I don't know.
So no, I was just curious because it just seems like my boy. What's happening to my boy?
Tell me about it. The customization with the game, with the suits, was kind of like, what? And it's basically like you get this, you get 4 different suits from this one suit, but most of them are just palette swaps, and I'm like, nah.
Yeah.
But I was happy that Miles Morales had the DJ suit, because again, the LED eyes on that suit is just dope. It's just dope. It's just dope. And I'm like, yeah, I could totally see this, black Puerto Rican kid from Brooklyn, now residing in Harlem, running around with something as cool as that, because that's his age, that's his style. And I love it. Then the fucking jacket, I digress. The story was dope. There is a side mission that it pops up, but I didn't play it off the bat. And it's a character that's in both previous games. I played that side mission after I completed the main story. And fuck, I cried. I can't even lie. I sat there and I fucking bawled like a bitch. I was like, oh my god. It was so dope. And this is one of the things that Insomniac does well with Spider-Man. Or I should say both Spider-Men. They nail it. They convey this story. The voice actors nail it. And everything just fucking worked. And Sony does that well. Sony will do that with their games. After Spider-Man 2, I played Horizon Forbidden West, and you get to a certain point, and then this different music hits, and you're just like, that's dope. That fits the scene. God, number three, man, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse and Spider-Man 2, unbelievable. My biggest fear going into 2024 is, because it was supposed to come out, putting Spider-Man Beyond the Spider-Verse on hold indefinite. That's frightening.
Wait, why?
I'll tell you why when it's my number 10 on my worst list.
Alright, yeah. Because I'm curious about that. Alright, so number 2. Oh, this is the last one for my top 10 best till later.
Oh, yeah.
So, how do I go about this? I'm a Dungeons and Dragons fan. It's funny, it's been a good year for D&D.
Shut
Been a good year. So there was a little movie that came out in the 90s called Dungeons and Dragons, and it was terrible. Awful. Pretty much killed any hopes for making a live-action D&D movie until this year.
Hey, you forgot the sequel. Straight to DVD.
Yes. Yeah, both of them, but those don't, I mean, they count, but yeah. It killed it, though. It killed it. Like, and then this year rolls around, and it's just like, I'm happy. I was happy. It was a good year. It was a good year for movies. Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves. Just go watch it. Just go watch it. I mean, the music's fantastic. The characters are great. It's accurate to Dungeons and Dragons. The lore is awesome. The comedy lands. The CG is great. The practical effects are fucking amazing. It's a 5 out of 5 movie. Again, like, you know what you're getting into from watching the trailer. Kind of. Because they play that weird song, the Led Zeppelin remix, and it's like, that was wrong. But all the scenes were there. And you go into it, and it's like, the first 10 minutes is the guy telling his story, and he really is trying to wait for Jonathan. Like, Jonathan needs to be there. And he just interrupts the story all the time. It's meta in that way. It's showing you what you're in for. And what you're in for is a silly adventure where the hero's got to rescue the princess, But in this case, it's the hero's got to rescue his daughter. You get some red wizards. You get a really fat red dragon. I loved that whole thing. He's all running around, tongue hanging out. It's goofy. It's fun. The paladin doesn't know. You can tell his speech is real low because he doesn't know what sarcasm is. And it's all, again, watch the movie for all those jokes. But the dynamics, you have Chris Pine and then Michelle Rodriguez. They're the main leads.
Yeah.
And there's no romance. There isn't. And I love that it's established where someone says, you're in a relationship, and they're like mocking each other, and she was like, yeah, that nose with those lips. And then like the banter after they're done there, he's like, so what's wrong with my lips? It's great. It's witty dialogue like that, and it's still my favorite part of the damn movie. They gotta sneak past the guards, so they cast an illusion spell, the Bard illusion spell, and it's going great. But then his foot gets stuck, and the whole illusion turns into a fucking Cronenberg film for some reason. That's his head sinking in, and the guard's like, what madness is this? Like, he's like freaking the fuck out. It's great. All the characters work. They all do. Motivation's clear. Point A to point B. Well, point B got fucked up, so we gotta go to point C. Point C, well, it was point B, but with a different twist. Joke to the plans that are made in this movie. Because that's how it goes. None of the plans come through. It was just great. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. So much fun that I actually own it twice on 4K.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I bought it on 4K, and then I found the steel case. So I own it twice.
I ain't mad at you. Sometimes them steel cases just be that good.
It's good. It's a good steel case. Listen, some people were mad because they were expecting The Lord of the Rings. You will never get that from Dungeons and Dragons. If you want that, go play Baldur's Gate 3. There is a place for that. It ain't in the film industry. This movie is how I play my campaigns. As a dungeon master, how I run my campaigns. And it spoke to me, the guy that doesn't take it too seriously, just there to have fun. That's what this movie is. And the end credit with the skeleton still there because he wasn't asked that fifth question. There he remains for all of eternity until somebody asks him a question. It was great. The sequences, the gags, everything, man. It was good. It was a damn good movie. The wifey, if you were to ask her thoughts, she'd go on for another 2 hours. Like, she loved it more than I did, and I really loved it. She has all the pop vinyls.
Ooh.
all the figures, the Hasbro figures they did. Like, she loved it, and I'm glad. And it did something that I didn't think would happen. It made Dungeons and Dragons accessible through a different media. And I really do hope they make a sequel. I want to see these 4 individuals take on another quest. I do, man. And again, a movie where nobody walked through it.
That's it.
Even actors that never played Dungeons and Dragons didn't care were in this movie, and they gave it 110%. And I just love this movie, man. I really love this movie. And it came out early this year.
It did. It was also, I think, a March movie.
Yeah, it came out. It was birthday month for me, and yeah, I loved it. Check it out. Even if you're just a comedy fan or a practical effects guy, check it out. It's good.
As an outsider looking in, someone who's never rolled the die in Dungeons and Dragons, I played Dungeons and Dragons on the Intellivision entertainment system, but the old school Intellivision before Nintendo was a thing, and it was a dungeon crawler, first person kind of thing, and I was a kid. I know what I was doing. I was like, all right. This movie was fantastic. It was fantastic. And that, again, it's coming from someone who never played the game. That is something, that is a testament to the filmmakers to create a world where it's going to give to all of the fans, super fans, someone like yourself, and then also give to the normies like me. Because I love that movie. I thoroughly had a great time. You're absolutely right. I think the cast was perfect. Casting Chris Pine and Michelle Rodriguez to play off each other, it was genius. It was genius. It was so good.
And it's a breath of fresh air because Michelle Rodriguez is only in the Fast and the Furious movies. To see her, she's the barbarian. She's the one who fucked shit up. It's awesome.
Hey, she's in Resident Evil, and you know
they stopped making those.
She was in Girl Fight, and she was in this, I think, Blue Crush or one of those surfer movies. I'm just saying, she's been around. But no, I get what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
She's been like typecasted.
She plays that tough girl, and they made her the tough girl. But they made her a tough girl with a heart. Yo, who was her husband in the movie? I forgot because I lost my mind.
He's Rocket Raccoon.
Oh, yes, it was, Bradley Cooper.
Bradley Cooper.
Oh, my God. And he was a little tiny guy. Oh, my God.
Yeah,
he's
not a dwarf. He's a halfling.
Oh, my God. Was that... See, and again, this is where you get people like me, a normie, for this genre, to just fall in love with it. Am I going to go roll the die? No, probably not. I can't get into that. But would I give Baldur's Gate 3 a shot? Yeah, actually. Not because of the movie. It looks good, but the D&D brand now has got me interested. And it's always been a thing. No. All right, look. A normie like me, but I will say this. What they did at the end of the movie when they had the old school D&D cartoon characters running around the maze. Come on, man. Stop it. And the fact that they won. That was the thing, because I'm sitting there, I got my arms crossed, I'm looking at my wife, I'm like, yo, they better not, they can't do that, right? They ain't gonna kill the old school character. Like, a dude like me knows Dungeons and Dragons because of that cartoon. They're not gonna do me dirty, right? They didn't do me dirty! Oh, I loved it. It was so dope. And again, it's that care and caress, right? Or the caress and care. The fact that they loved the source material. You know it works when you see something that... You know they love it when you see something that just works. That's what I'm trying to say. And damn it, man. Dungeons and Dragons? Yeah, that fucking worked.
It was just on... It was on point. And it made money. It did its budget back. And it was streaming too. I hope they do a sequel. They said they were in talks right now. I hope they do.
Well, here's the deal. I want a sequel, personally, right? And I remember that was the first movie we kept in our chat. We kept an eye on with the money. And how it was it was making bank, and it was creeping closer to its budget and all that, and it was making good money. It was a surprise hit.
Yeah.
And that was at the beginning of the year, and we're looking now here at the end of the year. Similar situation. A movie that is making bank here. And we're going to talk about that. But, I think it'll get a sequel, especially if HBO buys Paramount.
Yeah.
I think they
definitely.
Because then you get that library, and they say, you know what? This actually worked. So and they might even dial the budget back, but that's fine. You know why? Because you think about bloated budgets really go to CG. And I'm going to get to that. Yeah. I'm going to get to that soon. The practical effects, like you said, oh my God. Come on. Yeah. Come on.
They're seriously, you have the Dragonborn sitting on the council, and it's like, that's not CG. And then Jonathan walks in. It's a fucking guy in a suit.
Yep.
And it looks good. Yep. And it's cheap. But that's the biggest thing. As a Dungeons and Dragons player, I love playing with the miniatures. How do you translate that into a movie like this? Props.
Yep.
Suit. Practical effects. You know, of course the dragons are going to be CG, but when it doesn't have to be CG, they don't do it CG. And I gotta give them props for that.
That's a solid number 2. That's a solid number 2. You want to know what my number 2 is?
I am curious.
Oh, my number 2 was number 1, but then I had to minus 1. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, it bemoans me to say that my number 2 in my top 10 favorite things of 2023 is Gojira -1.
Really?
Wow! Bet nobody saw that coming.
I really didn't.
Listen. I cannot say enough about this movie. I cannot. It is absolutely one of the greatest Godzilla movies ever made, and it is the best movie I've seen this year. It trumps Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. It literally is my favorite fucking movie of the year, and it is my favorite movie in a long time, since probably Godzilla vs. Kong. That's just me. I love that movie, right? But this is a completely different beast. This is Godzilla in its purest fucking essence. And what we get in this movie, I mean, look at what's going on right now. They are putting out for your consideration to the Academy Awards. And the way that everything has been going since this movie dropped here in the States, this month, 20 days ago, to the date that we're recording this, 100% Rotten Tomatoes, now sitting at a 98, almost a 99, 100% cinema score. This movie across the board is being praised. There's a couple of detractors, people I don't like on the YouTubes. I'm looking at you, you dumb, ugly woman. You know who you are. And everybody's getting at her for that. I'm not going to say no names. GR. Not going to say no, but everybody's getting at her for that. Because she didn't get it. And I didn't even want to watch it. I never liked her to begin with. So when I heard that she went out of her way, and then not only did the G fans jump, but normies jumped. Wow. If that's not saying something about a fucking movie, this is Toho's coup de grace. This is it. This is Toho saying, yo, we can and will do this. And my God, I am all here for it. I mean, I've seen this movie now 4 times in theaters. I'm going to see it again tomorrow. I'm going to see it on Christmas. I'm going to see this movie the most in the theaters this year. I'm going to give it its props. I saw this movie with my wife and kid on my 3rd viewing. And I mean, I couldn't believe the reaction I got from both of them. My wife was going to walk out when Godzilla hit the breath in the city and Homegirl went flying away. She was like, I'm done. I'm leaving. Because that was her character. The music, just hearing the old school music, okay? The way it works for the way the Godzilla march works for humanity instead of Godzilla brings it chokes me up, tear to my eyes. Hearing the King Kong versus Godzilla theme, and it works. It's not forced. Nothing is forced. Then the original soundtrack. My God, when I talk about epic and beautiful fucking music, this is it. This is it. And then, of course, there's GMO himself. There he is. One of the greatest looking Godzillas I've ever fucking laid my eyes on. That I had the privilege to lay my eyes on. This thing should be behind a fucking paywall. We should have to pay every time we see that thing, whether it's in a trailer, on television. You buy it, you own the shit, you put it on, you watch it 5 times. 5 times you should have to pay for it just to see it, because it is gorgeous. It's gorgeous. It literally is them saying, okay, we heard the people with Shin Godzilla, and I'm not, every time I do this, it's not a knock.
Yeah.
But there was such a dissension in ranks with Shin Godzilla that Toho said, okay, let's do something else. and they went and what was Shin Godzilla was in 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. In 7 years, they said, here you go. Here you go. And they gave me the definitive Godzilla. They gave me the definitive Godzilla because it's an origin story too. It takes place back in the day. It's not like it's happening now. And my God, it is fucking perfect. It is perfect, and it is my number one. It was my number one, but then my number one came along, and I said, damn it all to hell. Godzilla -1 is my number 2.
I can't say anything.
I can't either.
Because we're cutting to a commercial break.
We are cutting to a commercial break. How did he know? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after that commercial break, aka the piss break. It is what it is. Listen, when we do it, we got to go. And JR, I got to be honest with you. I said this thing wasn't going to go 5 hours, but we're sitting here at 2 hours and 25 minutes, and we're about to start the top 10 worst list. Shit,
Yeah.
son. We might hit where we hit. It might be an average. Oh, my God.
Hey, as long as there's beer.
Hey, he ain't lying. All right, so last we left off was my number 2, which was Godzilla -1. We're gonna start our top 10 worst list right now. We're gonna save our ones for last, top 10 best and worst for last, and we'll do honorable mentions as soon as we get to our second worst Sonys. Lists. I played my hand there. So JL, what's your number 10 worst thing of the year?
Cocaine Bear. Cocaine Bear was fucking terrible. The movie was straight retarded. Nothing in that movie worked for me. Nothing made me laugh. I hated that movie. Everything. My buddies, we were looking forward to it. We go to see it in theater. I'm sick as shit too watching it. I'm like, I'm already in a pissy mood, blowing my nose. I feel like crap, and I'm like, oh my God, this movie's. I wasted my. I could have laid in bed, take some fucking Dayquil. I could have put myself. I could have been in a fever dream, and it would have been more entertaining than Cocaine Bear.
Wow.
And it was Ray Liotta's like second to last movie before he passed
Before
too.
he passed, yeah.
Which pisses me off. This movie sucked. I get shit because everyone else seems to like it, and I'm like, no, it was dumb. It was dumb. And there's a good dumb, and then there's a bad dumb. This was dumb.
Oof.
Nothing worked. You know, you could have done like a horror comedy in the same vein as Tucker and Dale versus Evil with Cocaine Bear. You could have did something along those lines. Instead, they do the typical shit. It's typical. It's predictable. It wasn't funny. I'm sorry, but kids eating cocaine, it's funny inherently, yes. But the kids are annoying, so why do I care? And the CG bear looks like shit.
Ooh.
Like, I get you're on a budget, but, there's movies with lesser budgets with better CG that came out this year. You gotta allocate your budget more. Star-studded cast, all wasted. Like, O'Shea Jackson, go back to Godzilla. What are you doing in this shit? This is embarrassing. And I think that's the biggest thing. Cocaine Bear was embarrassing.
Did you just say
embarrassing?
Did you say Cocaine Bear is embarrassing?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, here we go.
And it spawned this whole subgenre of animals on drugs. It's like meth sloth or meth shark and shit. It's like, what are we? God, I can't wait for fucking heroin, Chihuahua. Fuck me. Fucking terrible. It's just bad movie. Avoid Cocaine Bear. That was. God damn it. Like, there was some bad shit that came out this year, but watching this, it was like, it was wasted potential, and it was watching fucking $100 million burn.
Oh my God. Tell me that wasn't the cost of this movie.
Oh, it was expensive. Oof. Let me check the budget real fast, because I got a tab open.
Yeah, they did have a couple of actors. It's Hollywood, so, you know.
Okay,
oof.
35 million.
All right, okay. But
still.
Would it make 50 million, if that? 60 million?
No, it made a shit ton. 64 million.
Okay. So, it doubled its budget, but it didn't make a profit.
Thank God.
Yeah.
It's just bad. It's just bad. Everything about it was bad. The movie, like, rubbed me way the wrong way. And, you know, I was sick again when I saw it in theaters, but I was conscious enough to notice a bad movie.
Wow. That's something crazy,
Yeah.
because I remember you wanted to see that movie. What?
Dude, it was fucking, it was miserable. It was a miserable fucking movie to sit through. And it's long as shit. Like, I thought the movie ended and it was still going.
Huh. Yeah, well, then.
Like,
Well, thank you. You saved me a viewing, because I haven't seen it.
stay away from it, man. Just stay the fuck away from it. I get people like it because they're like, oh, it's stupid. Yeah, but it's stupid. It's, like, insufferable stupid. Like, characters make decisions in this movie that don't logically make sense for the sake of comedy. That's dumb. That's dumb.
Yeah, it's dumb. I can't really speak on it because I didn't see it, and now I won't see it. So, again, thank you.
Yeah.
But my number 10 worst thing this year goes back to what I was talking about with Beyond the Spider-Verse, and where do we go from here? And that's the Hollywood strike. The Hollywood strike really rubbed me the wrong way. Not because I don't think they deserve their money. I absolutely do think they deserve their money. I was more mad at the studios. I can't lie. Hearing what was going on, the idea that they want to use CG, not CG, but AI, right?
Yeah.
To manipulate or bring back to life dead people, or take your likeness and use it in a movie, you know, long after your contract has expired. That's egregious. That's not right. That's fucked up. So, yeah, no, I do agree with the strike. My problem with it, though, was fuck, it backed up so many movies. Oh,
Yeah.
and again, the strike happened after Across the Spider-Verse. In my head, Beyond the Spider-Verse was coming out in May of 2024. Now it's pushed back indefinitely. So, I don't know if the movie was done completely, where the filmmakers themselves, the people involved in making the movie, not the studio, but the people involved making the movie, felt comfortable enough to put it out in that time slot. So maybe that this was a blessing that it got pushed back indefinitely, but the word indefinite, it drives me up a wall, because that could mean anything. It could mean it comes out in February. It really could, to be honest. But to me, it seems like now this movie got pushed back. It went from May. Does it come out anytime in the summer? Does it come out for Thanksgiving? Which, again, would be a great time to go, because you got 2 movies in that everybody's hyped about. And, yeah, Thanksgiving after dinner or Black Friday, whatever you want to do, go see Spider-Man. It's going to be awesome. Or does it wait till 2025 now? This is driving me nuts. The Hollywood strike really, really, really grinded my gears. I sat there and I watched it. It grinded my gears more than politics. We're not talking politics here, but it did, because I was just like, listen, to escape the reality of the world and what it is, I need the entertainment. So please, somebody, anybody, put it together, so I can go back to just taking my brain out of reality and going into the entertainment sphere. The Hollywood strike was my number 10 worst thing of the year.
No, it was absolutely ridiculous. Studios, I mean, let's be real. There's a movie we talked about, we're still going to be talking about, that should be awakening Hollywood and studio execs. But it's time they start pulling their heads out of their asses. People need to get paid. Even if it's a shit movie like Cocaine Bear, people need to get paid.
And you can't take their likeness and say, well, yeah, we're just going to use this and you're not going to get paid.
Listen,
that's bullshit.
I like stupid AI images because they make me laugh. Because it ain't quite there yet, so you get extra hands on top of a finger. That's hilarious to me. It makes no sense. You see the wrestling shit I sent you earlier? I sent when it looked like the guy's head were tentacles, but it was like in a pile. It was gross. But it's AI we need to tone it to shit down. We need to calm it down because the future we're headed towards with AI, listen, James Cameron predicted it.
He sure did.
We're headed that way, and I'm done with it. But the strike put everything off. Egos need to be deflated, and people need to start getting fucking fired.
Agreed.
That's just how it is.
But
pay your people.
People getting fired in high positions in these companies only means that these giant conglomerates come in and they scoop them up like they're the Blob. That's what scares me. But again, that's a podcast for another day.
Yeah.
So, what's your number 9, JR?
So I like anime, and I was looking forward to this one. The anime's called Reborn as a Vending Machine.
I'm sorry. You made me choke on beer. What?
Reborn as a vending machine. So the story goes, this guy died. He died saving a vending machine, and he gets reborn in a fantasy world as a vending machine. You would think comedy ensues, right? Oh, you can't take yourself serious. It took itself serious. It's not a jokey, funny parody. He is reborn as a vending machine, and they play it as straight fucking forward as humanly possible. What the fuck's the matter with you? What? So much you could have done with this! He could have got an ultimate power where he shoots fucking candy bars at enemies! And how does he move around? He's a vending machine! No, it chooses instead to play it straightforward, serious characters, everything's super serious. Oh my gosh, I have these powers. I can put a shield around me. Okay, you're a vending machine. Maybe I want to watch a monster beat this shit out of you and take your candy, and you have to come back as a different vending machine. Because you're a vending machine. It's stupid. 3 episodes, I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't take it. It's the most bland, mundane, fucking born in another world bullshit trope that exists. I can't stand that. Your title is Reborn as a Vending Machine. Play with it. Have fun. For fuck's sake. That's like, I just can't. I just can't. It was so bad. So bad. And it didn't need to be. It didn't need to be. You're a fucking machine. Machine. It's like, what if he was reborn and fell into the lake and he spent like 100 years down there because he's a vending machine? Anything. No. Fuck that anime. I'm tired of this bullshit where it's like they have a good title and they don't live up to the hype. They don't live up. I'm so sick and fucking tired of it. And you list good animes earlier. Did it have a single good anime this year? It was shit. It was a shit year for me. Guess I'll wait till next year. Fuck.
Yeah. I don't know where Reborn as a Vending Machine is a good anime title, bro. Like, what?
Because it sets a bar. It's like Reborn as a vending machine. Oh, you're gonna be funny. You're gonna be parody. You are parodying the trope of someone dying in real life and being reborn in the fantasy world and being the super-powered fucking guy that saves the world. You're gonna parody that, right? No. You're gonna play it as straightforward as humanly possible. That's not funny. That's stupid.
I don't know.
I swear to God, the Japanese need to get a sense of fucking humor at some point because this is bullshit.
What are you talking about? The Japanese has nothing but senses of humor, bro.
That's true.
Like, again, you need Netflix.
I guess I do. But it was hyped up, man. It was hyped up. I was excited. I pre-ordered the figure. I'm like, oh, I'm going to love this anime. Reborn as a vending machine? That's retarded. I hope it's like that. And no, I canceled the figure. I'm done. I'm done. I wanted funny. I wanted it to be. How do you live up to the name Reborn as a vending machine? Well, you start by making jokes. And it was almost there. When he died, he jumped onto this vending machine that was falling off a truck. That close. And then it just skydives. It's like, ah.
Oh my.
Just take a fucking joke once in a while, vending machine anime. You're stupid. You're a 1 out of 5. Get the fuck out of here.
Wow.
I'm gonna remake. I'm gonna be called Reborn as the vending machine, and it's gonna be a vending machine that is constantly being robbed. It's gonna sit there in a fantasy world, and everyone's gonna steal from it. Because that's what it fucking should have been. You're a vending machine.
Oh my God! I can't with you. This is your George Lopez being #1 last year. That's insanity.
It drives me insane. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh my God! Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a tad bit curious now. I want to watch this.
Oh, you're gonna watch it. You're immediately gonna see where I'm coming from. You'd be like, why isn't he getting robbed? Like, what is this shit?
Oh my God! No, man. Listen, that I can't. I got nothing. I got 0. So I'm gonna go with my number 9.
It's dumb. Get rid of it. Number 8.
My number 9. Worst things I saw this year. The Meg 2.
Ooh.
Listen, I rewatched it. Honestly, I rewatched it not too long, about 2 weeks ago, when I was like doing my rewatching for the podcast. It's dumb. And granted, it's supposed to be dumb fun, but there's no fun behind this dumb. It's just dumb. It's annoying. I mean, like, I like Jason Statham. I really, really, really do. I was making fun of the fact that he's making a movie called The Beekeeper. Then I saw a trailer for The Beekeeper when I saw Aquaman. And I said, oh, all right. I mean, it's stupid, but it looks good. It's a stupid premise, but it looks fun. That's what The Meg is supposed to be. The Meg 2 wasn't that. It wasn't that. Look, the bad guy is like, you put me in jail with the boatload of others. You don't remember me? No, I don't. Who the fuck are you? You not my who? Like, this dude doesn't even like he doesn't have a fuck. Man, listen. It literally is like one step up from Sharknado.
Oh, God.
Yeah, no, I said it. I don't give a fuck. It literally is like one step up from Sharknado. It is a dumb. Yo, the Meg 2 is stupid. It is dumb. It is so predictable. I hate to say this because I do enjoy Asian cinema outside of Japan. Okay? Whether it's South Korea, whether it's from China, whether it's Taiwanese, except for that hideous thing, the lake last year. No.
Oh my fuck.
No.
That was this year.
That was this year.
I completely forgot about that movie.
That was this year?
That was this year.
No, JR. No.
Oh my God. No, that was this year.
No, it wasn't. It was 2022.
Okay, because I was like, oh my God, if that was this year.
No, it was 2022. Yeah, no. No.
Fuck, I feel like I watched it yesterday.
No, hey, no.
Wait, no, wait. It was this year. It came out in Korea, but it hit the U.S. this year because I watched it in my home theater in this other room, and I rearranged that room in March.
Oh, shit, I did. I got all of y'all that shit.
It did come out this year.
Oh, fuck. Well, then, shit, I got things to change. Okay, I could take that out because that's going there now. Motherfucker, my list just changed completely. My list just can't. No, it didn't change completely. I could take this one person out. I'll put him in as an honorable mention. The only honorable mention, this honorable mention that I have, I'm gonna put there. Okay, changed. But still, the Meg 2, seriously, the trailer gave me such hope to have such a fucking fun, dumb movie. Just have a good time. Like, this is the type of movie I like to go and see and just be like, yeah, everybody, let's dance. And nah, they tried to take itself serious, even though it didn't. There was some comedic things. Nothing worked for me. Nothing. DJ was cool. I like DJ. He was funny. Because he was referencing how he couldn't swim. He couldn't do anything in the first one. So in between movies, he took classes. He's got himself a survival kit. He got a motherfucking gun that'll put RoboCop to shame. I like DJ. Everything else was fucking terrible. Even the Megs themselves, I was like, they're not even in the movie. They're not even there. Like, the octopus, the little girl, I get it. But at the same time, she should have been away in school somewhere. She was unnecessary to this movie. Unnecessary. So yeah, now the Meg 2, my number 9, I couldn't stand it.
No, I'm glad I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the first one, though, but yeah, I didn't get around to it. I forgot it existed.
Wait. Okay. I'm not going to say nothing. Yeah. I'll save that for the group chat. JR didn't see the Meg 1.
No, but the Meg 2, I know, was it, Gam Gam liked it, right?
Surprisingly, it was on his, not too favorable list.
Oh, okay. All right. So, but yeah, I saw the trailer and I was like, yeah, this is dumb. So I just skipped it.
The Tyrannosaurus was accurate. No, let me stop.
Oh, for fuck's sake. But no, I'm glad I didn't see it. So my number 8, I only had 2 animes on here. This one disappointed me. It really did. So one of my favorite animes is called Konosuba. It's I died in this world and then get reincarnated in another world. Here's the thing. It's a parody. So how he died, he was going to save a girl because he thought a truck was coming because he was so exhausted from staying up all night playing games. He had a heart attack and died.
Jesus Christ.
It wasn't a truck. It was a bicycle. So the girl was never in any real danger. He died from the heart attack because he was hallucinating because he hasn't slept in 3 days, and then he pissed himself. So the god in the other world is making fun of him. So he's going to get reincarnated into this fantasy world. To get back at her, he says, she's like, you can come back into this world with anything. Just name it. He says, you. He brings the goddess to the world because he's like, I'm going to conquer this world. I'm going to be the best because I have a goddess. Turns out she's a useless goddess. She can do party tricks with water. Everything from there, it's batshit insanity. The game mechanics of the world don't make any sense. They're just ass backwards. Nothing makes sense. There's my favorite character, Mega Man. She can cast explosion magic. When she does, she goes catatonic, as in she falls on her face and can't move for the rest of the day because it exerts her of everything. She can choose to use other magic, but doesn't because she likes explosion magic. Only that one smell. Best wizard to have. Oh, and let's talk about Darkness. Their crusader who sucks at hitting things. She can't aim. Terrible with the sword. And gets randy when she gets her ass beat. She's a masochist. Great fighter you have. Like, everything's ass backwards. I love it. There's a spin-off show called Konosuba Explosion on This Wonderful World that focuses on my favorite character, Mega Man, the one who casts explosion magic. It's her own show, her backstory. And her backstory is she's born into the Crimson Demon clan They're a bunch of wizards who are all stupid and constantly blow up their town because anytime there's an invasion of like a orc, they all go overboard and destroy their town because they're edgelords. They're just cringy edgelords. That's their whole society. It's fucking great. Hilarious. That first episode hooks me. And then it did the cardinal sin. It went serious. You have 2 seasons of this show that is a parody. That's the whole point of the show. And your spinoff is fucking serious. They had me for 1 episode. I got halfway through the season. Wifey finished it. She says, just don't watch it. It's terrible. It's a fucking letdown. It's a fucking letdown. You have 2 seasons of this great comedic anime, and you drop the ball on your spinoff. And it's a spinoff. I can overlook it, except there are things in this spinoff that Megaman, the character, do that apparently ties into season 1 of 2 of Konosuba, but is never mentioned, never alluded to. So they retcon shit and it doesn't make sense. It was terrible. It was awful. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. It was disappointing to me. Get rid of it. Konosuba, Wonderful World of Explosion, go away. Just don't come back for a while. Can't wait for season 3 of Konosuba. Don't fuck it up.
I cannot speak to that because, yeah, I cannot speak to that. Like,
hey,
the idea of the Reborn as a vending machine is so batshit crazy. It's funny, but that just sounds like an anime that, yeah, I can see that in the realm of anime, but I get where you're coming from. I cannot speak to that. So I guess
it's just your whole 2 seasons is parody, and then your spin-off is played straight. It just puts a bad taste in my mouth. You know what I mean? It's like, nah.
Or maybe it's because the girl is supposed to be straight, but always messes up in the parody. I don't know. I didn't see it.
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah, and I thought because it's an anime from her perspective, so everything's straightforward and normal. And then season 1 and 2 Konosuba is from the guy who died to come back.
Yeah.
And he sees the real reality of everyone's an idiot and useless. But again, that's just me making excuses for a bad show. And I don't want to do that. It's just a bad show. It's disappointing.
I hear you. Nope, that's your number 8.
Yep.
I
love my number 7.
Well, listen, my number 8 is something I cannot believe we missed. It's the lake. I had to put it there. I was looking at my list, and I said to myself, okay, you know what? I can move this up, but I won't. I'll leave it here only because everything else on my list has no excuse.
Yeah.
The lake I can give a pass to because of the joint venture of Taiwanese and Hong Kong, if I'm not mistaken, right? It was a joint ventured film. But the trailer to this film is not what the final product is. This movie fucking sucks. And I was gonna buy it. Thank God I didn't. I rented it. And I remember I rented it for all y'all motherfuckers. Like, we gotta watch it. We're gonna talk about it. And I'm sorry. This is my money. I'm sorry I wasted your time. Good God almighty. I hated the fuck out of this movie. They had a beautifully designed creature. They made a fucking life-size prop of said beautifully designed creature. And then they held the shot for like 25, 40 fucking minutes. It didn't move. It just stood there in the rain. And then maybe it looked this way. Then maybe it looked that way. And it was the same shot. They kept cutting back and forth, but it was the same shot. And it was like, Could we do something else? There was nothing. And then the story, don't even get me started with the story, how convoluted that shit is. It starts off great with the little girl finding an egg, or the fisherman getting eaten. I was all in. And then it falls apart, and it's just like, what the fuck? But again, we're used to a certain type of filmmaking, right? Whether it's from Hollywood or, let's say, Toho or Karakawa. We're used to kaiju movies being in a certain standard. So when I see something like The Lake and I'm looking at it, I'm like, look at this fucking practical effect. This is going to be dope. And the trailer lies. It's not a movie made for us.
No.
It's not a movie made for us. It literally is a fanfic for wherever the fuck the production companies are made. I couldn't stand it. I didn't even think about it. I didn't even, oh my God. That might have been one of the first movies of the year.
Yeah, I can't put it on my list because my list, it's definitive. This deserves to be on it. It's lucky I forgot, but I'm also at the same time gonna put it on my list as a 8/2. Fuck that movie. No, fuck that movie. That shit was boring, tedious, and if you want my full opinion, go check the review.
Yes.
I'm just not getting into it again. That fucking movie was awful. All I remember is that fucking rain scene with the prop. That's like all the movie.
It's all the movie.
And then psychic connection just there, and then abandoned, and then it's there again, and then it makes no sense.
Ugh. Grinds my gears. It was terrible. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What I had at my number 8 is going to be a dishonorable mention only because that's not as egregious as The Lake was. The Lake really pissed me off. And again, I forgot about it. I didn't think it came out this year, but you're right. It came out last year, but we got it this year. I hated that movie.
You want to know why we forgot about it? Because it was so bad that subconsciously our brain had to forget about it. Because if you think about it, it melts your mind. That's how stupid it is.
Yeah, you know what? That's right. That's exactly what
it's
happened.
It's a safety mechanism for our head.
It's like how we're able to breathe while we're sleeping, right?
Yeah.
We're not conscious, but the brain knows. The brain also knows, yo, get rid of that shit. No, get out. Get out. Oh, what's your number 7, JR?
My number 7, I don't know if it'll piss you off or not. I got Shudder. It was before Halloween. The wifey and me were like, oh, the VHS movies. There were 3 of them. Three recent. So we watched them. I really liked, what was it? 94 was good. 99 was meh. But I fucking hated 85. I fucking hated 85. I did not like that one. I don't think there was a single story in it that I enjoyed.
Not even the virtual reality one?
No, I did not like it.
Okay.
I just didn't like the movie. We talked about it. You know what the worst story was? The psychic kid whose dad was the killer.
Oh.
I was like, just shut the fuck up and get to a point, movie. Now, because that night we watched so many, is 85 the one with the vampire on the compound?
No.
Okay.
No, that was 90.
Is 85 the one where they go to hell? Because I think that one's 99.
Oh man, fuck! Now you fuck. Because I also too did watch all of them.
Yeah.
At the same time.
No, hold on. 85 is the one where they go to hell. So I hated everything in this movie but that segment. That was creative. That should have just been the whole fucking movie.
When they went to hell, that was the one where they found the girl upstairs when they went to like the party. Oh no, that was.
Yeah.
No. That's VHS
So when they
one.
go to hell, they were like doing a sacrificial thing, and I don't know.
Oh no, 85. 85 was, I did like this. 85 had The Lake, where they got killed, but they come back to life.
Yeah.
And then the boy squirted the girl, with the water gun, and then she shot herself and then woke up.
And
that was actually good. The cult. I like that.
I hated this movie.
Oh man.
I thought it was bad. It wasn't scary. That was the biggest fucking sin.
Yes.
It was not a single fucking thing in there was scary.
Okay.
And all the pretentious bullshit before the movie started. It's fucking, you have to read this paragraph. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Get to the fucking movie. And then it was shit. And I'm like, why did I buy Shudder? I still pay it because Joe Bob Briggs, that's my guy. Like, I like Joe Bob Briggs, so I'll pay the $5 a month. But no, VHS 85, it was bad. The ideas, the Aztec demon one, it had ideas, but to get to the point, it was a drag. It was a fucking slog.
Yeah.
Now the cult isn't necessarily a bad idea, except I've already kind of seen something similar to that in another movie before. So it just came off as unoriginal and uninspired. But the twist with the lake water, which I honestly thought should have been played up more throughout 85.
Agreed.
But it wasn't. It wasn't. And it's the first one since VHS Viral where I was just like, just shut this fucking movie off. Now, it could be 99 or this one that had that punk band that died in that fire, and then those kids are going down into the cellar. That might be 99. I'm giving an honor or a dishonorable mention to that here. That skit was absolutely fucking stupid. They have these kids, so a punk metal band dies in a fire years ago. So they go down to where they died to make fun of the corpses, and then the corpses come back and kill them. I don't give a shit.
I didn't see that one. I didn't see that one.
Yeah, it was stupid. If you look into it, like, look it up, because it's bad and it's long. It's like 15 to 20 minute segment. It's like, just fucking get to the point. Like, and I don't know, VHS 85 and then that segment from 89 or 99. It was bad. It was bad. I was not happy, and it killed me because 80 or 94 was good. It was good, and it came out after Viral, and I'm like, yes, Viral sucked, we're coming back, and then just downhill. Watched all three of them in one night, and I fucking might as well just watch 94. Hashtag birthday year, so that's probably why it was the best.
The first two VHSs are great. The first one's really good. The second one has the greatest one with the alien invasion.
Oh, yeah.
I watched Kids vs. Aliens this year. Yeah, it's not on my list. It's not on my list. It's not even a dishonorable mention. It's just something that exists. There were things that I was like, okay. But then there were things that was like, man, they should have just kept this in the tone of that original VHS story.
Yeah.
But I can't lie, I did like the earthquake with the Aztec god. It was kooky, it was weird, it was scary. Not scary, it wasn't scary, but it was like, yeah, you know what? The Aztec god would be the fucking harbinger of fucking doom of the apocalypse in the world.
It was just leading up to that killed me, and that's my thing with these VHS movies. If there's more bad skits than good, I start to get annoyed, man. I start to get mad.
I'm with you on that, because I honestly don't even remember the fucking end. Oh, it was the serial killer with the father.
Yeah, and that one was fucking stupid. I was like, can we get to the fucking point, please? Like, I've got shit to do. That's how upset I was by that point.
It felt like Terminator, the first one, in the precinct at the end. That's where it was.
Yeah.
And that was 84, actually. VHS 84. If I'm not mistaken. Is it 84 or 85?
85.
85? Alright.
Yeah, I've got it pulled up right here.
Oh, if you got it pulled up, then read me off the fucking skits. So I can try to remember.
Let me do it real quick.
Yeah.
VHS 85.
I remember the lake one. I kind of dug that.
Okay, so No Wake, which is the lake. Total Copy.
The VR
university
one.
To be studied in a term of supervision of doctors hoping to educate to become human culture. Rory is contained in a small room for the TV.
The Blob! Yes! That's right. That was the byline through the entire movie. the alien blob kid.
Yeah, God of Death, total copy. TKNOGD, performance artist, shows small audience theater. She explains. Oh yeah, that's that VR one. I hated that one. Ambrosia, the family is hosting a celebration in honor of their daughter Ruth. That's the cult one. Dream Kill, home invasion, seen from the point of the killer.
Yeah.
That's all of them.
Yeah, you know what? At the end of it, I remember because I remember falling asleep watching it the first time. So I watched it again the next day. That's the next Sunday. I watched it.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh shit, I didn't really miss anything.
Yeah,
that's how I felt.
It was bad. It was a bad one. I haven't been that pissed off since Viral.
I will say
99 was pissing me off. But Viral, or 99, had that fucking vampire on the compound with the militia.
That was dope.
That shit was good.
That was dope. That was dope. I loved it.
Yeah.
I will say, as much as I didn't like the VR one, I liked the gore. I like that. The fact that they weren't really reacting. Yo, her leg just got slit in half and ripped off, and you're just sitting there like, it's avant-garde? Come on, man. It's the 80s. Bullshit.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I didn't like that. But I did like the gore in it. I can't lie. Outside of that, man, it's not a bad one.
No, number 7, like I said, it upset me so much. The wifey and me hated it. She's the one that reminded me I watched it because brain tries to forget the really stupid shit. So, glad she reminded me. Thanks. Now I gotta relive it again.
Well, my number 7 really drives me crazy, especially with the advent of what we've seen. My number 7 is Hollywood special effects from the big studios.
Yes.
Listen, this shit ain't right. There is something seriously wrong going on in Hollywood right now, and they're pulling the wool over our eyes. And it drives me fucking crazy, and it pisses me off to no end. Now, that being said, there have been a couple of big special effects movies that was okay. Then it wasn't egregious. But then you have certain movies like, I'm going to use Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, as an example.
Oh.
You cannot do what you did to MODOK and expect us fans to be like, yeah, that's fine. Because it's not. And not only did you goof MODOK, which MODOK stands for something like Mobile Operating Death System or whatever the fuck it is. It's a fucking killing machine. You made it a fucking joke, a gaffe. But that's not the most egregious part of it. The most egregious part of it is what you made it look like. You stretched the villain from the first Ant-Man's face and made him this comedic looking buffoon thing, and I cannot stand it. And it's not the only one that's wrong for it. I've seen Guardians of the Galaxy 3 only once. I did not hate that movie, but I did not like that movie. I could have cared less. Guardians 2 to me, I don't know, resonated more. I thought that Guardians 3 was going to be something special because we knew James Gunn was like, this is it. But it felt like James Gunn went Sam Raimi in Spider-Man 3 with it.
Yeah.
Some of the special effects were kind of like, don't get me wrong, the cute little animals is good and cute for people who like cute little animals. I personally could care less. I'm not saying animals ain't cute, but that story I didn't care about. Give me the special effects. Give me all that shit that really, really is the meat and bones. Granted, they did have a lot of practical effects, so props to that. But I don't know. I just felt like Guardians 1 and Guardians 2 did things that were extra. You know, they took extra steps. Where I'm not saying Guardians 3 played it safe. I don't believe that one bit. But I just felt like yeah, we're gonna go balls to the wall, and we don't really give a fuck about everything. Like, but maybe that was James Gunn's mentality because of what Disney did to him, and he already had his eyes focused on DC. Who knows? But that's one of the things, and it's not the overall thing. There are other movies in Hollywood this year that come out outside of Disney, outside of DC. I mean, even DC, Warner Brothers, the Meg, for instance, there was some money shit in there. There's a bunch of shit that Hollywood should be embarrassed about for putting out this year in terms of special effects shit. And it's not just in movies, it's in television too. I didn't watch a lot of television. There's a lot of things that are not on this list only because I didn't watch it. Because I was like, I saw the trailer, I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna watch that. Doesn't look good. You can't keep pumping in something like $100 to $200 million per film or show and give us lackluster. Because Godzilla Minus One, let's say at peak, was $15 million to make, even though there's reports saying it was less. But let's say at peak, giving it the benefit of the doubt, was $15 million to make. And every time you've seen a special effect, not even Godzilla, a special effect, it looks like it was there. It looked real. And then when you've seen Godzilla himself, I mean, come on, man. Come on. And at peak, we're giving you $15 million. Y'all throwing $150 to $250 to sometimes $300 million at these movies. And you giving us shit in terms of special effects? Nah. No way. No way. Hollywood. And this is where I get nervous. This is where next year's list, my number one might be the snubbing of Toho. That might be my number one next year. Because I think Hollywood knows they might snub Godzilla Minus One at the Academy Awards for everything. And they shouldn't. It should be a contestant. If you're going by critics score and all that shit, then Godzilla Minus One is, I think, number 1 or 2, if not in top 3 of the greatest movies of the year. $15 million, Hollywood. You can't keep pumping out bullshit with the fucking budgets you're given. It doesn't make sense. Now, I will say this. I watched 3 movies yesterday. Brand new to my eyeballs. First ones I watched was The Marvels that came out this year, right? Second one I watched was Aquaman. Third one I watched was Rebel Moon. Those 3 movies had certain particular scenes where I was like, there's the budget. And it was landscaping. Literally. The Marvels had 2 points where they showed these phenomenal looking cities, right? One was an ocean world that reminded me of Naboo from Star Wars, right? Aquaman had 2 things. Again, Godzilla underwater, it looked like King of the Monsters' lair. And then there was this one thing, the Lost Kingdom, before it became lost, was supposed to be, I think, the 7th or 8th kingdom. I forgot what they said in the movie. But the way that city looked, it was an industrial city before humanity came about. It looked fantastic. And Rebel Moon, Zack Snyder's movie for Netflix. There was a couple of good-looking cities in there. And I'm like, there's your budget. When you do those background effects, I like that. But as far as everything else, and again, I'll bring up Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. Nah, man, you can't make MODOK look that stupid and think, oh, but it's funny. No, it's not. You can't come off of... It's embarrassing. You can't come off of the year you had after Avengers, the years you had after Avengers Endgame. Remember, that came out in 2019.
Oh, God.
Spider-Man No Way Home was the last best movie Marvel, and that's a co-production, but did. Seriously. It drives me up a fucking wall. Hollywood special effects, let's go.
I'm there with you, man. Ridiculous. Hollywood needs to figure it out. I mean, but
they're getting punked. They're getting punked by other countries right now who don't need the money. And again, maybe they say it's slave labor. I'm not gonna say that, but maybe they say something to the effect that, well, Japan works. We know this about anime. They work their animators. They work their asses off. Maybe they say that same thing about the special effects. But when you say that, we got to go to, well, the director of the movie was the guy who also did the special effects. So if anybody was burning the midnight oil, it was him.
Yeah.
For $15 million. You know what directors in Hollywood gets paid? $25 to $30 million a film. He made a whole movie for $15 million, which means his take was probably 1 million yen or dollars, whatever. It blows my fucking mind. It blows.
You know what's funny? This ties into my number 6. Directly ties into it. My number 6 is Disney as a whole.
Oh shit! No way, Jose.
It is. I know you liked Ahsoka this year.
Yep.
Ahsoka couldn't bring me back to Star Wars. It might, but I'm not paying that subscription price.
Okay.
Disney, as a whole, isn't anything more than just a machine, a content machine. They put out a movie called Wish that's supposed to tie all the Disney princesses and Pixar movies all together in a cinematic universe. Well, in doing that, you don't have characters for that movie, and it bombs. Let's talk about the recent Marvel shit, because you know it's Disney. It ain't good. Nothing this year Marvel-related made me give a flying fuck about the future of Marvel. I don't care. Star Wars, people like Ahsoka. I like zombies and Sith necromancers. But it's not enough to bring me back to Star Wars. Disney did Star Wars dirty for me. I mean, we talked about it last year. Disney did Star Wars dirty for me. But they continue for me. It's they can't rein it in, man. And then you look at these inflated budgets. For instance, did you know a single episode of She-Hulk cost $23 million?
Yep, that was last year.
I know it's last year, but it's just a point. $23 million. Disney spent $23 million on a single episode of She-Hulk. Godzilla -1.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Disney's burning money. They're burning money before our eyes. And they're appealing to fucking nobody. Because the hardcore Star Wars fan base, most of us left. It's true. I know you liked Ahsoka, but I don't know if it'll bring me back, man. I really don't. And then Marvel. There are some Marvel movies I do genuinely fucking love. Like Thor Ragnarok is my shit. Like, I love that movie.
It's my birthday! Yes!
I love that fucking movie, man. And then, and the Infinity Saga, Civil War. Civil War, it's like this fucking compelling movie. Character-driven fucking movie with great action. And we've just abandoned that. The last Marvel movie I liked was The Multiverse of Madness, and even in that, the CG was starting to look really bad.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I noticed it, and I overlooked it because it's like, I enjoyed that movie for what it was. Could have been more, but we're not here to talk about the review of that. But they just keep burning fucking money right now, and they're not bringing people back. You can't bring people back for Loki, season 2? When you put out the Marvels, and it's turning people off. Or Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. What the fuck was that shit? I like Ant-Man, and I wouldn't even watch that because the CG looked so bad. The main villain looked like shit. Like, I don't care. And Kang the Conqueror, that's the new Thanos. Fuck you, you own Fox. Give me Galactus and knock your shit off. I want Galactus now. I want him now. What's the point? They're gonna fuck it up. Spoil it.
You might get your wish real soon because Disney fired Kang the Conqueror because of his issues with domestic. They fired him. So now they're looking at, well, we won't do the Kang Dynasty. What can we do? And everybody's pointing to Doctor Doom, which means Fantastic Four, which means Galactus. And you know what? I would do this because I'm fucking nuts. Get Josh Brolin to play Galactus.
Oh, that would be dope. Hey, he hasn't done anything bad since the Goonies.
Right. But I'm saying he's Thanos. He's Thanos.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know. If this is the multiverse saga, well, Josh Brolin is Galactus here. Just could you imagine? Like, they do some shit like that? Like, every single major Marvel event movie, Josh Brolin's in. He's the villain. I'm down.
Because, I mean, they're already talking about bringing back the old Avengers.
Well, because they're reeling.
Yeah, and that's my thing. It's like they don't know where to go with Marvel, and it all comes down to Disney. They buy up these studios, and they don't know what to fucking do with shit. It's just an endless content machine, just pumping shit out. And by the way, and this is to top off my hatred of Disney this year and as a whole, because fuck Disney.
Here we go.
Remember the podcast you and me did?
Did a bunch of them.
The Halloween one.
Okay, had fun.
When I was putting the clips in.
Yes.
I uploaded it. It was ready to go. Disney copyright claimed me for using trailer clips of Alien.
A movie that came out in 1978?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
So I had to remove all of that fucking footage. I had to re-edit it, remove all the footage, and re-upload it. Disney. Are you that fucking desperate for money? I don't make money off of YouTube that you're gonna copy. I have 100 subscribers. Fuck you. What? 3 people watched that video. Yo, we need that money. He's using Alien. He's using Alien trailers.
Get him.
Oh, and it was Signs as well. Alien and Signs. Both of them got popped.
Wow.
Yep. Because they bought 20th Century Fox. Fuck Disney. Thank you for making my life harder, for having to re-edit a 4.5-hour video 3 fucking times.
Oof. This is why I'm glad I don't do editing in these videos, and I just...
Oh, yeah.
Because we're sitting here at 3:22 right before I do my number 6, but before I do my number 6, I gotta take a pause timeout so I can do my number 1. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, and we're back from paying our dues. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, my Christmas lights are blowing fuses in my house, too. I don't know. My wife is gonna choke me out, but... she'll choke me out after I finish this podcast up. My number 6 after yours was Disney, which, oh, okay. But my number 6 is I'm going to get into Hollywood again. I got to, but this time we're talking about movies. And we're talking about things where I used to love. But sometimes too much of a good thing just gets stupid. John Wick 4, I'm looking at you, bro. What the fuck was this movie? What was it? First off, this movie started off where the beginning should have been the end. Really should have. Everything should have culminated there in Japan. It really should have. The beginning of that movie, and I respect the choice, but the beginning of that movie was the end of any other action flick. Not of any other, of every other action flick. It really was. It was the end to every action flick, period. It was perfect. It was so dope. But no, for John Wick 4, it's only the beginning. So I'm like, wow, if that's how it's going to start, this movie's going to be crazy. Nope. It starts to fall apart on its own head. It starts to fall apart on its own lore. Everything it is set up, it starts to go against. And it drives me crazy. I sit there and I say, yo, I get the bulletproof suits. Totally understand that. But can that stop him from being fucked up, from falling 30, 40 fucking feet in the air? 3, 4 stories out of a building? You know? Kicked off a fucking platform in a fucking club, slipping off stairs, cracking his head. Like, come on. Motherfuckers can't shoot his fingers when he's cold. Like, it makes no sense. There's too many people coming after him. There's too many people shooting at him. How could he not be shot or killed? How can he not be broken from falling from these fucking ridiculous heights? Makes no sense. Makes no sense. And again, I say, the beginning of the movie should have been the end of the movie. Because the end of the movie, what we get is John Wick 2. They start chasing him. There's a fucking bounty on his head again. Now he's going against all these people chasing his bounty. Then he's got the dude that he's got to get... Listen. He's got to get up the stairs in 5 minutes. He's got to get up these fucking steps in 5 minutes to face the main bad guy. He's got to get up the stairs 5 minutes. Fine. Okay. He's in a fucking building. They do this top-down shot that I actually thought was cool. Reminded me of old school PlayStation 2 games where it's top-down shooters, right? I thought it was cool. I really did. But then he gets tossed out of a fourth floor window. You know what I'm saying? 4-story floor window. He gets chucked out 4 stories. Falls, hits a van, flips off slabs into the concrete, gets up and walks away without a limp. What? Yo, I cannot. There was a way to save all of this movie, and it goes right back to the very first John Wick. John Wick is the Baba Yaga. They would have played into the supernatural theme and just jumped the fucking shark here? Oh, this would have been number 1 on my best movies list. This would have rivaled -1. It would have been there. Because I'd have been like, yo, they went crazy. They fucking said, fuck it, we're going to do it. They didn't do that. John Wick was human. He had a bulletproof suit that protected him from falling 95,000 feet from the sky. It was absolutely fucking retarded. Then, don't get 5 minutes to get up to the top of the fucking steps. He gets up halfway. He got 1:35 left. Some dude kicks him down the stairs. He goes all the way back to the beginning. Yo, it took you 3 minutes to get to that point. You got 5 minutes. Now you're all the way back at the bottom. This movie was so fucked up. I like the John Wick movies. I didn't like 3. I rewatched 3 before I saw 4. I said, all right, okay, you know what? It really ain't bad. It's building this lore. I'm okay with it. John Wick 4, I'll never watch it again. One and done. This movie took a franchise that had all the potential. And if you were going to do what you did in this movie, then you should have leaned into Keanu Reeves being supernatural. You should have done it. You should have, because it's the only way to explain everything that happened in this movie. For crying out loud, this dude got shot at more than anybody got shot at in any fucking war in the history of mankind. He fell out of buildings. He fell off of fucking platforms. He was falling in water, breaking his neck on steps. Got up, walked away with no problem. Fell down the stairs when he needed 5 minutes to get up the top. He was there, 3:30 was there. Fell down the fucking stairs. You can't make it back up there. You fell down at the 3:30 mark, my dude. And then the crazy thing is, not only did he call that, yo, people were shooting at him on the steps. There was fucking bounty hunters waiting for him on the steps. On the first go round, he got knocked down, rolled down the stairs, came back up to go. They were bounty hunters again. There's no way you make it. I fucking hated John Wick 4. I fucking hated it. It ain't the worst thing I hated. But good God Almighty, when I tell you, this movie in a franchise that I love, John Wick 1 is something so, one of my favorite movies. It's top 10 maybe top 15. I gotta think about it, but I'm pretty sure top 10 movies I've ever seen. I love it. It was something different, and I loved the visceral action of it. John Wick 2 is great. John Wick 3 is, John Wick 4 is, where the fuck are we going here? They should have leaned into the Baba Yaga thing. That would be the only way to explain how he can do the things he do. I hated it. That's my number 6.
No comment.
Did you see it?
Oh yeah, you know I saw it. I saw it the day after you did.
Oh God, man. Oh, what?
I don't want to. No, I can't talk about it yet.
Oh. Fair. So then, JR, what's your number 5?
Hey, have I mentioned in every podcast ever that I'm a Mel Brooks fan?
Oh. Uh-oh.
There was a movie called The History of the World Part 1. It was great. They made a TV show called History of the World Part 2 that I swear to God is only related in name only. This show was fucking absolute trash, and Mel Brooks should be ashamed of himself for promoting it. I got an idea. Let's get a bunch of D-list comedians to be in this modern-day political, for some reason, show. It was dumb. And I didn't even get Jews in Space. I'm pissed. I was expecting Jews in Space. I was promised that in the first movie. This show was bad. I watched 3 to 4 episodes. I looked at the wifey. I'm like, I'm done. Now, from what I understand, Mel Brooks did some voiceover. He didn't direct it. He didn't write it. But why? It's kind of a slap in the face to his legacy then when you put out trash like this. Because it's trash. Nothing in it worked. All the jokes fell flat. Yes, what was it? Ulysses S. Grant was a drunk. I understand that. But can you, do jokes that just don't rely on the fact that he's just a drunk? Any other? No? Okay. It's just, it was bad. It was forgettable. I barely remember it myself. I put it on here because it pissed me off so much so that I scrubbed it from my memory. I just remembered a lot of really, really lame, bad fucking jokes. D-list fucking comedians, and just that's what they're gonna do with it. I know Mel Brooks' The History of the World Part 1, the whole joke was at the end, he's like, Jews in space, Hitler on ice, you know what I mean? There was jokes there. He never intended on making a part 2. So why make the part 2 to begin with? It wasn't actually ever supposed to be a thing. And then you make the part 2. It's a TV series exclusive to Hulu, and it's just not up to snuff. It's like a quick content out there. Like I said, Disney, get content out.
Yeah.
It's soulless. I think that's what the word I'm looking for. Words. It's soulless. Mel Brooks had soul in his films, especially when he was working with Gene Wilder.
Yeah.
Some of the best fucking comedies are the two of them. And then Blazing Saddles, written by Richard Pryor. Fucking outstanding. This is just Mel Brooks in name only. Had nothing to do with them, and it was fucking forgettable. It pissed me off, but that anger is tamed because I just forgot it existed until now because, I gotta relive this trauma.
We had to make a list.
Yeah. No, it was bad. I don't recommend it. If you like Mel Brooks movies, stay far fucking away from this because, again, name only. Yeah. Nothing else associated. You know what's funny? Drunk History. I watched some of that. Would have been a better History of the World Part 2 than History of the World Part 2 because in Drunk History, they actually drunkenly, because they all get shit-faced, all the hosts, talk about the history of how things were made and famous people throughout history that invented stuff or items, stuff like that. It's almost like that's a better one because the comedy in there feels better, but it could just be me because it's a bunch of drunk people talking about history and I love history. But History of the World Part 2, stay away from it. Watch Drunk History instead. If that's good. I could recommend that instead of this shit.
That drives me crazy, but I will say this, though. I gotta be honest. The only thing I remember about History of the World Part 1 was, hey, Josephus, hey, motherfucker. That's all I remember.
Yeah.
That's all I remember. We watched that movie. My cousin worked at a video store. We watched that movie. We brought that home. I said I was bored out of my face. And then he put on Monty Python and the Holy Grail, and I was like, oh my God. So just from that, that's my least favorite Mel Brooks movie that I've watched.
Yeah.
It's not Spaceballs. It's not Robin Hood. It's not Young Frankenstein. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It doesn't just come close.
Even at his weakest, though, of his movies, I still don't think that they should be pumping this shit out in his name.
Well, you know,
because it's gross. It tastes wrong. It's like I hate it. And I know the company's been doing this for years, but this is one of those times where I'm like, stop. Fucking stop, because you're going to ruin legacy comedy that stands the test of time with this dated bullshit.
Yeah, no, I totally get you with that. But you know who owns Hulu, right?
Disney.
There you go. There's the culprit. Pull the bow back. Let the arrow fly. Yeah, I ain't got nothing else to say about, but my number 5. Sticking with the movie theme. There's more movie themes in my worst than there was in my fucking best. Number 5. A franchise I grew up with. A franchise
I know what it is.
Whose fourth outing people could not stand. I was like, I ain't mad. I get it. And that's where it should have ended. But no. You know why? Because a certain conglomerate acquired a certain LF film company, certain film company, and said, well, we've been pumping out the science fiction. We need to pump out something more. Whoa, look what we got here. Right. Indiana Jones. Let's fucking do it. And thus, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny was born. And Harrison Ford's all like, I would totally do Indiana Jones again. I don't want to do that Han Solo guy, but I'll do Indiana Jones again. Harrison Ford, I love you to death. You one of my all-time favorite actors, top 3. Why, though? Why? Ladies and gentlemen, this movie is this is a train wreck of a movie. There's no way anybody can sit here and tell me unless they was born after 1998. Okay? There's no way anybody can tell me that this movie is better than Kingdom of the Crystal Skulls. It's not. You know why? Because George Lucas and Steven Spielberg, yes, they were on their way out. Yes, they did their last hurrah. But so fucking what? The movie was cohesive. It made sense. It felt like an Indiana Jones movie. They felt like they were setting up for Shia LaBeouf to be the next Indy. What does Disney do when they get a hold of Lucasfilm? Nah, fuck that, scrap that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Dog Mutt, whatever his name was. Yeah, he went to Vietnam and died. Okay, that takes care of Shia LaBeouf. But what do we do after that? We introduce this fucking girl. Look, and I swear to God, and I'm going to get to it soon, but this year has really hurt me.
Yeah.
It's hurt me because I've never been this type of person. Not that I ever looked wrong at them, but I would never want to hear their argument. But now, especially with Indiana Jones, I see where they're coming from. And Indiana Jones' Dial of Destiny was so blatantly fucked up and had Kathleen Kennedy's Star Wars name Reyna. Yo, you want to make a female lead in Indiana Jones? Fine, do so. But could you do me a favor? Make sure she makes sense. Because that girl made no sense in this movie. Zero. She was here, she was there, she was every fucking where. I couldn't grasp onto anything. Then you bring one of my favorite actors of all time in it, Antonio Banderas, and I'm like, yeah, now we're rocking and rolling. Then you kill him. Oh no, Antonio, no. Harrison Ford is running at 80 years old, 79, whatever, 77, 79, running, bow-legged. He can't run. He can't run. Why are we showing this? You know what really pisses me off the most about this movie too? Is that this dude, was it John Mangold? This dude, the guy who directed Logan.
Yeah.
One of the best superhero movies ever made. Directed this. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's no doubt in my mind, this movie was not studio interfered. This wasn't his movie. This wasn't his movie. Oh my God, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny is absolutely wrong on every... Yo, the fucking main bad guy, the fucking actor, I forget his name. Everybody loves him. But in the beginning of the movie, he gets fucking clotheslined on a fucking train going whatever train speeds goes. His head crashes into a fucking pole. He's dead. He's dead. This was in Nazi Germany time. He's dead. It was Indy's last hurrah. He's dead. No, the dude is alive. Alive and well. They never explain it. The dude's head literally gets fucking smashed. He's dead. There's no fucking way anybody survives that. They don't even say it's a magic talisman. Nothing. Nothing. They give no fucking... He's dead. Yet he's alive. Oh my fucking God. I told my daughter watching this movie, I leaned into her ear. Because it revolves around time travel. I lean into her ear and I tell my daughter, I go, yo, the only thing that saves this movie right now is if they go back in time and there's dinosaurs. That was it. It was the only fucking thing that would have saved the movie for me. Indiana Jones and dinosaurs. End the story. I'd have been like, yes. I've seen him with aliens. I've seen him with fucking crazy cults. I've seen him with ghosts. Okay? I've seen him with motherfucking Knights of the Templar. I've seen Indiana Jones do it all. Let him see dinosaurs. Nah, that motherfucker went back to Rome or some shit. I said, nah, I'm done. I'm done. It was the wackest fucking movie in the world. And then they try to give you this, oh, look at the ending though. Look, it's Marion. Yeah. I love Marion. I do. No. Absolutely not. It's bullshit. Now, granted, I did get a cool cup top with that Indiana Jones hat when I went to the movies to see it. So that's cool. Don't get me wrong. But the movie itself, no, absolutely not. Nobody can tell me that movie is better than Kingdom of the Crystal Skulls. They're smoking crack. I'm sorry. That's my number 5.
No, I didn't see it. I skipped it because, honestly, I like the original quadrilogy. I like Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I'm a hardcore defender of it. I think it's a competent movie. I like Shia LaBeouf in it. I like the story. CG, heavy, sure, but I didn't mind. This movie, I saw the trailer and I was like, this movie looks like shit. The Dial of Destiny. Okay, so we're in Indiana Jones and we're doing time travel. We're doing time travel with Indiana Jones. Okay. So now we're going to do it with Star Wars next because that's all that's fucking left. That was the whole point. Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, that was like the finale. It's like he met aliens. That's it.
That's it.
Indy's done. Indy's done. We don't got to do it anymore. So you do time travel and then Rome. That's dinosaurs, man. Like, I don't... Fuck Disney. Fuck them. Can't wait for the Alien movie. Rated PG.
Stop that. Don't say that. I think whatever that Alien... Is it a movie? It is a movie, right?
Yeah, directed by the guy who did the Evil Dead remake in 2013, which is a really good movie. I don't know how it's going to work because he's a visual director and a props guy.
It's going to work.
I hope so. Oh, well, it would work if it wasn't in the hands of fucking Disney. That's what scares me.
So I think that with Disney, and this is... They got 20th Century Fox, right?
Yeah.
The reason why they acquired that is so they can get their superhero shit back. right? They can't
Yeah.
buy Sony. They can't buy Sony. So can we borrow Spider-Man? Basically is what they're saying, right? But they can buy 20th Century Fox, which still drives me crazy. I can't believe 20th Century Fox. I digress. Let's get the superhero stuff and bring it in so we can use that to our advantage with Marvel. Everything else, let's do what we do. Because if you look at Prey, honestly, it's rated R. It's not bad.
It was good. It was good.
It's good. It's, there's some holes in the history, but it's a good movie. I watched that recently too. I watched that again this year, and I was like, all right, I ain't mad at it like I was the first time.
Yeah.
But the first time I watched it, it was also 3:30 in the fucking morning. I just woke up and I still got sleep in my eyes, and I had to go to work.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I have hopes for that Alien movie, but we shall see. But what's your number 4?
This is another one that kills me, man. So it's a PC exclusive game for now. Would you like to know more?
Yes. Oh, no, you didn't.
Starship Troopers Extermination, a first-person shooter Starship Trooper game that is the most bland, boring pile of shit I think I've ever played.
But I gotta be honest with you, your setup with "Would you like to know more?" and I was like, "Oh, Starship Troopers," and I couldn't say it. That was perfect.
Yeah, I know. No, Starship Troopers Extermination, first-person shooter. You kill bugs. That's it right now. It's basically survival mode with bugs, and then you get extracted. It's boring, it's tedious, it's buggy, it's broken, and I played it for about 6 hours before I was like, fuck this, and I got my money back.
Oh, wow.
It's a pile of shit, and what pisses me off is it's the same thing with like Aliens, where it seems like they're finally figuring out what to do with Alien and Aliens in games. They can't figure out what to do with Starship Troopers. Make a good game. Like it's that simple. A first-person shooter Starship Trooper game inherently isn't a bad idea. I welcome it. But you have to do more than defend this point until timer runs out. Then you have to run over to this other point and defend it until time runs out. That's boring. I want to go on a mission to get to said point to extract data and extract whilst having to hold off the arachnid infestation. In the same vein of, I don't know, a certain game called Left 4 Dead 2? How hard is it? Get a squad of 4 to 6 players. You got to go extract this data. There you go. Do you need more than that? This game just doesn't understand how to build tension. And it lacks all the charm of Starship Troopers, the satire, all of it. It feels like Call of Duty. And it's a multiplayer fucking only game.
Wow.
Disappointing. I know it's still kind of sorta in early access, but fuck off. That's no excuse. The game's been out for it came out this year, but it came out like January, February. So a fat minute. I played it last in September. And I was talking to some of my buddies that had played it back in January, and I was like, did they do anything to this game? And they're like, no, they haven't fucking updated shit. They haven't fixed anything.
Wow.
It's like a cut and run. It's disappointing. Starship Troopers deserves better. Give me Starship Troopers but Left 4 Dead with the satire. You could have a cut scene, 4 to 6 players online or offline, just like Left 4 Dead. You and me, for instance, we'd be sitting, we're listening to our lieutenant tell us we need to go extract this data from these stupid colonizers, and we're gonna bomb the shit out of these bugs and blah, blah, blah. Something. Anything. Nobody talks in this game. It was mind-numbingly fucking boring. I can't wait till it comes out on console someday. Just stay away from it. I know it's on PC for now. It'll eventually probably come to console. Stay away from it. Stay away. I don't know what more they can do to it to fix it other than change the whole game as a whole. It's dumb. And I'm sick and tired of mediocre Starship Troopers games. You know, that was like Alien for the longest time. They were all fucking mediocre. Well, mainly Aliens, Colonial Marines, but that's what this game reminded me of. That's a win, right?
That's crazy because I do think Starship Troopers is a fucking perfect IP for a video game, especially a first-person shooter. And at first, I was like, no, I don't agree with you. When you were like, oh, defend this point, then go and defend this point. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. That's how it was in the movie. But then when you said they don't do anything outside of that, whereas in the movie also they invaded the nests, I'm like, yeah, if they're not doing that, then no, you know what? I do agree with you. I'm with you 100%. That's what I think, in my personal opinion, that's what Starship Troopers is about. Because that Starship Troopers movie is crazy when you see the bugs completely decimating a fucking, not just one squadron, but like a whole fucking platoon of people. And then they gotta pull back. Like, we're not ready. I love that. I would also love, I don't know, not ship combat, but at the same time, let's try to glass this planet. Yeah. I would love to do something like that too.
But it's not there. It's the ideas are there. We know what to do. Like, do Battlefield, like the game's Battlefield or Battlefront with Starship Troopers. But it's not there. Dude, you drop into the game and there's no music.
Okay.
It's boring. It's not exciting. The bugs aren't threatening. They're stupid. I would literally stand there and they would run past me. Like, it's a bad game. It's a bad game. It's a broken game.
Wow, sounds like something that's coming up.
Yeah. Oh, trust me. I have one more game on my list. So, but that was my number 4, Starship Troopers Extermination. Y'all, get your shit together. It's like, stop whoring this license out to mediocre fucking game developers. I'm sick of it.
Nah, I feel you on that one. My number 4, the last movie on my list. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem.
Whoa! I didn't see that coming. All right.
Let me tell you something. I'm a fan of the Ninja Turtles. I love the Ninja Turtles.
I know you do.
Yeah, I'm telling y'all, everybody knows this shit. When I was in elementary school, I was a part of 4 who was handpicked by the school to be a Ninja Turtle. I was one of them. I couldn't believe it. I was Michelangelo. And you know what? I loved it. I loved it. I loved being a turtle. And through the years, as they progressed, I got and I understood, all right, sometimes things change. Is it what I wanted? Is it My Turtles, the 87 cartoon? No, it's not, but I get it. It more resembles, the Mirage comics. Oh, I love those comics. Yes. Oh my God. I've seen the Ninja Turtles go through so many changes. I'll sit here and I'll tell you. I like the Platinum Dune Ninja Turtle movies. That's right. The Michael Bay produced Ninja Turtles movies. I like them to an extent. I like them. The second one straight up went cartoon. The second one straight up was like, yo, let's just fucking make this a straight up cartoon. And they did. A live action cartoon. I can't knock that. This movie, on the other hand, yo. You know what my biggest problem was? And I swear to God, I can't wait, because me and Gam's going to talk about this. Because we have the same, I'm pretty sure we have the same thought process. They just didn't get the Ninja Turtles. They didn't nail the characters. They didn't. Oh, Donatello's the scientist. Okay, so just make them nerdy. No, hey, what are we doing? Regardless, but they're supposed to be kids. He's not supposed to be that smart yet. I don't want to hear that. Yes, he is. That's the whole point of it.
It's surface level. They understood it at a surface level, not the actual depth of the characters. Thanks Seth Rogen for that.
Yeah, 100%. The most egregious thing, and this is why it's on this list at number 4, Michelangelo. That's not Michelangelo. It's not. That's not. In every iteration of Michelangelo, that character is Carefree Cowabunga. in every iteration. From the comic books, he's the young buck of the crew. He's the baby turtle. He is. Funny true story. Even though we were all born in the same age in elementary school, the 3 other kids that were picked as Ninja Turtles, they were all older than me. I was the youngest one. And I was Michelangelo. And that's something that's always been with me, you know, into my adulthood. Again, I love it. I don't clang and say, oh, it's the greatest thing ever. Godzilla is my, you know, Godzilla's my thing. Star Wars, my thing. Ninja Turtles, they come and go. So when they were coming this year, I was looking forward to it. Oh my God, no. Everything is wrong. Everything. Michelangelo's wrong. The depiction of the turtles doesn't make sense. A lot of people want to harp on April O'Neil. I'm not going to. I personally could care less. In the original Mirage comic books, they were black and white. She could have been black. She got Jerry curls. I mean, but again, that's not even a thing. Splinter. Oh my God, no. They absolutely ruined it. And it's Jackie Chan. How could you cast Jackie Chan as Splinter and ruin it? For crying out loud. I like that remake of The Karate Kid where Jackie Chan was Mr. Miyagi. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes sense. He can do that. Jackie Chan could be serious. Why are we making this shit stupid? Everything was wrong about this movie. They got one thing right. And it wasn't even a part of their franchise. One thing right. When they're driving in the paddy wagon and they go, hey, what's going on? And the fucking music hits for, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? 3 Non-Blondes pops up. But it's not 3 Non-Blondes version. It's the fucking YouTube He-Man version. Bro, I lost my shit. I said, oh my God, that's the greatest thing ever. I can't believe they just put the meme in the movie. It's not even the same universe. They did it. They used the He-Man meme of that whole YouTube thing. And I love that thing. I watch it all the time. It's the funniest thing. They did it in the movie. It was fantastic. Everything else after that is not fantastic. It's actually piece of shit. I can't even tell you how I was sitting there watching that movie. We were eating pizza, too, of all fucking things. We were just having a Ninja Turtle moment. And I'm like, no, this doesn't work. This doesn't work. And again, maybe it's because I'm an old fuddy-duddy. But come on, man. Come on. And I get you got to change shit up and shit. But at the same time, there's nothing wrong with that original fucking version. Whether you want to do the Mirage comics or the 87, which it seems that's where they were going with the 87. It's timeless. Perfect. Yes, exactly. There was no surfer cowabunga fucking lifestyle in Brooklyn, New York when I saw that. But it was fun. So you grasp onto it, and it wasn't just me. It was a million of us. That's why Ninja Turtles became what they were. Such a big fucking franchise. Because the kids grasped it. They grasped it. This right here, this Mutant Mayhem shit, nope. I was in Walmart today looking for a fucking figure for a toy for my niece. I was looking for something for my niece. And then I was going down the aisle because I'm a big kid and I was like, oh, what we got over here? Oh, look at these DC figures. Oh, shit. Oh, look at these Transformers. Oh, look at these Mutant Mayhem. And I swear to God, if there wasn't cameras, I'll pull and I'll piss. But I digress. I like my Walmart, so I wouldn't have done that. Number 4, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutant Mayhem. You fucking suck! And I hated them.
Dude, I've heard nothing but bad things except for one person that said they liked it. I'm like, hey, more power to you. I grew up with the live-action 90s trilogy. Mm-hmm. I love Secret of the Ooze is my shit.
Secret of the Ooze is
I love that fucking movie.
Dope.
Other than that, I mean, I had the Fox cartoon, the anime style one. I forget which one that is.
Yeah, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2001.
Yeah, that's my shit. Other than that, I'm not a super huge fan. I know the shit that I like, and I stick with the shit that I like out of Ninja Turtles. Saw the trailer for this multiple times. I'm like, who's this for?
Mm-hmm.
Is it for the Ninja Turtles fans? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, it's gonna piss them off.
And it did.
But I don't know what the fuck they're doing, man. Like, I get changing shit to appeal to a different time, but it was also timeless.
Listen, and it's weird because, you know, and I've seen this too. I've seen this before in the Nickelodeon shows and shit. Hell, even even the original series. I mean, like, you see April O'Neil, you kind of be like crushing on her, and that's what it is. All right. But, you know, nothing ever comes from it, especially in the original shows. In the comic books, that was never a thing. But progressively, it's been happening more and more where they're like, you got a turtle falling in love with April. You can't do that. I mean, because then it becomes bestiality. They're mutant turtles. They are mutant turtles. You're going to have fucking people running around saying, I'm a mutant turtle. And you're not. You're a fucking human being. Stop. We got to stop. We got to stop. We got to stop. Okay? Yeah. And I'm seeing that from the point on the left. We gotta stop. You can't keep giving ammunition. You just can't. That's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah. No. So to perk everybody up here, I'll get to my number 3. John Wick 4.
Oh, here we go.
Hey! What a fucking shitty... Dude, after that first fight scene, I felt like I needed a nap.
Yes.
I was like, I can't do another fucking... How long was that? Holy fuck. Like, that movie felt like it dragged on. There is one positive I will give that movie, though. The Warriors reference. With the lady on the radio playing that song. That's a Warriors reference. I'll give the movie that. Too little, too fucking late. Agreed. Listen, what is Parabellum? Pre-war. It's before the war. This movie wasn't a war. I thought we were going to have John Wick War, where it was Lawrence Fishburne and the underground crew rising up with John Wick and Lawrence Fishburne leading them, and there was going to be an all-out war with the table, and no. Nah, why would we do that when we could just throw John Wick out of every fucking 300-story fucking anything ever and him live? Dude, I've seen... Godzilla could fucking stomp on him, use his atomic breath on him, eat him, and shit him out. He'd still be alive.
King Kong?
That John Wick is like... Just fucking go there. Just go supernatural. If you're... Because it just comes off as fucking stupid. And that goddamn stairs scene, I feel like I'm still watching it, and it's been almost a year. That's how long that scene goes on for. It was never ending. I was like...
5 minutes.
And when he fell down the 27th time, I'm like, oh, fucking put a bullet in his head and end this.
Yep.
I couldn't. John Wick 4, it was a fucking, not only a disappointment, it's just a bad fucking movie. It's a bad movie.
Agreed.
It was bad. And I like John Wick 2 and 3. I do. John Wick 3 has some stupid shit in it, but still has some dope shit. But this took it too fucking far. It was too far. It was too far. It was like how I keep saying like Godzilla or Godzilla X Kong. It's like, oh, they took it too far. That's what John Wick 4 was to me. They took it too far.
Yeah.
You can't have a human fucking being take that kind of a fuck. He got hit by like 9 cars.
Oh my god.
Just gets up.
Oh, I forgot about that. Oh my god.
It was like turning invincibility mode on in GTA 5 and then aggressive traffic. It was embarrassing. And there are people, and I will never forget this. I'm sitting in the theater watching this, and there were some loud people. They wouldn't shut the fuck up until I told them to shut the fuck up. They literally said when the movie ended, that was the best John Wick movie.
Oh my god.
I can't blame studios anymore. I think people are just dumb. Fucking, it was a colossal fucking waste of potential, a waste of time, and I don't own it. I won't own it. I've seen it on sale for fucking $5, and I looked at that and like, I forgot that existed.
Yeah, I can YouTube that first scene and be like, I'm done. That's all I needed.
That first scene was a climax, and then we just end it again, like you said. We just end it exactly how the second one, and it's just, and he's not dead.
No,
let's be honest. John Wick's not dead, so why are we playing? Why are we playing? You're gonna make a fifth. Like, fucking knock it off. Fucking stop. Stop making these movies.
Who's making
They
it
get worse every time you make one.
Yeah, who's making these John Wick movies? Disney?
Yeah, fucking seriously. No, it's Lionsgate, which is equally as bad.
Oh, God.
We're on Saw, what, 10 or 11? Fucking God.
But I mean, that last Saw movie apparently, they got some kind of critical praise.
Yeah, I heard it was actually not bad.
Yeah,
but,
I've never seen the Saw movie, so I couldn't even tell you.
But listen, Lionsgate puts out Tyler Perry movies, so I mean, let's be real here.
Wait, but you like those movies. Stop.
Yeah, but for a different reason. John Wick 4 is just insufferable. Listen, replace John Wick with Medea, this would have been a better movie.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'd have been like, oh, I totally buy that.
Right?
She's supernatural.
It's almost like, dude, you know what's interesting? Because it seems like parody seems to be the theme in my top 10 worst, and the lack of. John Wick 4 almost comes off as parody of John Wick.
It does.
By how ridiculous it is. Now, there's ambitious cinematography there where it does turn into a video game and the dragon's breath coming out the shotgun at every corner. That shit was cool. Too bad it's too little too late. I mean, I just like, yeah, that looks cool, but I'm fucking exhausted. The first fucking fight scene of the movie lasted 3 hours, and there's still 2 hours left of this shit, apparently. Yeah. That movie is longer than life itself. Like, I fucking seriously, I can't stand John Wick 4. It was a pile of shit. It was like, it came off as a parody. If you like it, good for you, but don't ever fucking say it's better than the first movie. You are genuinely fucking retarded if you think that.
Yeah, you're lying.
Go get psychological fucking help and evaluations now, because, or stay the fuck away from movies, because you're the problem.
Listen.
Pile of shit.
Listen, I already said everything I needed to say at number 6. He's right.
Yeah.
Piece of shit movie. So I'm gonna go.
Dude, it's high on my list because I hated it that much. Like, I hated it that much.
I did too. I can't lie. I did. But what it was, why it was number 6 for me, is because the other 2 movies that I hated affected my childhood more. Yeah. I saw John Wick as an adult. I saw John Wick in my 30s. Going into my 40s.
Yeah.
So, you know, I was just along for the ride, and then it just got stupid. Whereas Indiana Jones and Ninja Turtles, I was a kid.
Oh, yeah.
So to see where it goes now, and I'm just like, nah, chill. But you know what my number 3 is?
What?
The gaming industry. I cannot stand the gaming industry in 2023. And granted, you know what's fucked up? When I make this list, it seems to be getting better. It seems to be getting better.
Not.
No, it's not, right? Okay, the little things I've seen look like it was getting better. But here's the problem.
Little.
And this has been the problem for a while now. Stop putting out games that I'm charged, whether it's $50, $60, or $70, and they're not complete. Stop doing that. You can't.
I'm going to interject real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick to add to that point. There was a leak today because Insomniac got hacked.
I saw that last week. Was it the Wolverine?
So, no. It had to deal with the release of Spider-Man 3, the game.
How?
Part 1 and 2, because their plan. They've already been in talks with Sony. It was in the time shoot. Spider-Man 3 Part 1 was going to cost $40. Spider-Man Part 2 was going to cost $40. The game completed with both those parts, $150 in 2027. That's what they were projecting. They were splitting the game in half.
Oh man. That's okay. See?
Sony.
Look.
That's Sony.
I didn't even know that, but there you go. And that's Sony. That's the Sony. I'm talking about the game industry as a whole. Because we gonna get to Sony. We're gonna get to Sony.
Yeah. I'm just throwing it out there because I saw that today and it needed to be stated at some point in this. How absolutely fucking egregious this shit is.
There's your spoiler warning. We gonna get to Sony. But right now it's the gaming industry. And honestly, I cannot for the life of me be paying these premium prices for a game that you can play on your regular Nintendo. You can't keep doing that shit. You can't. And you know what the fucking problem is? They absolutely can. And they will.
Yeah.
And it fucking sucks. Because I see it. But you got the younger generation, they don't look at it like that. They buy it. And you know why I know that? My nephew. I love him to death. I love my nephew. And I'm an enabler. I am. Because I give that dude fucking Sony and Xbox and fucking regular gift cards. The regular gift cards is for his VR shit. I give it to him because he's a gamer. He's a gamer of today. He's a product of today. He's a gamer. He's a fucking sophomore in high school. He is exactly what these companies want. He's what the gaming industry wants. See, somebody like me, nah, I ain't paying that much money for some shit that ain't ready. Fuck you. Fuck that. I'm not. Sony bothers me in that regard, but it's not just Sony. And I can't speak for Nintendo because I have not owned a Nintendo system since the Wii U, so I will not use Nintendo in this.
Let me interject with that. Nintendo is completely at fault, especially with the hardware. The Switch is beyond long in the tooth. We need a new Switch. Games are running at 10 fucking frames per second. AAA games.
Okay, yeah, that's...
Get them off of it. Get them off the system or make a new one.
There's no, that's true.
Nintendo's equally at fucking fault.
But the Switch has been around now for what, like 5 years, right?
Since 2017. Based off of its technology is from 2013.
Okay.
So we're using 2013-year-old technology. It's like trying to play these games on a fucking 360 right now.
It just drives me crazy because when you use the 360 as an example, the games that came out for it, they were complete. Okay?
Yep.
What did we get? DLC. The games for the PlayStation 3, they were complete. What did we get if we got any? I don't even think we got DLC for any of the fucking first party Sony. I'm lying. Infamous 2 had the Vampire Pack. That was dope. But today you should not give me a half-ass game. And you could go back to Cyberpunk, but I'm talking about the games of today. The games of today. Like I got Dead Island 2. Remember when that game was supposed to come out like 10 years ago, apparently, right? Like, that's all it feels, right?
God.
And yeah, it was fun, but it didn't feel finished. I guess it did. But then you hear things like Jedi Survivor, right?
Oh, fuck.
I bought that shit for $21. Gave it to my wife and said, here, wrap that shit up. It's a Christmas gift. I bought it myself. Hopefully it's fixed. Okay? When I before I played Spider-Man 2, I played Spider-Man 1 and Miles Morales over again. The first time I played Miles Morales, that game was broken as fuck. I was pissed the fuck off at its original launch. When I played it this year, everything was fixed. I was like, oh, nice. All the bugs were patched. I loved it. Fucking beautiful, fluid game. Perfect. Spider-Man 2 was good. I can't lie. I didn't have any issues with Spider-Man 2. But, and again, this goes to last year, God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Zero Dawn. There was some, chipping, clipping errors in it. But even still, you can't put out Starfield. Starfield, for instance. I could not get out of training. I literally got stuck. The fucking triangle wouldn't fucking pop up for me to open a door and walk out to start playing the game legit. What's going on? What's going on? And I love Microsoft. I do. But again, all of this shit, and it's not just putting out games that aren't finished. It's, yo, stop sucking the life out of everything. Stop buying everything up. These conglomerates, it's getting to a point where it's like, what the fuck are we doing? For me, the gaming industry is my number 3 most egregious thing. It's the worst thing of 2023. It'll probably continue to stay on my worst list. Hopefully 2024 is better. But if what you're saying and the hacking and, oh my God, don't even get me started with how everybody went goo goo gaga for that fucking Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer. And I'm like, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything.
Yeah.
Stop the bullshit. Don't get me wrong. It's not that it looks bad. It's gorgeous. But what did I see? It did nothing for... And then it tells me it's coming out in 2 years. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. That's something that pisses me off with the gaming industry. There's jumping for joy for shit that ain't nowhere near here. Stop.
Yeah.
And Rockstar was like, yo, let's just put this shit out because it already fucking leaked. Yeah. The gaming industry. My number 3.
Well, my next 2 actually have to deal with the gaming industry. So,
hold up. Wait. Hold up. You're breaking up. You're breaking up. Hang on
I'm
a second.
Silent Hill fan.
Hang on. You hear me?
You're breaking up a little too.
All right. I'm gonna stop it real quick. I'm gonna stop it because we're breaking up. Hang on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, we had some technical difficulties, and while we had technical difficulties, we wind up, going to urinate and getting extra alcohol. That's what happens here on these type of podcasts. But we are now up to our number 2s. Before we go, I just want, JR, let me ask you a question. This is how we should do it, okay? We'll do our number 2 worsts, right? We'll do them each.
Yeah.
Then I think we should do our honorable and dishonorable mentions. Then do our final number 1 worst, and then go to our final number 1 best. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it.
All right.
Let's do it.
That being said, you're up, my brother. What is your number 2 worst thing?
So I love how Silent Hill has been gone for 10 years, and then it comes back and spits in our face.
What?
So Silent Hill Ascension. It's not a game. It was a misconception. People thought it was a game. This is a story-driven AI TV show game that you pay money to vote for decisions that happen in it. And it has a battle pass.
What?
You talk about the gaming industry being shit. Konami is shit. I'm not fucking with you. I watched as much as I could. It's been memed to shit all year, but I genuinely watched it because when the episodes fully come out, they're dropped on Tubi. It's bad. It's bad. Like, you could tell it's AI done because, for instance, this little girl is screaming, I want someone to play with. And then the adult, this is literally what they sound like. You need to stop acting like that. Go to your room. The daughter slaps the mom in the face, and the mom's like, hey, you need to go to your room. You need a timeout. That is what we get as Silent Hill fans.
Wow.
You pay money to vote on decisions that happen in this AI-based bullshit, and there's a battle pass? What the fuck is this? What is this? And they say this is where the gaming industry's headed.
Oh God, no, please.
This is not only embarrassing, you're paying for nothing. No one's gonna remember this. No one. The monster designs suck. It's not scary. It's like watching it. You know those animated movies like the Resident Evil ones, and they had some Starship Trooper ones?
Yeah.
It's like watching that, but with the budget of $5. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And it's memed to shit to the point now, like, every time they're like, the new episode, like, they'll post on Twitter, the new episode's coming. People just spam Grandpa from The Simpsons snoring. That's all they spam. Because people are bored and sick of it. And this is before the Silent Hill 2 remake comes out. Silent Hill 2 remake is scheduled to be released allegedly March of 2024. And this comes out before that. I'm scared. I'm still buying it at $70 fucking for the PS5 only right now. I mean, it'll be on PC, but I mean, my rig can handle it, but not well for what they're fucking requiring. It's embarrassing, and it has me worried. And as a Silent Hill fan, I'm used to the abuse. We've been shit on since 2004. I mean, there was one good movie that came out in 2006. Other than that, it's been trash, dude. It's been trash my whole life with Silent Hill. I mean, and it's embarrassing to say that I'm a Silent Hill fan. I mean, because Resident Evil fans eating good, but us Silent Hill fans are eating shit. It's embarrassing, man, and it sucks. I don't know why this is where they're going with it. They have 3 planned actual games for the next few years. We'll see what happens. Silent Hill Ascension, honestly, I do recommend it to watch. Get a beer, get on Tubi, watch it. In the first 5 minutes, you'll be laughing your fucking ass off. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's almost so bad that it's good. But because I'm a Silent Hill fan, it just pisses me off. So it's like on the same vein as watching something Tyler Perry related, except AI in a horror movie. Like it's like it's that bad. And again, to the AI shit that we were discussing earlier in the stream or the podcast, yes, this is the dangers of AI. Because this is embarrassing. It's terrible. And it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Snap decisions for nothing. I'm done. Kidding.
I can't even speak on that. I will say, as far as Resident Evil goes, I mean, the games are good. The movies are not. And I'm not talking about the live action ones. I'm talking about the fucking CG movies.
Those are trash.
They're trash. They have the potential to be everything because they're CG. You can do what you want. I don't understand why they just don't make the fucking games into movies doing the CG. Well, oh, God.
They tried. It was called not Operation Raccoon City. It was Welcome to Raccoon City. I'm pretty sure you and me hated that too.
I'm pretty sure we did. I watched the one that came out this year, and I was just like the one in Alcatraz, and I'm like,
yeah, Death Island.
I'm like, oh great, look, they got the entire cast of all the Resident Evil games together. This should be, oh my God, what is this? Terrible.
It's a fucking snooze fest every time, dude. Those movies are bad.
They're bad, and it makes me sick to my stomach. But I can't speak to your Silent Hill. Because honestly, I played Silent Hill once, and I was like, yeah, this ain't Resident Evil.
It's a different beast.
It is. And I left it alone. I'll be honest, I wasn't mentally capable for it. And that was back then.
Listen, I'll do you a solid. I'll find the funny clips from Silent Hill Ascension, and you could just see how bad it is for yourself, because it's like, it's jarring. It's bad. It's bad. And they tried to claim that it's 100% voice acted. And I'm like, yeah, by a fucking robot. What? That's not a human. Yeah. That's not a human speaking.
I've seen some things over the past month where it was AI news, and I thought they were legit, and they were all avatars. And I'm like, that's impossible. That's a life model decoy right there. Like that's an LMD. I digress. I couldn't tell you about Silent Hill because I don't know nothing about it. But what I do know is my number 2. My number 2 worst thing in 2023. Sony, what are we doing? What are we doing, Sony? What the fuck are we doing? I got a
I can tell you
PS5.
what they're doing.
Yeah.
I can tell you what they're doing. They're facing a giant lawsuit
Yes.
because they're a shitty fucking company.
Yep.
They're making plans that get leaked to milk your wallet for less. You're going to be charged more for less. They have a subscription plan that's garbage.
Terrible.
Trust me, I'm just as mad as you. I don't know why I have the PS5 at this point.
I know why I have my PS5 for Spider-Man 2. But at the same time, I've got Ghost of Tsushima, the fucking director's cut on PS5. I haven't played it yet. I never played Ghost of Tsushima when it came out. So I got the director's cut, I got everything. Good, I'm gonna upload it, I get that. I played Horizon Forbidden West. So I can play the fucking DLC that absolutely sucks, Sony. This is why you're number 2 on my list. Come on. Come on. The Frozen Wilds was fucking miles above the Burning Shores. It drives me crazy. And you all sit here and say the Burning Shores is made for the PS5 only. For what reason? Yo, literally, there's no missions. You got like 4 or 5 missions in the entire DLC.
Oh,
and it's a
God.
fucking PS5 thing? Come on, man. Come on. The fucking Frozen Wilds puts that shit to shame. The Banuk up north in Horizon Zero Dawn is way better than the motherfucking Utaru. Oh, man, listen. It pissed me the fuck off. I like the story. I did. I kind of did like the story. But it was whacked in. It turns into a fucking mind control thing. And I'm like, wait, what? No, come on. Really? Some fucking Hollywood exec that was so rich he can be on that ship and then become immortal, and he comes back down here to fucking hypnotize these people to make them their slaves? Like, he's a Hollywood exec. But then I thought about it and I was like, no, that's the movie industry though. So
Yeah,
it makes sense. It makes sense. But I mean, fuck me, bro. The map is tiny. The fucking missions are corny. Oh my god, we got frost claws and fire claws in fucking Frozen Wilds, and in this one we get a fucking frog, and that's it. I'm like, man, listen, and it made me crazy because it was like a PS5 exclusive, and I'm like, fuck, that's bullshit. If the game came out on a PS4, then the DLC should come out on a PS4 too. No, there's no way around that. And then when I finally play it, I'm thinking this thing is going to be expansive. It's not. But that's not the only thing. Again, you look at the hacks. Come on, Sony. You got to be better than this.
Yeah, dude, it's been 3 times this year Sony's been hacked. 3 times in a year. And one of them, a whole drop of a game?
I mean, come on.
You can play that right now.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Not only that, and then this is, again, one of my most biggest fucking beefs with Sony. And I'm only on a PlayStation. I didn't even get to Sony yet. I'm just talking about PlayStation. Stop with yo, you ain't gonna have Call of Duty anymore. Fuck what the Xbox and Microsoft is saying. Oh, listen, in about 3 years, maybe 4, it's going to be 100% exclusive to Xbox. You're not going to have it no more. So wake the fuck up and open up your original shit. Give us... Look, all you got to do is start with the Resistance Trilogy Remastered. That's all you got to do. Start with that. And then work from there. You have the talent. It's not like it hasn't been done, because it has. You've done it. You've done it. Is Killzone a Halo killer? No. But is Killzone good? Absolutely. So stop. Sony, put it there. But let me move over to the entertainment side that you don't use your hands for. Because Sony, every time you do something right in the theaters, Spider-Verse, you give us Morbius. Okay? You can't do that no more, Sony. You can't. Oh, but then here comes Across the Spider-Verse. Oh, look at this movie. Greatest superhero movie of this year. Hands down. It really is. Greatest superhero movie of this year. And then you're going to drop a trailer for Kraven the Hunter? Are you fucking serious? Do you see what you're doing? Did you watch that trailer? Who the fuck is going to see that? Who the fuck knows Kraven outside of the comic book aficionados? Honestly, who knows? Nobody. Oh, but Sony, it doesn't stop there. It does not stop there, Sony. Because then you just recently dropped the Madam Web trailer. What are we doing? What are we doing? What?
That looked like straight trash, dude.
It looked like straight trash, and I gotta be honest, I didn't like the costumes because they were comic accurate. But am I going to the movies to see costumes that are comic accurate? No, because the trailer was whack. It was boring. Did not pull me in. What are we trying to show here? What are you trying to do, Sony? Here's the deal. Let's go back a couple years. Let's say 10. Let's go back 10 years ago, Sony. Literally. 2013. You make Amazing Spider-Man 2. And at the end of that movie, you tease the Sinister Six. It didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work so bad that you leased Spider-Man to Marvel so they can make your Spider-Man. Come on. Think about it. You've got Tom Holland. What do you do with Tom Holland? He's just Spider-Man. Let's do Uncharted and use Tom Holland. No. Even Tom Holland said, yeah, that might have been a mistake. What are we doing, Sony? What the fuck are we doing? The kid will come back. And you know what? It's not just old fuddy-duddies like me. The generations before, after me, they like this kid. He is Spider-Man. You've got a fucking platinum mine on your hands when it comes to making movies. You just got to do it right. You got to do it right. You got to stop setting up all of this other bullshit that nobody cares about. Because nobody cares about it. Nobody. So Sony, for the love of God, stop your bullshit. Get your act together. Give us games from the old school. Stop with the... Yo, and you ain't lying. Their fucking Game Pass, quote unquote, that PlayStation Plus is a hawk of crap. Bullshit.
And it's going up.
And it's going up. Now, man, listen. My brother goes, yo, I just get like the base one so I can play online. I go, bro, I don't play online.
Yeah, and that base one's now going to cost you fucking $80.
Yeah, no, there's
instead of the $50 a year, $80. Are you okay with that?
It makes no sense to get in that shit, especially when you have on the store. If I want to play Twisted Metal, I could buy it for $10 instead of paying $80 a year to play it. Oh, I'll just buy it for $10 and it'll be there. But I still have Twisted Metal from a PlayStation, and I still have a PlayStation, the first one. It just ain't hooked up. Yeah. I need some adapters, but that's fine. It drives me up a fucking wall to see how the mighty have fallen. Sony should not be in the position it's in. And granted, I don't think Sony will ever be acquired by a larger company. At least not in the next 10 years, okay? If it's going to happen, it'll probably happen after I'm dead. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. At the same time, Sony, you really got to get it together. You got to. Yeah. Because you're sitting on a fucking platinum mine and you are doing the dumbest fucking things with it. You said it earlier today with Disney bleeding money. Sony just loves to bleed money and then cry about it. It's your fault. It's a self-inflicted wound. Stop. Stop, for the love of God, stop. You were number one. The Xbox came out because of you. You were number one. Get back to being number one. Oh my God, it kills me.
And what's embarrassing too is they keep getting hacked and then cry about it. Hey, I've got an idea. Fix your shit. I've never seen a company get hacked as much as Sony. Remember back when on the PS3 in 2011 it got hacked for a month. You couldn't play games for a month. It's like every fucking year Sony gets hacked. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And see, that's my biggest thing. That's why I've taught myself, and I'm still learning, how to fix old consoles. So I always can play my shit. Because Sony doesn't give a fuck. Jim Ryan doesn't give a fuck. The head of Sony that's stepping down. He's the fucking one that says, why would people play old games?
So that right there is what gives me hope for the PlayStation.
Yeah.
But Sony as a corporation?
Fucking.
Make your TVs, make your headphones, because they ain't making, CD plays anymore. Make what you, but for cry, because look, Sony's been around for long before I have. Okay, Sony's an institution, but I've been around before PlayStation. God damn it, I've been around before they acquired Spider-Man. God damn it, and what I see right now with what they have and what they know will give them billions, they don't do it. So with that guy Ryan stepping down for the PlayStation, I think it's a good thing. And let's hope and pray that whoever takes his place says, yo, let's drop some of these prices on this fucking PlayStation Plus, and let's get shit rolling. Like, yo, Ratchet and Clank, fucking all that shit. Let's go. Let's make these games again.
Seriously, I'm there with you, man.
I need a Resistance fucking remastered trilogy. I need an Infamous remastered duology. I need a new Infamous with Cole. I need these games that make the PlayStation worth buying, because it wasn't God of War. God of War was on the PS2. It wasn't God of War. It was Killzone 1 and 2. It was Resistance. It was Infamous. Where are those games? Where are those games? Stop remaking The Last of Us. I'm tired of it. Sony, for the love of God. Stop giving me the Sinister Six.
Because The Last of Us Part 2 is getting a remaster or a remake. A game that came out in 2019.
I saw it. It's coming out. That was 2019? Oh, shit.
That came out in 2019. How embarrassing.
Yeah, I thought
how embarrassing.
That's longer than I thought, to be honest. I thought it was like 2020, 2021.
Yeah, but that game, it don't need that.
It don't. And they're doing Horizon Zero Dawn, a remake. And I'm like, no, don't do Horizon Zero. You know what? Look, I ain't mad at the VR shit, but can I play that VR Horizon game on the PS5 just in first person without the fucking VR shit? Dude, why ain't we doing that? And
because
I get it.
Sony.
Yeah, because Sony, and they want to sell the VR console. I'm just that one has me done, man. The gaming industry 3, Sony number 2, and again, it's not just the gaming, it's not just PlayStation with Sony. That's a huge part of it. But then the movies, like, you gotta stop making these superhero movies that don't make sense.
All they make, most of their movies now are just shit.
Exactly. And I like the first Venom, but Venom Let There Be Carnage. Suya, bro. Hoofa.
They need to leave. Venom feels like a fucking piece of meat that's been thrown around a few times, if you know what I mean.
I do. But, oh my God, was that my number 2? That was my number 2.
Yeah.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
We got to do our honoraries now, right?
Yeah, so I have one honorable mention.
Go ahead.
Hiya Toys. They killed it. They've dethroned Monster Arts as the pinnacle of articulated figure collecting for me. I love Hiya. $50 for a figure. Their Ghidra's $130. I think it's worth the price considering how big and articulated it is and accurate. So they make movie accurate figures, unlike Monster Arts, which don't. I like Hiya. I'm glad I've picked up some of their figures this year. And I'm looking forward to what they have coming.
Nice. My quick honorable mentions. I'm not going to give a whole thing. I already said 65. That's a fact.
Yep.
Dungeons and Dragons. Fantastic film. Knocked me out my seat. I loved it. And again, not a fan of the franchise like that. But it got this normie in. Expendables 4.
Really?
Oh, yeah. That's an honorable mention. Listen, Expendables 4, because I was dogging the shit out of the Expendables 4. I was like, why are they even making a 4th movie? The 3rd movie sucked. Like, why are we doing this? And the fact of the matter that the fucking movie guy was saying, definitely rated R. What? Like, I never heard that in my life. Who needs to do that? I watched the movie and I sat there and I said, oh shit. It had the heart of Expendables 1.
Yeah.
It had the heart of Expendables 1. There's CG that's wonky? Yes, there is. Not gonna lie, okay? But outside of that, I actually liked the new Expendables crew. I did. I didn't think I was gonna, but I did. It was a good movie. It definitely caught me off guard with a lot of shit. I mean, Sylvester Stallone was in 5 minutes of the movie, and then I couldn't believe what happened. I was like, oh my God. And it was just dope. So Expendables 4, definitely honorable mention. Another one that's an honorable mention, Five Nights at Freddy's.
Really?
I played the game a couple of times because my daughter likes it. And so when Xbox had it on Game Pass, I said, hey, come down, let's play this. And yeah, I don't spend too much time on any of them. It's all the same game in my opinion. I get a jump scare. She gets a kick out of it. And then we move on to the next, right? The movie, on the other hand, I was like, you know what? Shit, I could watch this every Halloween. That kid, my kid, she's seen it 5 times in the theaters. So I was like, damn, okay, shit. She loved it. I thought it was great. Another honorable mention, Evil Dead Rise.
I didn't see it.
HBO Max, you better do it before you get rid of it.
I know.
You gotta do it before you get rid of it. I watched it this week. Okay? I literally just watched it this week. It is not scary. There's no jump scares. Okay? And if you get jump scared, then all right, it is what it is, but it's not scary. It really plays like Evil Dead 2. They do a lot of sight gags from Evil Dead 2 down to the motherfucking eyeball in the mouth. They do that. It's creepy, but it's not jump scary. What I loved about the movie was they basically say the Necronomicon is a volume in a books of the dead. So what we got in 2013 or whenever the first Evil Dead movie came
2013,
out?
yeah.
2013 was one thing. This Evil Dead is a different book. And then there's other different books. And I said, that's actually really dope for the lore. I dug that.
Yeah.
This one dealt with body horror. I dug it. So, Evil Dead Rise, thumbs up. Not scary. Gory. Gory, yes. Scary, no. And my last honorable mention was a movie that came out on Hulu this year that I gotta be honest. Last year, my number one thing was Signs. UFO aficionado. My honorable mention this year was No One Will Save You. Came out on Hulu. Alien invasion movie. And oh my fucking God. There's 5 lines of dialogue in this entire movie. The movie is built around panic and fear. And I fucking loved it. Up until the end when all of a sudden I said, where did this come from? Perfect. Doesn't make my top 10, but for the love of God, No One Will Save You on Hulu. Man, if you have Hulu, watch that movie. It is fucking dope. And there's some jump scares in there. There's some creepy things in there. But at the end of the day, I just sat there and I was like, did I just see that? Did that really just happen? That was fucking nuts. And those are my honorable mentions.
All right.
Where do we go from here?
Well, when you get to the dishonorable mentions.
Oh, yeah. I only have one.
I have 3.
I'll go first.
Yeah, I think we both have this one.
No, I guarantee you we do not.
Okay.
I guarantee you we do not. Because I had to change this, okay? When you mentioned the lake,
oh yeah,
I had to take this off of my number 8 and put this on a dishonorable mention. One of my all-time favorite wrestlers is CM Punk. CM Punk was my number 8 worst thing to happen this year. And the reason why I say my favorite wrestler was one of the worst things to happen this year, is because he was in AEW and he was given AEW, and again, I'm playing tribalism here. He was given AEW the fucking boost it needed. And then it all went to shit last year. And there was this big fucking fight backstage last November, and they got suspended, and it was terrible. But then on Father's Day, June 17th this year, he made his comeback. Not only did he make his comeback, but the guy who owns AEW, Tony Khan, created a brand new show specifically for CM Punk. That's crazy. This is your show, bro. It's your show. And again, fucking just pop. Everybody was popping and the fucking ratings was there. Everything was working. Everything was good. And then they got this big ass show in London, Wembley Stadium. 90,000 plus fucking seats. 100 plus. I don't even know. 100,000, 90,000 plus seats. Whatever it was. But huge. A huge venue. And AEW damn near sells it out. Literally, I think the fucking thing was like 88, 89,000 seats. Sold. Incredible. Across the pond. That's not us going over there. That meant they wanted AEW. And CM Punk was a part of the show. And what happens? There's a backstage fight with CM Punk. Oh my God. What the fuck? And and again, my favorite wrestler, man. It's one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. Because he's real, man. CM Punk is real. He's fucking real. But to a fucking fault. Because yes, he comes out in the first fucking match and he has, or second match, and he has this banger of a match. Fantastic fucking sports entertainment / wrestling match. It is fantastic, and it's opening the show. And then he goes backstage and picks a fight with a fucking rookie. And I say rookie, he's not really a rookie, but he's young in the game. And he picks a fight, and then he gets fired from AEW because of it. And it bothered me. But I didn't think nothing of it until WWE said, yo, CM Punk, we want you back. And CM Punk has been gone from the WWE for 10 years. For 10 years. And he shitted all over that company and all of this shit. And now he's back in the WWE. And while I do like the WWE, AEW is where my heart is right now. And it kills me. And I see this. And I say to myself, what the fuck? And then he comes out and he cuts his first promo. And it's tame. It's not a CM Punk promo. But he can't talk about AEW. He can't. Legally, he cannot. And it just kills me. That's a dishonor. That was my number 8 on my worst.
Yeah.
Because he was my favorite wrestler. And for everything he used to say about WWE, to go to AEW and do his damn thing and then get into all of these problems to get fired. And now to go back to WWE the way you shitted on it for the past 10 years. It's hard, man. It's hard, but I get it. It's wrestling. It's wrestling.
Yeah.
I saw it. Survivor Series. I saw it. The last match. The men's Survivor Series match. I sat there at the edge of my seat. Is he coming? Is he coming? Is he coming? And then Randy Orton's music hit. And I said, I guess not. And Randy Orton made his triumphant comeback after a year and a half, maybe 2 years after being out injured. And I said, okay. And he helped the face team beat the heels in the match. And I was like, all right, that was cool. And then it was going off the air. The fucking sign, JR, pops up in the corner. You know the sign that says, this is the end of the pay-per-view. It pops up. Trademark, WWE, whatever the fuck. It pops up. And I was like, oh, well, all right, that's the end. And then all of a sudden I hear, the Cult of Personality starts playing. Mind you, they're in Chicago, CM Punk's hometown. And then CM Punk comes out. Look in my eyes. What do you see? And I didn't even pop. I sat there like, oh my fucking God. It's happening. It's happening. And it killed me. And it fucking killed me because I knew at that point in time, AEW took a bullet to the chest. And AEW's been good. But fuck, man, CM Punk is just that game changer. Honorable mention only because the lake really pissed me off this year.
Yeah, right?
But that's it. Your dishonorable mentions.
Sony.
Wow.
Microsoft.
Ooh.
And this is why for Microsoft, real quick. There was kind of a leak from Microsoft. Apparently, they are making a next-gen console, and they're planning on launching it in 2 years.
No. What?
They're going to start their 10th generation. It should be the 10th generation of console before Sony ends their 9th. Or 11th. Too many numbers.
But isn't
So Microsoft's gonna start their next generation before Sony finishes this one out. They're pretty much abandoning this generation.
But wasn't Microsoft saying something like, or Phil Spencer was saying something like, if we don't do good here, we're done by 2027?
2027. So
I didn't
that's
want to
why they're
believe
trying
you. You was gonna make my
Yeah.
list. You were gonna make my list for making such a bold accusation a couple months back, but you
was
weren't
true.
lying. It was true, and I hate that though.
And that's pretty much where we're going. It seems like they're gonna start their next generation, flop it, do streaming. So-
Straight cloud gaming.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's where they're headed.
It makes sense on one point because they don't have to pay for the physical media being produced. As far as physical discs, they don't have to pay for the manufacturing.
Dude, they don't even have to. They don't have to pay for hardware. They don't have to pay for shit.
That's true. They could just stream it off their website.
You could stream it off a TV.
Wow, you ain't lying, son of a.
That's where we're headed. Fuck Microsoft right now. I'm pissed. I love their Duke controllers. I love the Series X, but this is where they're headed.
So, are you trying to say that Google Stadia was
It was the precursor.
it was prophesizing,
Yeah.
I mean,
I just didn't think it would happen this fast, man. But we'll see.
well, I got nervous when I saw the cloud start going up, and they were really
Yeah.
focused on that. And I played games on the cloud that did not clip or glitch or buffer, and I was like, well, fuck.
Yeah.
So now that
But-
you say that, I'm like, shit, I'm worried.
And then finally, the passing of the Heisei Godzilla suit actor Satsuma. I have to, I'm sorry. This cut me to my core. It did. He also played Gigan and Hedra.
Yes, he did.
Man, like, it sucks because that was a lot. I mean, it's Godzilla. It's Godzilla. I grew up with Showa the Heisei, and Heisei was some of my favorite movies growing up, and yeah, that cut me deep. And it sucks because, like, when I found out he passed, the only image that kept popping in my head is from Godzilla Mothra Battle for Earth when Godzilla's walking on land to the Ferris wheel where Mothra and Batra are fighting, and it's just on repeat. It tore me up. It still tears me up. I hate it. I hate it when our suit actors die. I do. So rest in peace.
When that news broke, I literally did not make any statements. I didn't put anything in our chat. I didn't put anything up on social media. I honestly didn't want to believe it, but you can't escape the facts. This is my Godzilla.
Yeah.
He is my Godzilla. The sensei. And it hurts a lot. And again, people be like, well, you don't even know this person. No, I do know this person. I know him because I love him. I love what he did for Godzilla. My Heisei series is my Godzilla. It is when it's my coming of age. It's my coming of age. Literally, in the same time, everything. It just happened that way. And it was because of this man. So I'll never forget, I was coming home from California when I found out that Nakajima died. And I was like, holy shit. And it fucking crushed me. And at the time, I was doing the Facebook page. So I posted up. We were at a gas station. So I posted and I was just like, oh my God. Haru Nakajima, rest in peace. Like, you're the GOAT. You're the first. You're the one. You are Godzilla. And, it's going to feel different in this genre without you. But this one, I didn't say anything. I'm not doing the social media thing no more. But this one, I want to just keep to myself. Is that being selfish?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This one, I want to keep to myself. This is my guy. That's my mentor.
Yeah.
That's him. So, damn, that's a good one, JR, man. Fuck, you got me all fucking...
No,
I hate you.
I know. So am I, man. I'm actually fighting the tears hard right now, because it's Godzilla.
It's Godzilla.
We lost another Godzilla. We only got 2 left, man. So
2.
Yeah, there's 2 Millennium Suit actors, I guess.
Oh, okay. I only know
yeah.
1. And then everybody else.
I only know the 1 too. So.
And then everybody else is CG. But yeah, no, that it is what it is. We got it. All we gotta say is at least he's seen -1.
Yes.
He got to rest in peace. Legit. This was it. He said, "Oh, I know that face," and passed on. I love it. That's how I want to think of it.
Yeah.
Because that was his face.
It was. That was his Godzilla on that screen, man, through and through.
Yeah.
That was Heisei Godzilla.
Ugh. Oh man, why are we doing this? We still got a couple more to go. We got 4 more to go, and it's all sour now. And
more. I know. So why don't I just hop into my number 1? And because I'm hot pissed about my number 1 worst.
Really?
Oh.
No, I can't wait for this one.
So, my number 1 worst. How you make me wait so long. How you make me wait so long and do me so dirty. You ask me for $100 for your Ultimate Edition on the promise of all this shit. And I'm such a fucking fan of your franchise. I'll hand this shit over. I played so much of your games, and you do me dirty. See, earlier I was gushing about spending $100 on a deluxe edition for a game that I feel deserves it, but this pile of fucking shit, this absolute fucking donkey dick of a fucking worthless hunk of plastic, fuck this game. Fuck Diablo 4.
Ooh.
Fuck you. Fuck you! I loved Diablo 3. I loved it. Hey. I loved it. I loved Diablo 3. Hundreds of hours in Diablo 3. And you make me... Diablo 3 came out 2012. You make me wait till 2023 for your follow-up? And you have Battle Pass. Microtransaction store. You charge me $100 for the fucking game, and then you force me to, when I want to participate in the new seasons, to beat the campaign, and then nerf all the characters, nerfed all their powers, all their abilities, so it's harder to beat the campaign, more of a grind, to then beat the campaign so you can actually participate in the fucking game. Then you want $60 to $100 for your season pass every 3 months, and then you have a microtransaction store. Yeah, this game is fucking appalling and is proof that everything that you love is corrupted eventually, and then you die. You die alone. You die alone and unhappy and broke because they milk you. Fucking Diablo 4. It's a horrible game, and then Microsoft buys Activision Blizzard because it's published by Blizzard or created by it. So Microsoft buys Diablo 4, and I'm still fucking waiting. The game's still in a piss poor state. Oh, it's playable. My fucking ass. Rubber banding constantly. I can't fucking walk into a fight without dying because the game will freeze and then I just die. Because it's always online, multiplayer only, even if you're solo questing. It's fucking atrocious. I went from, when I first played it, I was like, this game ain't that bad. It's got bugs. To... I hate this game. This is the worst game I played this year. Diablo 4 is a fucking disgusting money-grabbing pile of shit built off of a fucking mobile game system that Activision, Blizzard, and now Microsoft should all be fucking ashamed of and should really start kissing customers' fucking asses who spent $100 on this pile of shit and can't play your pile of shit because you haven't made it worth the fucking money. It's not worth the money. I've played free-to-play games that are better than this shit. I've played PS2 games that are better than this shit. Fuck off. I went back to Diablo 3 and I haven't looked back. And Diablo 3 came out in 2012. You made me hate your game so fucking much, I stopped playing it the same fucking year it was released. And I went back to your old shit. Fuck you. Fuck you. This is bullshit. Diablo 4 pissed me off. It pissed me, and I'm a Diablo fan, man. I'm a hardcore Diablo fan. And then, on the flip side of it, Baldur's Gate 3 comes out and just fucking slaps you around. It's spanking your ass with paddles. Diablo doesn't know what it's doing. Fuck Activision Blizzard. Fuck Diablo 4. That's my number one. I hate gaming.
Holy shit, we had hit the 5-hour mark. Oh my, I said we weren't going to do it, and yet we did.
I know.
You know what? I've never played Diablo, but my brother has, and I can tell you, my brother shares your sentiment. Because when he bought it, he was on that, oh shit, Diablo 4 is coming out, I can't wait, and my brother's the type of gamer that he buys everything. Like, he don't give a fuck, right? He regrets it later. Yeah, he told me, nah, this game sucks. He regretted it. He's like, it's not finished. This is not even Diablo 3. He said, pretty much everything you said, my brother told me. I never played those games, so I couldn't attest. I couldn't say anything about them. But those are not my type of games. So I will take your word, the way I took my brother's word, and I will say, damn.
Hey,
the gaming industry. The gaming industry. You see what I'm saying? It's bullshit.
And if you noticed, it was all the big AAA shit, the big companies we hated, and then you have Larian Studios with Baldur's Gate 3, independently developed, independently published. That was all them, baby. I'm fucking tired of it. Diablo 4 is my number one. Fuck off. I hope that company fucking rots in Microsoft's possession. I hope they don't make another fucking game.
No, don't say that, because I need Microsoft to exist, okay? Because, again...
No, not Microsoft. I mean Blizzard.
Okay, gotcha.
That company. I hope Microsoft shuts them down. They don't make another fucking game. It's atrocious.
I gotcha. Well, on to my number one worst of 2023. Your number 6. Hey, Disney, how you doing? I gotta talk to you. Me and you, we gotta talk face to face, huh? Hey, what are you doing, Disney? What are you doing, Disney? Why are you doing what you're doing, Disney? Here's my problem with Disney. They gave me one good thing this year. Although I will say, I did watch What If, the first episode this morning. And it was fun. It was fun. For the half hour it was a good time. It felt like Blade Runner, right? With Nebula from Guardians of the Galaxy. Guardians of the Galaxy 3, I didn't hate that movie. Actually, it might be my favorite Marvel movie of the year, but I didn't love it, okay? It's just by default. I saw Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. There's one scene in that movie where I was like, oh my God. And that's when Kang is telling Ant-Man, yo, you need to do this for me or I'm going to kill your daughter. That scene was great. One scene in an entire 2-hour movie. I watched Marvels yesterday, as of this recording. The Marvels wasn't bad. Let me rephrase that. The Marvels is not as bad as, let me say, God, how can I put this? It's bad, okay? It's bad. All right, it's bad, but it's not bad for the reasons a lot of people think it's bad. Okay, everybody wants to jump on, oh, girl power and all that shit. It's there, yes. That's not the reason why it's bad. That's actually one of the reasons why it works. It works. The reason why it's bad is because the directing is terrible. It's terrible. I mean, the directing, the editing, they stay on people for way too long on shots where it becomes obviously awkward. You can see the actors looking at the camera like, are we cutting? It's terrible in that regard. The story's not, it's not any of the, the story, let's say, is on par, maybe a little better than the second Thor movie, maybe, okay?
Yeah.
I like the idea of having all three of the Marvel girls together. I never hated Brie Larson as Captain Marvel, okay? She's bland, though, in the role. I like Brie Larson. She's bland in the role. She's bland here. And whenever you see a smile, it literally feels forced. It looks like it's forced. Even when it's supposed to be forced, it feels like it's forced to be forced. It's weird. I can't explain it, but I'm telling you, just watch the movie, right? The movie's not bad for the reasons you might think. It's just a bad movie. That's it. That's it. Samuel L. Jackson is 70-something years old. He spends the majority of time in this movie in a chair. He's sitting down, not the same chair. He's sitting down in multiple chairs because he doesn't want to stand. He's old. And they make Nick Fury to be a joke. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. Disney, what are we doing? That's just that one. Ant-Man sucked. Guardians was... Everybody went goo goo gaga for Guardians because of Little Rocket and his little posse of little critters. I could have cared less. I honestly thought, seeing the reviews of this movie, the way everybody was going crazy about it, that somebody was dying. I was like, oh shit, they're gonna kill Drax? Oh no, don't kill Drax. Spoiler alert, nobody died. The Guardians all lived. The fucking bunny died. The fucking bunny that's introduced in this movie that has a steel jaw died. The walrus died. The other thing died. I could care less. I could care less. But this is where we live today. This is what Disney is pandering to. It drives me up a fucking wall. I'm not going to talk about The Little Mermaid because I did not see The Little Mermaid. All I can say about The Little Mermaid is my wife and daughter, especially my wife, who is a huge fan of the original Little Mermaid because it hit her at the age it was supposed to. She was that age. She said, it's not bad, but there were one or two things that could have been omitted. Songs that didn't make sense in the movie, and certain things they changed around from the original to this one. But outside of that, she said it wasn't bad. I'll take a word for it. I am never going to watch that movie. It's not my type of thing. The TV shows. I already said about Ahsoka. I really loved Ahsoka. I didn't watch Mando Season 3. I did not watch Loki Season 2 yet. I didn't watch Loki Season 2 yet. I will get around to it. But we've seen these things, and again, it's the reason why I didn't watch Loki season 2 right off the bat. The trailer drove me nuts. I love the kid. I love Short Round, okay? Short Round from Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, who grew up to play Waymond in Everything Everywhere Always at Once, right? I love him.
Yeah.
Forget his name, but I love him. I love him. Short Round. Data from the fucking Goonies. Love him. But then they super showcase him in the trailer for Loki, and he is absolutely gushing. And I'm like, no, dude, you can't gush. You're an actor. Play the actor, not the fanboy. Right? Play the character, not the fan, not the actor. Oh my God. So I didn't watch it yet, but I will. But it's not just that. It's the fact that Disney has, like you said earlier, bled money and has cut things and has stopped production on things, which I think should work in all honesty. But then they put into production things that shouldn't even exist. And it drives me up a fucking wall. Disney, you're supposed to be the king of all of them. The one to rule the realms. And I sit here and I'm like, you're doing nothing for me. You talked about Wish earlier today. I'll be honest. I really was into the idea of trying to bring the entire Disney multiverse together. But then I said, and I thought to myself, I said, well, I kind of saw that before Wreck-It Ralph 2. They had all the princesses. That's all you need because that's the Disney multiverse.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. All right, Simba, sit down. You're not a part of the Disney princesses. You're your own thing. Disney doesn't know what they're doing. They're cutting shows. They're cutting things. I mean, fuck. They're ruining Daredevil. I don't care what anybody says. Reshoots are happening. They fired Kang. They got to figure out what they're going to do next. Sony sucks. Listen. Just get Spider-Man back for Sony. And then do something there, because the last Spider-Man movie was the last Disney and Sony movie that was fucking great. So you know where your money is. And I know where you're going. Spoiler alert, and the movie's been out since November 3rd, so I don't even care at this point. The end of the Marvels. My favorite character in the entire Marvels show, Photon, even though she didn't get that name, ends up in another universe. She wakes up in a hospital bed. She sees her mother, who died when she blipped out when Thanos snapped his fingers. Okay? When Thanos snapped his fingers, Monica Rambeau blipped. Her mother died during those 5 years. So when she came back, her mother was already gone. She wakes up in an alternate universe. Her mother's standing by her bedside. She's like, Mom? Mom goes, who? Who are you? And then all of a sudden, who walks by? Kelsey Grammer, the Beast. Yep. She's in the Fox universe with the X-Men.
All right.
Yep. And I said, okay, here we go. This is how we do it. Marvel, that's what you need to start doing. Not what you think. Disney, this is what you need to focus on. Jesus, I rambled for way longer than I wanted to. Disney is my number one worst thing of the year. It drives me crazy.
No, Disney, like I said earlier, they suck. They need to fucking get their shit together. I mean, who are they appealing to?
Seriously, I mean, you had oh my God, Buzz Lightyear. You had Lightyear come out earlier this year. You got an all-star cast in it. You got fucking Chris Pine, bro. You got Captain fucking America playing Buzz Lightyear. I don't know if I would have done that. I probably would have went and got Tim Allen. But why didn't we get Tim Allen? And again, I'm not trying to be political here, but maybe Tim Allen has a different set of political views. We can't do that anymore, man. Not when you want to make money. So stop it. And this is where I start to see the other side of things.
Yeah.
This is where I'm seeing it. And I'm like, fuck, I don't want to agree with them. But fuck, they ain't lying. They're not lying.
Hopefully someone pulls their head out of their ass real soon. Because it's just ridiculous. You know?
Absolutely.
Ridiculous. Thank God they canceled the live action Lilo and Stitch movie though.
Oh, honestly, yeah. They did? Did they? Really?
They canceled it.
Yeah.
It shut down.
Is it because of the strike?
For that.
Is it because of the strike?
No, it was before the strike. Like right before they canceled it.
And that's just it. Nobody asked for that. And that's not only that. Oh my God. I got to talk about this real quick. I have zero problems with them remaking their animated classics, right?
Is this the Snow White shit?
But you can't have your Snow White, and I'm not even talking about a complexion, because honestly, I love her. I think that girl is pretty and beautiful, and Rachel Ziegler, whatever her name is. I love her. Man, listen. But you cannot, you got to put a clamp on people's mouths at times, especially if you want to make money. You gotta say, shh. Because what you're doing right now is not entertaining the masses. You are entertaining one side. You're shitting on one and entertaining another. And honestly, the side you're entertaining, not all of them are going to see your movie. But if you shut the fuck up, guess who's going to see your movie? A lot more people. So shut up. You got to clamp it. You got to clamp it. You got to nip it in the ass. It's funny. It's funny. You know why? Because originally, when those original stills came out and you saw her and 7 people, they weren't dwarfs, but 7 people in different costumes because they didn't want to do dwarfs and people fucking revolted. Now they went and they did CG dwarfs. They're doing Dopey and Smokey and Sleepy and Happy and Doc and whoever the fuck else. I don't know. I don't know the dwarfs. I don't know that movie. But they're doing them now and CG. Yeah. And you know what I would do? If I was Disney, you know what I'd do? I'd keep every single one of those actors I already hired to play not dwarfs, and I would make them voice the dwarfs we have now CG to keep them employed. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
You ain't making nobody mad on either side, but you got to clamp down on, well, Snow White can mean anything. Listen, it's Snow White, her skin is white as snow. That's the whole point. But I'm not mad at that. I'm not. Yeah. I'm more mad at don't say anything. Let people hate on it. Because you know what? If you don't say nothing, they're going to check it out anyway. They will. They will. Listen, I think that's one of the reasons why Little Mermaid actually did better than I thought it was going to do. They shut the fuck up. They shut the fuck up. But yeah, that's my number one.
All right. Skip that.
We're gonna take a break right quick. We'll be right back. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking around. Listen, we are in the final stretch, literally the last two. Promise, our number ones, best things of 2023. We are here. We are now. I gotta say, I am sorry. I did not think we were gonna go 5 hours, and here we are, past 5 hours.
Hey, I'm okay with it, but like I said, let's wrap this shit up.
Let's do it. So, JR.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I know what your number one is, but please explain. What is your number one?
My number one is a movie that's got Hollywood scared right now.
Good way of putting it.
They're scared. I mean, it's true. You have a movie come out with less than $15 million budget and has turned a what? 72 million in the States? Massive profit. Written, directed, and special effects by the same guy, Godzilla -1. This movie, I mean, it's the best Godzilla movie ever made. It is. It's my new number one. Came in here, perfect acting. Special effects, fantastic. Mix of practical and CG as well. I mean, characters, dialogue, Everything. No MacGuffin. We've talked about it. 2 reviews now. We gotta go. Go watch the reviews if you want the full take. But I'm just gonna say right now, this movie is a number 1 for a lot of reasons. But it made Godzilla great again. It really did.
Mega! Mega! Oh, shit. You're killing me.
Godzilla great again.
Made Godzilla great again. Holy you know, some of the people in our circle might not like that, but I get it. That's funny.
It did, man. It's like the perfect film. You know, it's got a vision. It's not pandering. It's not sitting here trying to be like, oh, we're making this movie for this side or that side. It's like, no, this is a movie for everybody. And the reviews and the box office prove it. The fact that this movie, every fucking week, it got extended a week, got extended a week, got extended a week. Holy shit! This movie's making money. And everyone's loving it, except 2 idiots that don't fucking understand what good movies are and probably watch Madea movies unironically. Listen, Godzilla -1 is my top 10. It came in. It's like that video of the guy slapping all the people at the party.
Just
That's Godzilla -1 to everything. It slapped Disney. It slapped Warner Brothers. It slapped Paramount. It just came in slapping.
I 100% agree with you. I cannot knock it. I have already gushed about Godzilla -1. It is the perfect Godzilla movie for what it needed to be when it needed to be. And for that, I fucking love it. And again, I already said what I felt about the movie, how it got me teared up with music and all. But no, this movie right now is looking for Oscars. It has put out a for your consideration flyer, pamphlet, whatever. The movie speaks for itself. The ratings, the critics, the reviews speak for itself. You got 2 knuckleheads. 2. And they just YouTube drones. Hollywood cannot snub Godzilla -1. I 100% agree with you. I cannot knock your number 1, even though it was my number 2. Because my number 1, JR, and I might be cheating here, but my number 1 was Godzilla.
It was a good year.
It was a good year. Are you fucking kidding me? I never, ever in my entirety of life would have thought I would be here right now speaking to you and all of y'all listening, however many 5 of you, saying that Godzilla had the greatest year of my entire life here in the States. Seriously, again, Super 7 on my wall. Godzilla. Godzilla -1. 98, 99, 100%. Across the board. Across the board. They're making a black and white version that's coming out in Japan, and I pray on everything, like Gam said. I hope it is on the Blu-ray 4K. Please. Oh my, and I saw the trailer. I don't even want it in black and white. I don't even want it in black and white. But I will take it. But from fucking merchandise to Monarch. From -1 to the toy commercial that was GXK. You know it. I know it. Look. Throw in a 24-hour channel dedicated to Godzilla on Pluto TV. And love it or hate it, Godzilla's never been this popular. He's my number one of 2023. And I can say that with such authority. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put my Godzilla versus Kong hat on right here. Yeah, like I'm going to Miami. Look, there's Kong, but there's the big guy, right? I can say it with such fact and admiration and absolution. Nobody can take this away from us. Nobody. It is a fucking fact at this point in time. Godzilla is fucking ruling us right now in terms of entertainment. It ain't Marvel. It ain't DC. James Bond came out last year. Nothing. You see, look, Barbie did his thing. Mario did his thing. But look, Godzilla is like number one in terms of the best reviewed movie of the year. What? In a year where Oppenheimer came out. In a year where Barbieheimer came out. I talked ludicrously for like 4 or 5 weeks straight about Barbieheimer. And how crazy that was. I didn't see either movie. I didn't watch Barbie. I didn't see Oppenheimer. I'm going to watch both of them. I will. But the fact of the matter is, those movies were at the top, the fucking tippy top pinnacle. Yet, Mario was still here. I think, I haven't checked. I don't know if Barbie beat Mario in the box office. Mario's a fucking crusher. I should have put that there. I saw it and I didn't care about it. I was like, all right, it's Mario. It's cool. There was like 3 or 4 things that I was like, thumbs up. I'm not going to hate on it, though. Especially because it made its money, but it won't make my top 10 because it made so much money. It's not my movie. But fucking Godzilla. Godzilla transcended this year. Transcended more than anybody would have ever thought in their life. And again, and I say, love it or hate it. And I know you hated that Godzilla X Kong trailer. I know you hated it. But fuck. Look where we have come.
Oh, yeah.
And I sit here and I say to myself, you've got Toho giving us the greatest classic movie we have ever seen. And then you've got Legendary giving us the greatest classic Saturday morning cartoon we've ever seen. Where do we go wrong? We don't. We win. We fucking win. Godzilla fans, I should say Godzilla fans number one. We fucking won this year. We won. Whether or not the Academy Awards will recognize, Godzilla -1, and they fucking should. They really should. Listen, just in terms of special effects, and again, there are movies that had really good special effects, and again, I'll take Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, with Baby Rocket and all that. But ask yourself this, Hollywood. Ask yourself this, Academy. How much did that cost to make that? James Gunn will tell you. And then say, how much did it cost to make Godzilla -1? And for the love of God, how could you not acknowledge it? How could you not? Godzilla is here. And I swear on everything, I hope to God it's here to stay. Because what Toho did this year literally put the flag down and said, yo, this is who we are. And I cannot wait to see what happens in the future. Whether it's GXK, which I cannot wait for. I'm sorry, but I'm running just like Godzilla and Kong to the theaters. I'm running. Yes, it's goofy, but I fucking love it. The liberties they are taking. Like, it's fucking nuts. You really think about it. I mean, fuck the mobile games. I didn't even talk about that. The DLC games for the I don't even know what the Xbox game is. That monster game. They had Ultraman. Gigabash. Ultraman and Godzilla. The toys. The comic. Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong.
By the way, I picked up issue 1 with the Roaring Kong cover.
So I'm extremely mad at you for that. Not because I'm just jealous.
I couldn't find the Godzilla. I would have just got that.
Yeah, around here they were like, yeah, we really don't do variant covers like that.
Oh, so
And I'm
dumb.
like, could I give you $50 extra to order it for me?
Yeah, right.
And then I pay cover price? I mean, come on. Oh, it drives me crazy, but it still doesn't negate the fact Godzilla, for me, number one. Godzilla -1 would have been number one. But the fact that everything that has happened to Godzilla this year outside of -1, there's no way I couldn't put it at number one. Godzilla, Godzilla's here, ladies and gentlemen. Ain't going nowhere.
And I think we're all happy about it. Seriously.
Yeah. So
it's a time, man. It's a time to be a Godzilla fan. That's all I'll say about that. Good and bad.
Good and bad. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, before the clock strikes 5:30, we are going to end this shit here. I think this might be longer than last year's. And I did not want it to get to that. But it is. So, JR, I love you. Thank you for doing this with me again.
Hey, it was fun. Can't wait for 6 hours next year.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if you got this far, I really hope you did. If you got this far, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. On behalf of JR, on behalf of myself, on behalf of everybody that's ever fucking done a podcast here on the Godzilla Block Party on the G Show, I am G1 and we are out of here. We thank you. Peace.